One winter evening, something strange happened in a wooden hut in the middle of the forest. The young man's glass of red drink fell to the ground, and he began to cover his mouth with his hands. This poison does not allow mana to circulate through the blood vessels.
"Anyway, this is your classroom now," he said, turning to the new student. The new student stood a few centimeters away from him.
The victim asked the man why he had done it. The man, in turn, listened with a serious expression. A second later, he asked if the blond, long-haired man really didn't understand. And he said that the United Empire no longer needed his power. He added that wartime was over, and that this force was only causing problems now. The man who said this was dressed in a beautiful military suit. The soldier reminded his interlocutor of the words he had said earlier. "I will return to the village where I will live peacefully for the rest of my life, so as not to become the cause for the last time."
Joe was walking in front, with his cronies walking beside him and a whole crowd of other students behind him.
That's why he said he wanted to wash the blood off his hands, and he also wants to live his life pretending that he doesn't exist.
Lee Gi-dae, a big bald guy with a massive jaw, replied that it's Daesong High School. "Those brats are pretty strong, can give them trouble."
Any moment can destroy him and the Empire. For this reason, he has no right to keep such a monster alive. After saying these words, the man turned to face the door and began to walk slowly toward it, while his friend followed him. And as soon as he entered the room, fire appeared around the long-haired man, from which it would be difficult for him to escape. Then the gentleman put his right hand on his chest and said to himself with a slight grimace. However, the long-haired blonde pulled out a small sword from inside his jacket, which he always kept with him just in case. And in his opinion, it was Ragnar who was more trusting, because every day he lived was filled with regret. Before the poison spreads completely, he can still use magic for his own purposes, and this gesture could be his repentance. But as soon as he pierced himself, bright red blood poured out of his mouth and down his beard.
Soon the fight was over. All the students of the opposing school of death and their emaciated bodies were lying on the floor. Moans could be heard everywhere. He looked at his victim, Daeson High School. The boy paused for a moment. How dare they even bother his guys?
However, having gained strength, the blond man raised his head high and shouted loudly. That's why we see the same gentleman standing in a cemetery a few years ago next to a grave he already knew, his head bowed down.
But the protagonist didn't even think of stopping. He swung again and struck his opponent again.
After that, he became a grown man who grew long blonde hair and had his own personal cane. Suddenly, the young man quickly got out of bed and covered his mouth with his hand. However, he still did not fully understand what had happened. So he got to his feet and realized that the pain had disappeared and the wounds had gone with it. And at that very second, someone called out in a gentle voice to a boy named Ian, and he turned his head to see who it was.
The protagonist grabbed his neck even tighter and leaned right up to his face.
But the appearance of this lady surprised the boy, because it was his mother, who had been dead for several years, and he immediately began to stroke his mother's hand, and the thought flashed through his mind that his plan had succeeded. However, there is another option, that he died and met her in the afterlife. A few meters away, there was a small settlement where a group of people were talking. When the young man took a closer look, he noticed that the children were lining up one by one to be tested.
A satisfied smile appeared on his face. A burning lighter was brought to him to light the cigarette.
On the tent, the young man noticed an ivory-colored flag fluttering in the wind. At the age of 12, all children of the Green River Empire are tested. This procedure helps to identify the wizards who will become the pillars of imperial power. The second quality, mana of the heart, is responsible for the creation, circulation, and storage of mana. And then he realized that going back 30 years was too far. Still, he managed to use the magic of time, which he spent his life studying.
As it happened, a high school student walked up to him and slapped him hard on the back. "If you look weak, you will be bullied. That's the law of the jungle."
That's why you need to act to realize your plans. He approached one of the soldiers and told him that he was Ian Page from the village of Mogrian. The man smiled sweetly and mentioned that he was Vanessa's son. He told him he could come in, but not to bombard the sorcerer with questions.
Their leader, however, did not think to stop. He swung his foot to hit the hard sole of his sneaker right in the poor guy's face. Something clicked in Joe's mind. Up until that moment, he had thought it was okay to tolerate bullying and humiliation.
The inspecting man gathered himself and his emotions and showed the robot a smile and said hello. When the boy approached, the gentleman said that he was going to check his head, namely to send some mana to his head. A second later, he added that this was a standard procedure. Then the man asked the boy to turn his back. For a few seconds, the child froze, not knowing what to expect. Smiling sweetly, the gentleman told him to come back as soon as possible because he had a trace of mana in his brain. However, you also need to feel the mana in your heart. After all, just going to a magic academy is not enough. However, the young man interrupted this inspection by addressing the sorcerer and offering to show him something. A second later, he said he would demonstrate it first. A drop of water appeared on his other palm, and the sorcerer realized that the young man had used a double spell. The guy said that he actually started doing it recently. However, everyone was already on their feet, because what they had just seen in front of them was not something they had ever seen before. And the chief sorcerer, with wide-open eyes and mouth, loudly asked, "What?" I immediately asked if the young man had ever practiced this before. The blonde answered quickly and clearly that he had never practiced it. The blonde man was already a little angry, and a blue light began to appear in his eyes. And now the sorcerer is going to use the magic of mind reading, and it helps to sense lies. So the man suggested that I think about it and answer again. A second later, he added that he, his family, and even his neighbors would lose their heads. However, the boy looked down and shook his head a little, and replied in a calm tone that there was no point in lying. The sorcerer folded his arms over his chest after these words. It was very funny to hear these words from a child. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard saying impatiently that the child had told the truth. All those present turned their heads to the curtain through which they could enter the room. A minute later, the young man angrily approached the curtain and pulled it aside to see his mother. A man grabbed her arm. She, in turn, began to shout loudly for him to stop, because it was causing her a lot of pain.
The most effective argument among high school students is strength. They understand strength, they understand cruelty. Then they begin to fear and respect you.
The woman was surprised to hear him say that, because she still doesn't understand what he wants from her. 3 men came out of the room at the noise. One mustached gentleman standing in the middle asked what was going on. The guard continued to hold the young lady by one shoulder and replied that it was nothing. The word low grade made the young man very angry, because no one has the right to call his mother that.
At this time, the seniors were resting. They were sitting in a small cafe having a good drink. Kim Do-yoon looked at his comrade and asked what's wrong. Who called? The boy said it was a detective. Without any further explanation, the boy got up from his seat and opened the front doors, waving goodbye, and headed outside.
When the guard realized what was about to happen, he quickly put his hands up and said, "Oh," so he decided to act quickly. He fell on the ground in front of the young man and began to apologize, saying that he did not mean to, and that there was a misunderstanding. However, the boy calmly said that why was the gentleman apologizing to him when he should be apologizing to his mother? The guard slowly raised his head and looked up and said, "Oh." He realized that he had said a lot of bad words to this young lady. However, he had no other option. So he quickly knelt down and bowed his head down. The woman did not know what to do, so she turned her head to her son and said his name with a confused expression. However, the young man did not give any answer, but instead approached the accused and knelt down on one knee in front of him so that he would listen attentively. And he began to say that he actually knew what people like him could think about people like his mother. And the blonde continued to say that the man should tell his friends about everything he heard, saw, and felt today in color.
The guy grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him closer to him. He's going to get it. The stranger didn't even resist.
Sweat began to appear on the guard's face from excitement, and all he could say was that he understood everything and thanked him for not being punished.
Suddenly the guy opened his eyes in surprise. Who was this guy anyway? He stared at the stranger even harder. There was a face staring back at him from the hood. The guy's eyes had a reddish tint to them, as if he hadn't slept for days.
After that, he turned to one of the other soldiers and asked him to make sure that the boy was okay and safe. The mustachioed man turned his head to the young man and his mother and asked if they agreed to take them to the hotel where their nights were staying. The boy and his mother looked at each other and agreed, because they had no other choice, because unfortunately they had nowhere to go back to. The blond boy returned to the sorcerer and asked for permission to go to rest, because he was very tired and wanted to talk to his mother to calm her down. When the guests finally went to the resting place, they were gazed at by the inspector, who folded his arms across his chest and thought that this young man had a very good ability for such a young age. And he is simply sure that he will cause a lot of noise in the Ivory Tower. At this late hour, the security guard was returning home. He threw his jacket over one shoulder and was very upset. And he was also quite angry that the son of some cook spoke to him like that, because he was just a boy, and the gentleman was a grown man. How could he humiliate him like that in front of his mother?
At this time, Joe was standing near the door that led to the detective's office.
And then the guard froze in place. He was quite frightened because this had never happened to him before. A man's voice sounded behind him, saying that the gentleman was immobilized and emphasizing that magic was capable of even that. Slowly taking off his hood, the blonde reminded us that he had warned us that he would be watching the guard.
The man asked if he was aware that he was not afraid of anything in this world. Meanwhile, the very same stranger continued to throw everyone in different directions.
Looking down from the bridge, the young man said that his entire past life was devoted to learning spells in the language of dragons. However, this turned out to be impossible, and his hands will never be cleaned of the blood of the victims. His only dream now is to protect his loved ones, and for this he will do anything, even if new blood keeps getting his hands dirty. When the young man looked at the body of his victim floating in the river, he remembered his "please don't forgive me." When the young man returned home, he sat down by the door and leaned his head against it, closing his eyes, because he had a bad headache and felt as if he was going to break down. After a little rest, the young man decided to go inside, where he saw his mother sleeping peacefully on a small bed. And as he looked at her beautiful, calm face, he thought that after only a year of studying at the magical academy, he had been recognized as a first-class wizard.
Joe asked, "Were they beaten up? And who are they?" The guy already mentally prepared himself for the fact that there was going to be another showdown.
So he quietly walked closer to the bed and mentally promised himself that this time he would protect her, no matter what it took. He will also try to make her happier, because now it is not clear that she has ever enjoyed this life, and my mother will finally be able to live a long life. After all, the loss of loved ones that he suffered in his past life will not happen in this one. Then the events unfold in the capital of Trin River, which is called Trinverium. At this time, a mustachioed blond man who was the emperor named Terry Trin River was sitting in the middle.
He told his comrade that it seems to him that this type just passed by him. Without waiting for a reply, the guy hung up.
Mana circulates through the vessels. A person becomes a sorcerer when he understands how to control it at will. The man went on to emphasize that this is usually taught at the academy, and his current state corresponds to the first class, as it was with the first sorcerer. The mustachioed blond man folded his arms across his chest with a serious expression and repeated the words, "the first sorcerer," and asked whether this creature descended from dragons. This makes it difficult to believe the words of the people conducting the inspection. Therefore, you need to verify this personally. Because of this, he can say for sure that in any case, the boy's strength is dangerous. The mustachioed gentleman listened attentively and continued to sit.
The stranger waited for the right moment and swung his huge arm. After a few seconds, there was the sound of a slap.
The boy was the heir to this empire. His name was Hayden Trin River.
Joe kneeled down to keep his balance. His body was not listening. Why did one blow make him so...
The young man then put his right hand on the lump and asked with a confused expression why he had come here.
The boy lowered his head, and the stranger continued to stare at him with a contemptuous look. He wasn't going to...
The young blonde was surprised and frightened by this decision, so he asked in shock, "Outside the castle?"
At this moment, Joe boiled with rage. What a degenerate! How dare he! On the guy's back was the inscription, Halim Academy.
After listening attentively, the son froze for a few seconds and then asked who the young man was with his mouth wide open. And then the father realized that perhaps his son hadn't heard anything, so he immediately asked them to forget all of the above.
However, he was not destined to finish his thoughts. The stranger didn't stand for it and swung his soul right into his...
When my father heard these words, he slowly began to rise to his feet, but for some reason he did not say a word for several minutes. Then he sat back down in his soft chair and said that the boy could start preparing for the trip, because he would have to go north and it might take a while. When the sun left, the chief of the tower reappeared in the room and addressed His Majesty, and asked for the opportunity to leave as well. The gentleman looked down and replied that everyone knows that sorcerers do not like long journeys, so they will need to be convinced. The mustachioed man closed his eyes and calmly allowed his subordinate to leave and go to fulfill his task. So the gray-haired gentleman with the stick quickly left the room to go to his wards and try to fulfill the task he had been given. At the door, the man was met by his servant, who bowed slightly and asked if he was returning. At this time, morning came to the hotel where the sorcerer's boy and his mother were checked in. But despite this, the young man was already sitting on the edge of his bed, thinking that he would soon hear back from the tower and the castle. And then I remembered a picture of the inspector talking about his capabilities. And everything goes according to plan. Namely, the emperor is lining up sorcerers to put them in charge of the prince's follower, and the boy can join the emperor or the owner of the tower, or he can choose a third party. A lot of people from the ward that conducted the inspection had already gathered outside. The sorcerer was told that he could start doing what he had come here to do. After that, it was said that the imperial sorcerer Ian Page was being called upon to fulfill the emperor's order. But after stopping for a second, he repeated the word order to himself. Something about it made him uneasy and surprised, and they came unexpectedly quickly. So the young man had no choice but to open the door and see who it was that came to see him. It turned out that it was a black-haired gentleman who was conducting the inspection. He was holding a blue ball in his left hand and smiling sweetly. He emphasized that the young man had come out just in time. The blond man did not understand why this was happening, because in his mind he had envisioned a completely different scenario, and then he was ordered to get down on his right knee and raise his left hand to his heart. Then the man held out his blue orb, from which a voice spoke to Ian Page and asked him to listen to the order. I, the Emperor, recognize Ian Page's talent and officially order his name to be added to the Ivory Tower's magical register. In addition to this, I invite you to visit the Imperial Castle and send a follower, Prince, to accompany Ian on my behalf. The rest of the guards approached the inspector and asked if this was the whole order and if they needed to escort the guy to the local castle. Therefore, one of the guards approached the young man and put his hand on his chest and told him that he was a captain of Mogrian's army and his name was Arnold, and they will leave as soon as the boy is ready to travel.
Guite was the first to regain his senses and shouted at the others, "Why are they standing there like pillars? Let them turn the place upside down!"
The man then turned his head to the right and addressed two people named Ravi and Margaret to get their attention, that a sorcerer should be treated with respect. At this time, Ian and his mother got out of the carriage that approached the castle. When the three guests approached the man who met them, the people reasoned that if the emperor himself was interested, then this young man had special powers. The gray-haired gentleman held out both hands and greeted his guests. The blond young man stood there looking at everything for a few seconds. In the afternoon, one of the cleaners asked the other if she had seen the new guy at practice. He is an amazing talent, and he trains so hard on any vacation. I had to spend a lot of time a day using my powers to use magic. Today he was practicing a freezing spell, and as soon as he succeeded, a blue and white light appeared around him. After that, white ice and snow appeared around the boy. This time, everything turned out much better and faster, and all the young man didn't like was that he could use magic to make some of this ice and snow disappear. After all, in his previous body, he could freeze an entire castle, not just one training field. These thoughts were interrupted by a mustachioed man who walked quickly toward him and called out to him, calling him Mr. Sorcerer, and when he came closer, he asked for help. The young man asked in surprise what exactly he could do to help, and then the confused man frightenedly said that the Lord had disappeared, and no one could find him. This news surprised the blond man himself. He opened his eyes and mouth wide and repeated the words, "Gone, gone." The man went on to say that the Lord had gone on a goblin hunt and had not returned. His bodyguards and Mr. Ravi had also disappeared. Having listened carefully, the young man emphasized in his mind that it was still too early for this gentleman to die. I also remembered that the great Lord Marcus Mogrian would die at the hands of an assassin from a hostile country, shortly before the First War of Unification. After these reflections, the young man took his right hand aside and asked in surprise why he was being asked to do this, and not the sorcerer Marco. However, everyone knew that the Lord had loved hunting in his previous life, so it was unlikely that anything could have happened to him.
Du Yun tried to stop his friend, took him by the shoulder, and said that he would kill that asshole. Does he want trouble with the police?
And then the blonde realizes that a magician is usually allowed to leave a certain province only in rare cases. But he has the most important weapon, knowledge from the future, because he has already lived a similar life, so he only needs to choose to repeat it or change the course of events. However, he knows that he may lose his favor. However, they have no one else to turn to. And finally, he stopped in a confident pose, with his hands down, and said that he would find the Lord and put a lot of effort into saving him. After all, he needs to put everything back in its place. The young man came to the hotel to pack a few things to take with him on his search. Coming closer to her son, the young lady said that she had heard that he was going to find a lord. The woman went on to clarify whether it was too dangerous, because in her opinion he was too young for such things. After saying these words, the son came up to his mother, took her hands, and told her not to worry, because he would definitely return, and they would continue to spend time together. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by a girl who quickly entered the room and apologized. The lady was very upset and asked us to find her brother and father with tears in her eyes. She then folded her hands in prayer and added that if the young man succeeded, she would ask her father to give him money, land, and servants. So the guy decided not to listen to what this young lady was going to say and interrupted her speech, saying that he would find her family. However, he asked her to give him her ring, because in it he could feel the mana that he might need during the search. The girl asked if she could help with the search. The guy answered that, of course. When he looked at the jewelry on his hand, he realized that it was quite familiar. It was Mogrian's wedding ring. It is a lower-class artifact that increases the mana of the wearer. But then he asked how the Lord gave it to his daughter instead of his heir. And finally, she added that he shouldn't forget to return the ring, because her father had entrusted it to her. Then the boy approached the guards and said that they could go in search of the Lord and his son. An hour later, the young man and his assistants found themselves in a dense forest. The head guard said that they had finally arrived, and they noticed that this is where the trail ended. The blonde asked if they had found the victims. The young man began to think. I could tell because he bowed his head down and put his hand to his chin. Because of this, he had to find the Lord before it was too late, and he began to use magic to summon the wolf spirit to help him. While the young man was using force, his assistant stood behind him and watched everything happen in silence. But there were two craftsmen who were surprised and began to talk to each other to clarify, saying, "Wolf?" However, it was not a large adult wolf that appeared before them, but rather a small wolf cub. Everyone was surprised by who they saw in front of them. That's why the clearing was silent for a few seconds. And in the blonde man's mind, he thought that in his past life, this animal was bigger. And then the young man realized that his current supply of mana did not allow him to make larger sizes. When the animal began to move to the right, the sorcerer's assistants turned to him because they did not understand what they had to do. At this time, the blonde man is still in an unknown location. The goblin was attacking the man by swinging his weapon from a tree. It turns out that he attacked a lord, who managed to defeat him and cut off his head with his sword.
Young Ha banged on the door with his fists and demanded to be opened immediately. The guy didn't even notice when someone started to approach him, and a soft voice.
As the beasts watched the Lord, they became angrier and angrier. They realized that there were several dozen more of them, and so everyone wanted to fight at least a little. The Lord closed his eyes to avoid seeing these animals, and said to himself that he was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter whether he fought to the end.
Meanwhile, the man went to the door and put his finger on the code lock. The door immediately opened and gave a slight click. The guy was still standing there and couldn't understand a thing. The door opened and gave a slight click. The man kept smiling and said that the boy could come in now. The boy was still standing there, confused. No, it wasn't the type he was concerned with right now.
Because of this, he turned to his father to ask him again and tell him that it was a very bad idea, in his opinion, because to be left alone with these animals is to die in a few minutes. While the Lord was listening to this, one of the goblins quietly crept up behind him, and he had already made a swing. The son saw this and began to shout loudly to his father, telling him what was happening behind him. So the man quickly turned his head to assess the situation himself. After all, he was used to relying on himself in any battle or fight. However, for some reason, he did not run away to save himself. Instead, he froze in place, and a blue and white light began to appear around him. You could already see in the Lord's eyes that he had accepted the fact that he was going to die.
The crowd roared. The sounds of screaming could be heard everywhere. The two fighters were just mixing each other with mud. The sounds of punches could be heard most clearly.
A few meters from the battlefield, a blond man walked slowly and confidently. He managed to find the right people and use the magic he had been practicing for weeks. This time, however, he did much better, because there were large ice mountains near him. The young man turned back a little to see and assess the situation. And then the Lord realized that the boy who had arrived at their castle a few months earlier had come to save them. This surprised him, because he had not expected to see this particular young man here. Further events unfold in the castle. A young lady was sitting on a chair by the bedside and quietly calling out to her father, who was lying unconscious in bed at the time. The man began to slowly get up, holding his head, which still hurt. He asked himself what happened. After all, he didn't really remember anything, especially how he got back to the castle. The daughter saw her father alive and began to cry, saying that Ian had saved them. She said that her father and Ravi had been unconscious for 2 days, and because of this, she was very worried. At that moment, a mustachioed gentleman came into the room and said that he was very happy that the master had finally regained consciousness, for everyone in the castle was in a state of excitement. The Lord made himself comfortable on the bed and asked what happened to the other participants. He was curious about what happened when the blonde sorcerer joined them. The aide bowed his head down and said that 12 soldiers and the knight Rotten had failed to return. After these words, the room fell silent, because everyone felt sorry for the dead. Then the man asked where the sorcerer was, and the mustachioed gentleman said he would bring him here in a moment. The young man was found on the training field and told that the Lord wanted to see him. But first he asked if the Lord was all right, and whether it was necessary to postpone their meeting until a little later, so that he could rest and gain strength. The mustachioed gentleman, smiling sweetly, said that the Lord was alive and well. That's why he asked me to come to his bedroom to discuss certain details in private.
Suddenly a soft hand rested on his shoulders. "What do you think?" The voice sounded as if from nowhere. The boy already guessed who it was.
However, when the young man came to the Lord, he was already dressed in his usual clothes, and on his right side stood his son, whose left cheek was taped. The man invited the guest to come in. The guy asked them how they were feeling, smiling sweetly. He wanted to know that first, so he wouldn't start with something he didn't want to talk about. The Lord replied that it was all thanks to the sorcerer, so he would like to personally express his gratitude for their rescue. After all, he literally saved the present and future of the Mogrian family. He also cleared Mount Mogrian of goblins. Because of this, the Lord cannot ignore such an act. During these words, the man put his right hand on his heart to demonstrate the sincerity of his words. Then he reached for a small wooden box that was lying on the table and handed it to the blonde and asked him to open it. The young man began to do so slowly, because he did not know what was inside. It turned out that it was a ring he had seen before. The Lord said that he had heard that the young man had felt the mana in Margaret's ring. It had been in their family for a long time, but he had no idea of its power. Then the man asked if it had helped him. The blonde answered that the ring added mana to its wearer, so he had to use it in the battle with the goblins. The Lord said with a serious expression that he was glad to hear that. He added that from now on this ring belonged to him, and the young man can consider it a badge of honor.
Thus, under his leadership, a PvP club opened, which they are watching now. In addition, only students and high school students can participate in the battles. The boy continued to watch as the huge bald fighter destroyed his opponent. The man's voice was already coming from somewhere far away.
During these words, the blond man carefully examined the ring in his hands. Then the man asked if the young man would accept his gift. The Lord lowered his head and looked down and waited for a few seconds for a response from his guest. He didn't want to interrupt the young man's thoughts, which were now raging in his head. However, without waiting for any response, he said that their family would always welcome him with honor and come to his aid in times of need. The young man raised his head high and listened attentively. His oath will be passed down from generation to generation, as long as there are Mogrians north of the Emerald River. After these words, the man and his son bowed low to the blond man. The next day, the sorcerer and several guards set out on a short journey, during which they had to walk part of the forest. One of them was always walking next to the blond man.
At this time, the new fighter, the challenger for the championship, was moving towards the ring with small steps. The announcer continued to shout, "The most important fight of today."
Then he smiled sweetly and said that there was not much left. They only had to go around a small mountain and then they would be there, so they had to hurry up. At that moment, the sorcerer had a memory of asking the Lord if there were any alchemists in the province who could make the elixir. The man replied that he knew that an alchemist named Ledio lived in the village of Lloyd in the north. He's from the capital, but he's come to collect special herbs. So you can visit him and ask him if he can do you a favor, namely, develop an elixir that can help restore the missing mana. These thoughts were interrupted by one of the guards, who shouted loudly and pointed forward, asking the sorcerer to look there, because something strange was happening there.
However, before he could say anything, the protagonist had already taken off. The man didn't even have time to say anything. Where did that kid go?
The blond man froze in place for a few seconds, surprised. He hadn't expected to see something like that. He was hoping that at least today everything would go smoothly and without incident.
The guy jumped in one fell swoop over the ropes that fenced the ring and swung his fist aimed directly at his opponent. At this point, the guy did not even suspect anything, as if he did not care.
At that time, a group of robbers was causing chaos in the settlement and frightening the locals. The leader of the bandits put an axe on his right shoulder and smilingly ordered his subordinates to deal with the rest of them, because it was time to go on their way.
Instantly rising to his feet, he looked at his opponent with a frantic gaze. He was looking for him. Those were the words he said with a literal roar. "Well, now they will fight again!" The man was literally burning with rage. Su-ho looked at him in surprise. He was ready to fight and defend his championship title when he was interrupted by someone strange.
The frightened father shouted after his son, calling his name, namely Douglas. The man was upset that he could not do anything at the moment.
Red Brick stood at his back and didn't understand a thing. Who is this kid anyway? He should be fighting right now, and this milksop got in front of him.
Looking at his victim, the insolent man put his hand to the side and said to him that he had talked too much. This is how he deserved this punishment. The boy tried his best to get out of the kidnapper's hands and run to his father's aid, but he was mostly annoyed. So he turned to face the young man and asked him if he needed to kill his father to finally shut his mouth. Immediately after saying these words, he raised the knife up and told his father that he would take his son to a better place, and he could rest in peace. The young man began to cry loudly, because he did not want his father to die like that. He deserved a better life than they had.
He rolled like a ball and tumbled over the fence. "What are the guards looking at? The crowd is going wild. Stop the Red Brick. Throw the intruder out." The bald men began to talk amongst themselves. However, the man with the glasses came up to them and said it was best to leave it as it was. This is going to be interesting. The protagonist defended himself by planting a block, while the Red Brick struck like a cannon.
And the young man returned to his rock from where he could normally observe everything that was happening in the small settlement. Then he turned his attention to his right hand and realized that the ring really helped, so he could use it more often. And it was with her help that he rose to the 3rd grade level. At that time, the family approached the deceased, who was lying on the ground.
He still couldn't even get close to that asshole. At this time, Su-ho just stood back and watched as his opponent beat up this upstart. Eventually, the boy had had enough of this, so he dodged and prepared his fist to strike. "Get off and!" he shouted, swinging at his unwilling opponent.
The young man turned his gaze slightly to the right and down, and said briefly and clearly, "Good?" And he froze, looking at something carefully. Then the question arose in his mind whether the man they tried to kill was alive. Everyone was trying to bring him to life at the same time. Even his son was sitting next to him and asked his father to wake up. However, for several minutes the man showed no signs of life. So the blond man quietly came closer, put his hand on the young man's shoulder, and asked for permission to examine his father. After receiving a positive answer, the sorcerer began to examine everything carefully, because every small element can be important. He also noticed that the gentleman had very light skin, as if there was no blood underneath. He also had gray strands in his hair. After a few minutes of careful examination, the sorcerer realized that there are some people who have mana only in their brains. This made the man look even worse. Because of this, the blond man acted immediately and put 2 fingers of his left hand on the victim's scrap, and a blue light appeared around them. The only way to relieve the pain is to remove the remnants of stagnant mana and introduce new mana. After that, all the wounds began to gradually disappear.
The guard approached Hyungnim and said that the fight had gone on a bit long, so it was time to call it a day. The man, as if distracted by the spectacle, agreed.
With a sad expression on his face, the young man said that this improvement would only last for a certain period of time. After all, this action does not cure the disease completely. My son became very upset because this is how things turned out, because he had a little hope for good news. At this time, the thought occurred to the sorcerer that the effect would not last long, so the man would have to choose an option.
Right now, he needed to gather his thoughts. Every day he was getting stronger and stronger, overcoming each step of the school hierarchy.
However, the boy suddenly began to run quickly to the right, and his father's friend loudly asked where Douglas was going. When the blond man heard the name, he repeated it to himself, because it seemed familiar enough. It was as if he had already known a person with that name in the past.
Suddenly he heard someone's fast footsteps approaching him. Someone's yellow sneakers stepped right into a puddle, and a nervous laugh was heard.
In his past life, the objects of his hatred were sorcerers. He is an alchemist who became addicted to mana because of a sorcerer and a magic flower that grows in the south. This flower is indeed endowed with the effect of neutralizing mana, but it is also a strong poison. Therefore, it must be used correctly. Because of this, the blonde used acceleration magic to catch up with the young man and talk to him seriously. Perhaps he would listen to him. When the sorcerer appeared in front of the young man, he was quite frightened, because he did not expect anyone to follow him.
Naturally, such treatment pissed the girl off. She frowned. Get lost? What? She's worried about him. What a piece of shit he is.
The dark-haired man began to cry again, saying that he could not just leave his father to die, because he could find the flower.
Of course, the boy remembered that the same inscription was on the hoodie of that very same freak. Halim Academy.
However, the son still hoped to find a flower that would help his father continue to live his carefree life. But he was already so tired from the excitement that he simply did not have the strength to go in search. So he fell into the arms of his interlocutor. He began to cry loudly because he was not prepared for such a loss at such an early age. He still dreamed of spending a lot of time with his father.
The protagonist, unable to hold on, slumped down again on the wet, raindrop-covered floor. The girl looked at him surprised and scared at the same time.
And then the boy realized that if he had not come to the village, Douglas's father would have died, and he would have been taken prisoner.
What the fuck? She thought. Fear flashed in her eyes for a second. Is this guy out of his mind? We should call an ambulance. The girl looked at him in surprise.
But he realized that hasty decisions could backfire on him, so for the time being, he would not use force against him. After all, he is so talented that he has risen from the bottom to the status of an imperial alchemist. That's why you need to lure him to your side. However, the question arose, where are the guarantees that he will not give it away? We could protect him from slavery. And then these thoughts were interrupted by a man's voice.
Moving his gaze to the side, the guy saw that on the nearest nightstand lay boxing gloves. Where was he anyway?
Then the man turned his head to the young man, who was lying quietly on the grass, resting. The assistant asked what had happened to him. The sorcerer replied that the boy was acting recklessly, so he had to put him to sleep for a while because he might do something stupid.
The same girl who brought him here was practicing hard. She was throwing crisp and fast punches with her fist right on the soft surface of the punching bag, practicing her techniques.
For some reason, he started moving in a completely different direction. The assistant asked if he would not go with them. After all, he had come here for him. The sorcerer turned his slanting gaze to his companion and said with a serious expression that he had to go to a certain place, so they could go without him. After everything happened, everyone returned home late in the evening. We started to rest because the day had been hard, both mentally and physically. A man approached the boy, who was lying quietly on the bed resting, and asked him in a calm tone if he was sleeping. It turns out that it was my father. He managed to recover, and he said that he was told that a sorcerer had appeared in the village and saved them.
The boy did not pay attention to this, looked surprised eyes. "Where is he?" the girl asked in surprise. "How where?" He asked her about this place. "Well, they are here."
His father was surprised to hear this and said that it was very dangerous because the robbers could still be around and harm him. Finally, the young man stood up and shouted in hysterics what he needed to do because he was told that his father would continue to be ill. The man was very upset by his son's reaction, but he understood that the boy did not want to lose his care so soon. This symbolizes that he loves him very much. Sobbing, the man said that he had been looking for this flower for over a year and had no luck. Therefore, this gentleman will not be able to find it either, so there is nothing to hope for.
The winner was once again Kang Soo-ho. He looked at his opponent like a defeated victim. There wasn't the slightest bit of compassion in his eye.
My father asked in a confident tone who was there. A blond man dressed in a cloak stood outside the door and replied that he had been told they needed the randor flower. Hearing this, the man walked slowly to the door and carefully opened the wooden door to welcome such a late guest. As soon as the light fell on the sorcerer's face, he carefully began to remove his hood so that everyone present could see who had come. At the same time, he wished everyone a good evening. The boy told his father that this was the same sorcerer they had been talking about. The blond man put the object on the table and said that his name was Ian Page. The building owner's attention was drawn to an object that appeared on his desk, so he immediately asked what it was. At the same time, my son suggested that this might be the flower he had been looking for so long and could not find. He stood still for a few minutes to see at least something from a distance. The sorcerer looked at the table and said that he would give this flower to them, but in return they had to answer him a question. Then he turned his gaze to the owners of the house and asked how they knew about the effect of this flower. The man did not immediately answer. At first he said, "Well," and then he was silent for a few seconds as if searching for words. But on the second attempt, he also did not give a complete answer, only adding, "I read about her." And again he fell silent, as if afraid to tell the truth. Nevertheless, he gathered his strength and said that he had read about it in a reference book. After saying that, he immediately raised his head and looked at his interlocutor.
The girl continued practicing, hitting the punching bag one after another. She was like a machine gun, and her hands reached the target in a matter of seconds.
It said that this flower grows only in the south and can neutralize mana. It has 12 dark-colored petals. The green stems and leaves are poisonous. It wilts as soon as it is picked. After reading this, the blond man asked if his father was also an alchemist. The man answered this question quickly, saying that alchemy was their family business. Then my dad folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the nearby wall, waiting to see what the guest would say next.
"So that degenerate is here too." The guy remembered the guy in the red sweatshirt. Now he once again felt the urge to beat the shit out of him.
He added that the poison of this flower is fatal. My father listened carefully to this statement. He said that he understood what the boy was talking about. He said that their family had never made elixirs that could harm living beings.
In parting, she shouted to him that she would give him some advice. The boy did not turn around and continued to walk briskly towards the exit.
The sorcerer gave a short and clear, "I see," to this information, and then he turned his gaze slowly to the right. Then he thanked me for the answer and took the flower in his hands and raised it high up. A small blue smoke began to appear around it.
The boy paused for a second and looked at her over his shoulder. The phrase hurt his ears. He hated it when anyone doubted.
And when the ice broke, the gentleman had a wilted flower on his hand. And looking at it, he said that it was impossible to transport. He just wanted to preserve its shape by freezing it. The father was surprised by what he saw and asked how the man could have lied to them. The guest replied that he had proved to them that he could find the flower. Then I stretched out my hand to the owner and said that I was offering him a bet, which will be profitable for both him and them, and he began to tell him that he would give him mana so that he would stop depending on his illness. He would also find a way to use the flower in medicine. Instead, the man had to go with the sorcerer to the capital. Finally, the guest added that the gentleman should make elixirs that would help him gather the mana he needs to treat his mother. The man did not like this proposal very much, so he said that as far as he knew, the sorcerer could hire any alchemist.
From that day on, he'd changed, become a little different. He still felt bad, but they tried to pretend it hadn't happened, even though it was hard.
Then the sorcerer turned his gaze to the young man and said that his son ran to the forest without thinking about anything but his salvation. Therefore, he emphasized that he was confident that the gentleman would be able to make the right decision for the good of his child.
The guy stood leaning against the nearest fence and smoked a cigarette. Why did he feel so fucking lousy? He stood looking thoughtfully into the distance, a lot of thoughts swarming.
Therefore, he would not allow his talent to fall into Ragnar's hands. The father approached his son and put his hand on his head, and he began to smile with satisfaction. A few hours later, it was morning, and the blond man stood there silently looking at the village where he would spend the night. However, his idyll was interrupted by the voice of an assistant who came up behind him and called out to his master. So he turned around. The guard said that they had already completed all the preparations, and as soon as the sorcerer was ready, they could set off. Hearing these words, the gentleman was a little upset, because he had not yet received any response to his agreement. So he froze for a few seconds. He turned his attention to the house of the father and son he had saved yesterday. However, no one came out of that door. Then the blond man lowered his head and gazed down a bit, and said that the workers could start moving out a little bit. At the same time, the thought flashed through my mind that they hadn't dared.
Shouldn't he conquer new horizons? The man stretched into an even bigger smile and took a small business card out of his pocket.
The sorcerer froze in place, looking at them carefully, because he simply did not expect them to come out and give any answer at all. So he started walking toward them, asking if they had made a decision. The man replied that there was no point in refusing because his life depended on the sorcerer. His son, on the other hand, was very happy that they would finally have a normal life, without constant fear for his father and his health. Approaching the blond man with a sweet smile on his face, he emphasized that he had to keep his promise. Ian began to smile sincerely and answered that he would definitely fulfill everything he had promised earlier. The son went to his father and again asked the sorcerer a clarifying question. Could he really cure his father? The young man turned his gaze to the boy and began to smile sweetly at him. He thought about the answer for a few seconds. Then silence fell between them, and then he said in a calm tone that he promised to do so. He wouldn't have said that if he wasn't going to help. These words made the boy's smile burst into a smile. So he asked with a wide-open mouth if he could call the blond captain. The sorcerer was a little surprised by this question, but said that if he wanted to, he could, of course. He liked it even better that way.
They stood opposite each other. The fight would be symbolic, like David and Goliath. These two would fight here and now. Evaluate the contestants and place your bets.
Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by the loud sound of hooves approaching them. The rider ordered the horse to slow down and stop. It was one of the sorcerer's assistants who told them that they had to hurry because they had to get home before dark. The blond man asked a question. Was something wrong? Why did they have to rush? The guard replied that the prince had crossed the Camas River. Upon hearing this information, the sorcerer was surprised that he was already so close to them, so they really needed to get on the road quickly. The assistant said that they had been informed about it in the morning. The sorcerer wondered why he was the last to know.
The main character had gotten his first victory in the ring. He finally got a chance to try his hand at real fighting. Instead of just being the school bully in this place, everything is going to change.
As the blond man approached the animal, he began to stroke its muzzle and said that he didn't quite understand it, but he thought they could get along. That's why I used the magic of taming, because you can't hope for a good case. You have to always be on the safe side, because there may not be another chance. Approaching the horse's ear, He told it in a calm tone that he needed to go to the castle of the province, and as he did so, his pupils glowed blue. The animal began to slowly sink down to the ground, so that the man could climb up into the saddle to set off on his journey. When he finally took his seat, he turned to Captain Arnold and told him to remember to pick up Mr. Ledio. After all, he will be the first to leave, and therefore it is the chief assistant who will be responsible for the safety and lives of these two people. At this time, the carriage in which the prince was traveling was slowly moving through the forest. The man was sitting in a closed carriage, and guards were riding around him on horseback.
But it didn't matter. The man was determined to finish the fight. After blocking another blow of the protagonist, he put his arm forward.
And the memory of how his father once called him to his room and told him that he had a few more errands to run. He told him that the owner of the tower had recently been in very active communication with the fifth prince. The boy listened attentively to everything his father said, and since many aristocrats listened to him, it is very important that Havert takes the prince's side. The son did not yet understand where his father was going and what was required of him. It turns out that the fifth prince, Ragnar, is quite intelligent. Therefore, the man is simply sure that he will use Havert to get himself good allies. Then the father turned his head to his son and added that Ian Page should take his side. After all, he and his power would be very useful to their kingdom. Before the tower can accept anything, the young man has to win it over to his side, and it will be useful to him in any situation. The prince did not like this idea very much, which made him even more upset again, because he did not want to follow his father's orders, but to manage his own life. After all, Ian is a sorcerer, but he looks like a child, so the young man did not understand what sense he would make. And in general, all wizards are subordinate to the Ivory Tower, so he would not go over to the prince's side. However, another question arose. Why did the owner of the tower choose Ragnar? The young man then said to himself with his hand over his face that when he became emperor, he would remove all those who ignored him. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the street, who addressed His Majesty to tell him something. It was the second captain of the Imperial Knights, named Oliver Raywood, who refused, saying that, in his opinion, at least now it was necessary to send a message to Mogrian Castle. However, the blond man propped his head up with his right hand and replied in a serious tone that they had already discussed this, and his decision had not changed since then. The captain continued to insist on his point, because people there needed to prepare for his arrival in order to meet him with dignity and receive him. However, the gentleman did not want to hear any of this, so he asked if the captain's family lived north of Morin. The subordinate answered briefly and clearly, "Yes, that's right." Then the chief asked a question that clarified how much longer they had to travel. The assistant replied that it would take about 2 days. Upon hearing this information, the gentleman smiled sweetly and said that since there was not much time left, the captain could send a message. Then he folded his arms across his chest and added that he would see how the guardians of the North and the shields of the Empire would meet such a distinguished person. The subordinate, who was standing by the door at the time and heard everything clearly, was quite surprised that the prince could so easily change his mind and plans. The next day, everyone in the castle was in a frenzy because the prince's heiress would soon arrive. And His Majesty was always giving orders and being the last one to make sure that not a single speck of dust was visible. The man had been so tired over the past day that he had a headache and sat down to think about why they hadn't informed him about the visit earlier, because he hadn't expected such a quick visit. However, he found the strength to go out into the corridor and noticed a butler there and asked him if the other families had arrived yet. The mustachioed gentleman replied that the McFadden and Raywoods would be here soon, and the rest of us were already here. His Majesty then asked if the sorcerer had returned, and if there was any information about him at all.
Battles are arranged between athletes with the same number of these points. Only if the opponents have approximately the same number of points, they can fight each other. Depending on the outcome of the match, the score can be decreased or increased, and all points earned here can be exchanged for real money after the athlete becomes of age.
And a snow-white carriage was already passing along the small path with a rather important guest in it who needed to be properly met. When the carriage and crew finally stopped, the door slowly opened and a blond young man, who felt quite confident, got out of the carriage. At this moment, His Majesty and his assistant were wondering where the sorcerer was. They were hoping that he would arrive soon. This situation makes everyone a little upset, because they really need his presence here. After all, the prince did not just come to visit. Suddenly, however, the sound of hooves was heard from the right side, and His Majesty turned his head to see the one they had been waiting for. The blond man was very tired because he had not expected the journey to be so difficult. So he apologized for being late. When the sorcerer got down to the ground, the chief said that they were very happy to see him here. Since the emperor's order was addressed to him personally, the boy should stand in front of everyone. After taking the right position, the blonde approached the two men who were already waiting to be met by someone. Then the prince looked down a little and clenched both hands into a fist and asked if it was Ian Page, because he was the reason they had come here. At that moment, the blond man looked at the other man and emphasized to himself that he had not seen him so close for a very long time. Then the young man turned his gaze back and saw a group of people dressed in long gray cloaks, discussing something with each other. This piercing look was noticed by one of the girls who had short black hair, so she turned her head to see who was looking at her.
Please let them pay attention to the athlete Ju Yon Ha. The guy tensed his body and tried to stand up.
And she is also a spy for the Coldwood Empire. When their eyes met, the blond man broke into a satisfied smile. A few minutes later, everyone moved to the castle to hold the meeting. The prince's aide closed his eyes and addressed him, but he reminded him to know his limits, because he had already drunk enough wine. The host told him that the only food here was drinks.
Is he still in one piece after fighting that guy who is the champion of all these people, now stroking his head? The guy got to his feet and wiped the blood off his face. Is that it? He asked with disdain. Goliath continued to stand in a fight. That's it, cocksucker. The guy looked at his opponent and crunched his jaw. The big man's punches were a real tickle to him. Yeah, he got his face smashed.
And then the thought flashed through her mind that the Emperor's tasks were becoming increasingly strange. That's why she doesn't know why they are interested in the boy. A few days ago, she received 2 orders. The first was to check if the rumors about Ian were true, and if so, to kidnap him and his mother and bring him to Colwood. But she still doesn't know what's so special about him that he needs to be kidnapped.
The man roared with rage. This kid is going to die! He put his hands forward to grab the boy as fast as possible so that he would not be able to escape.
It turns out that the blonde was at the training ground. Because he was not interested in what was happening inside, he had completely different interests.
After a few seconds, the Goliath had come within striking distance of him, and now their fists clashed. The crowd was horrified. Are they still fighting?
And with the easiest spell, the magic arrow, because you need to find out everything gradually, so as not to harm or give away your intentions. However, it didn't work out, because the young man was able to use the magic of the shield in time to protect himself. And it turns out that he passed the first test successfully. The sorcerer turned his gaze to the lady, and with a serious expression and a rude tone, asked who she was and what she wanted from him. The black-haired woman smiled and replied that she was also a sorceress from the Ivory Tower. She added that she had come to say hello. The young man asked whether it was customary for them to greet others by attacking them from behind. After all, it's not fair to do that to another person.
Even the announcer, who had seen a lot of things in his life, was a bit shocked. After hitting this guy, some inhuman sounds came out of Goliath.
However, the young man interrupted this speech by saying the young lady's name, Cecilia, which surprised the interlocutor because she thought he did not know her. The sorcerer continued, Cecilia Coldwater. The young lady froze in place with her mouth and eyes wide open, for she did not understand where he had gotten this information.
The boy jumped up and delivered another powerful uppercut to the Goliath's jaw. He's a freak, 2 meters tall and weighing 150 kilos.
At this time, the thought flashed through his mind that he wouldn't know, because that's the name given to all spies of the Coldwood Empire, and he said out loud that he could name everyone who worked with her. He immediately began to say, Yol, the observer of Molten Stable, Robin, secretary to Emperor Aereo, soldier of the 9th Squad. The woman did not understand what was happening now, and the sorcerer continued to speak, and his next clarification was that he could name what they all had in common, because he even knew that. The black-haired girl tried not to show that she was very confused and nervous, because this boy had told her a lot of personal information. So she said in a calm tone that she didn't know how he knew so much, but he would be better off pretending that he didn't know anything. In her hand, she used the magic of fire, and a bright orange light began to appear around her, which was spreading every minute. But the sorcerer quickly put it out. Again, this surprised the young lady, because it had never happened before in her experience.
The crowd standing outside the ring was simply shocked by this outcome of events. No one expected that some newcomer could do their favor.
The black-haired girl began to smile, asking why he hadn't told someone else. And the thought flashed through her mind that he was not injured at all, and how could that be possible after she had used fire magic? The blond man raised his right hand and added with a broad smile that he knew why they were looking for him and what they had to do. The sorceress froze in her tracks, for she had been closely watching all the actions of the interlocutor, for it was clear from his actions that he was up to something, and it was not in vain, because the sorcerer was able to use the magic of freezing with just one hand and send a small group of sharp arrows made of ice at the young lady. Then the sorcerer moved his hand a little forward, as if he were controlling his newly created weapon to demonstrate his strength and power, and the ice arrows really began to fly in the direction the blond man's hand was pointing. However, he had to use a lot of mana to do this.
The boy stood watching the applause, and suddenly Charles came to him from the other side. He called out to the lad, and the boy looked straight at the man.
So she began to use a mana barrier to protect herself from this weapon. She held it with both hands because the airflow was very strong.
His eyes glowed in fury. So, what's his price? That was the only thing the guy cared about.
And the blonde decided to use fire magic to melt his opponent's shield and get her out of the protection to continue the battle. When everything was ready, the guy launched a fire blast right at the place where the witch was standing, and everything around her glowed orange. And then the lady realized that she could not attack while she was holding the barrier. However, if she didn't move away now, she would simply die. And in just 1 second, the shield cracked and broke into many small particles that had been floating in the air for several seconds.
He handed him a piece of paper in which the money was apparently wrapped. This is his share. For the record, if he loses, he gets nothing.
However, when the explosion occurred, the sorceress managed to dodge and was caught by an explosive wave of air that spread quite quickly. A few seconds later, the black-haired woman turned her head back to see what had happened. This gave her a chance to catch her breath and rest a bit. Then she fell to the ground and put her right hand on her stomach and grimaced at the pain that tore through her body. However, she was surprised that she was able to survive. But while I was lying there, I began to think that he must have used up all the mana to use the fireball. And soon people will come here. However, he has no dirt on her, and no one will believe the child's words. Because of this, she decided to recuperate first, and then solve problems as they came. However, she was approached by a blond man who said he could open her up, and all this right now. After saying these words, the guy began to smile slyly, as if he really had something for her.
Do-yoon looked at his phone and cheerfully said that he was planning to go out for a drink tonight. Therefore, he had prepared something. The guy showed the others his cell phone, which had a picture with a lot of girls on it. Check it out. He had started hanging out with them relatively recently. The guy was incredibly pleased.
And at that moment, many people came running to the training field, hearing the powerful explosion and running to the echo of the sound and dust that was still in the air. The prince's aide wanted to ask what was going on here, but he didn't have time, because the black-haired fellow saw her and said her name and began to walk quickly toward her. He sat down next to her and began to help her up, asking what happened. There were many small wounds on her body. The young lady did not have time to answer, because the blond man did it for her, saying that it was he who had done all this to her. All those present turned their heads to him.
Suddenly she slowed down. The devil. She felt that someone was following her. Literally with her back, she felt someone stubbornly staring at her back.
So the guy has to explain why he did it. The sorcerer began to tell him that he had accidentally noticed the lady. She was talking to a man wearing a mask. The words she heard surprised the black-haired woman, and she said, "What?" with her mouth wide open. However, this did not prevent him from continuing his story. So he added that when they saw him, they tried to kill him. After listening carefully, The guard decided to clarify that the blond man was only defending himself. The young man answered briefly and clearly, "Yes." Then the prince's assistant asked if he could prove his words. The sorcerer replied that they had checked each other's bodies, and these could be marks, so he had to examine them.
"He wants to learn how to fight." The guy said the phrase, as if it had cost him a lot of work. "Does she know what it's like to be bullied?"
But the man did not answer any of the questions, and instead slowly drew his sharp large sword, and then he raised it to the faces of the two men, demonstrating that he was not going to listen to them at all.
That's the scumbag. The protagonist was enjoying the company of beautiful girls and not paying attention to anything around him.
Because of this, he needs to find out what really happened and how it is connected to the wizards of the tower. The young lady's friend asked for a few minutes to heal her, though. However, the assistant was quite determined, so he said that they would be able to do this only after the inspection was completed.
Do-Yun stared in surprise in front of him. The sight was truly breathtaking. The guy couldn't wait to start.
The young ladies shook their heads and sadly reported that they had not seen anything suspicious. The sorcerers realized that they were right, so they immediately said that they had said exactly what they had said before, and it turned out that they were suspecting the wrong people, so they immediately began treatment. The assistant turned his gaze to the blond man and asked him a question to find out if he had lied to him. The sorcerer closed his eyes and replied that he had no intention of doing so, because it would be of no use to him. Immediately after he said that, he began to walk slowly toward the black-haired woman who was still sitting on the ground covered in wounds. He went behind her back and put his hand on her neck and apologized for having to do this. The young lady began to resist a little, and turning her gaze back, she tried to see what this impudent boy, who had already done enough damage to her, was going to do.
Someone had suggested we get drunk tonight. The suggestion was a great success, and everyone clapped their hands happily.
A few seconds later, a blue mark of mana appeared where he touched it. Chornyava turned her gaze to her abuser and asked him what he was doing. What does he want from her? The guy didn't give any answer to her question, instead saying that he saw them running their hands around in that place, probably checking the tags. All cold walkers are sent to training camps where they are marked. Only the trainers know about it. Only after a year of interrogation did one of them crack and tell the secret. The prince's assistant turned his head to the other magicians and asked them if they knew what it could mean. What meaning does it have? The men replied that it was the first time they had seen it. Then the assistant asked Ian if he knew. The young man replied that he did not know either. This made the assistant think about the fact that no one knows the meaning of the mark, but it clearly means something important.
The girl hummed and drank some more alcohol. The friends continued to sit back and relax. A hearty laugh spread through their company.
And her two friends had to prepare the mana. The men were also upset because they were too sure of their rightness. Then the prince's assistant turned his head toward the blonde and addressed him by name so that he would look at him. And when their eyes met, the dark man said that if it turned out that he was right, then he would definitely tell His Majesty about it. The blonde stood silently and listened attentively, for this was important information to him.
He's always stalking her, calling her and going to their school. He's really sick. Do-Yun looked at her with surprise. What the hell?
And at one point, it was even funny, because no one could believe it, because this had never happened in their lifetime. So the prince folded his arms across his chest and asked Oliver what his opinion of this blond man was, because it was important for him to hear this information. The assistant said that this guy was really different from all the sorcerers he had met before. His speech and behavior are not like those of ordinary commoners.
A few minutes later, he was already at the bar, and how did he know the girl was right there? The guy stood there looking at the group of friends.
When the blond man entered the room, he immediately bowed his head and looked down as a sign of respect and asked in a low voice if His Majesty had called for him. At this time, the man was already standing by the wardrobe with his hands behind his back, saying that he had been informed that the young man had managed to find a spy among the Coldwoods and had defeated her, even though she was a top-class sorceress. Finally, the gentleman added that he could say with certainty that it was a worthy victory. The blond man closed his eyes and said that he was honored by the praise. Then the prince spread his arms to the sides and began to smile sweetly, saying that the sorcerer deserved a reward, so if he has a specific wish he can voice it. And then the thought flashed through the young man's mind that the prince wanted to test how greedy the boy was, but he would fail. However, once they offered, he would not refuse. He began to say that if they allowed him to, he would like to see the ruins of the old Ivory Tower on his way out of the castle. Hearing this request, the gentleman was quite surprised, so he repeated the words, "Ruins of an old tower. Why? What's interesting there?" The young man replied that he had been told about him as a child, so he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. The prince thought that the sorcerer could have asked for anything, but he asked for such a small thing. However, what can you expect from a child?
The protagonist just silently watched the whole thing. That man is fast. Yonha took another shot of alcohol, but continued to sit in his seat. Chang suddenly totally lost his fear and jumped up on the table, not at all worried that he might break something there.
A book with dragon spells. It is written in the dragon language, which played a key role in the study of temporal magic. This manuscript cannot be found anywhere else. In his past life, he found it shortly before his death and was never able to understand it completely.
Before the girl could react, the guy swung around and slapped her hard. She grimaced but did nothing. She was in incredible pain.
The next day, the crew set off on a journey through a dense forest. The beautiful wooden carriage was accompanied by guards on horseback on all sides. The mother looked out the window with her mouth wide open and said that this was the first time they had ever gotten this far, and it was very beautiful.
However, it was not meant to be. The protagonist jumped up on the table and grabbed the insolent guy's arm. A fight was about to break out.
However, the blond man began to smile sincerely, saying that he also liked the fact that they would travel the world together in the future.
He turned around to him and smiled contemptuously, saying that he had forgotten that they were here. The guy smiled and was already preparing his fist.
The young lady began to laugh loudly, covering her mouth with her hands. Finally, she could relax a little bit and have a normal rest and enjoy the moment. This reaction made my son a little angry, so he turned his head to the window to calm down a bit. Suddenly, however, he heard a knock at the door. It turns out that it was the second vice captain of the Imperial Army, named Paul, who knocked, and he told Ian that they had already arrived at the place. So the sorcerer, as soon as the carriage stopped, began to get out, to see everything with his own eyes. Looking around, everything was just like in his past life. Paul went on to say that they would stay here for 2 days, and His Majesty allowed Ian to move freely throughout the ruined castle. After the words were said, the man began to smile sweetly, because he was in a rather good mood today, and they went on a trip. However, first he decided to show everyone who came to the camp the place where they would stay, that is, where they would be able to rest. The people listened attentively, and he began to follow the vice captain. A few minutes later they arrived in a small village, where they were greeted by a group of people who said with a sincere smile that it was a great honor to receive a follower. The prince was a little confused by these words, so he began to smile unnaturally, saying that he did not need to attach such importance to it.
She looked more closely. She was starting to get annoyed with the kid. He was always getting in trouble. She was starting to gradually get annoyed with this behavior. Why couldn't this monkey just calm?
And then the boy concluded that the gentleman was not behaving badly with ordinary people, so maybe he was actually a good person, and not the one he wanted to appear to be. And a memory from my past life came to mind. Namely, when they met, the prince looked quite hostile and was always angry with everyone around him. There was no smile on his face, and his eyebrows were drawn together. His eyes reflected orange light. Therefore, we could conclude that he was dissatisfied with his life.
The boy gritted his teeth and moved forward towards his opponent. He was starting to get annoyed. He's attacking! He can't dodge!
He behaves differently with other people who do not belong to the family and aristocrats. He smiles sweetly, happily, and naturally carries on a conversation. He must have realized that the emperor wanted his son to become a follower. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by the alchemist's son, who addressed the blonde as captain and asked when they would go to the ruins.
And with his fast punches, he's not letting him follow him. Slippery bastard. Zhang swung, but his opponent dodged in time. It was as if he was
The blonde was tired, so he closed his eyes and began to think that the basement would still appear at dawn. So he told the young man that they would go down together tomorrow. The boy was very happy to hear these words. He couldn't believe it, so he asked again, "Shall we go together?" Because he was clearly not expecting such an offer. Immediately after the positive answer, the guy's emotions exploded, and he began to rejoice loudly, smiling and thanking for the opportunity. Watching this conversation from the side, the alchemist said to the sorcerer's mother that Douglas must have made friends with Ian. Finally, his boy would have someone useful to spend time with.
What a degenerate. Now he got into a fighting stance and aimed his heavy fists at his opponent, who was probably ready for anything.
I immediately wondered if Ian had always acted like such an adult, since he was only 12 years old. At his age, other children think about completely different things. The blonde woman turned her gaze to her son and said, looking at him sweetly, that Ian had grown up very early because he had no other option. He is very intelligent and caring, just like his father. Although he doesn't say anything, the woman feels guilty that he has to try to replace his father. The interlocutor clarified, "Does he look like his father? Was your husband a sorcerer?" The gentleman was interested in learning more about the people he was traveling with. The mother tilted her head and looked down a little, as painful memories came to mind, and answered that no. Her Fran was an ordinary person, just like she was.
This jerk is too weak. Was he supposed to be his next opponent? At this time, the protagonist was trying to recover. His head was ringing from the many blows. Why was he so fast?
However, she didn't finish her sentence because she realized that she might say too much, and then her son would be angry. So if he wants to tell me, he will. And she answered briefly, no. And the interlocutor did not ask, because his conscience did not allow him to press on what the person did not want to talk about. It was a journey by wind and stars. After the war ended, he was able to escape the supervision of the emperor and the Ivory Tower, and wandered around without meaning.
After that, he fell to the ground and blood started flowing from his head. The boy approached the protagonist and asked, "Do you know what happened?"
And today, a young sorcerer stood on this spot. He stopped on the first step and looked carefully at everything around him because he had seen this place before. A few seconds later, he realized that nothing had changed at all since then. Therefore, what he came here for must be in its place. 300 years ago, a war took place here between the wizards of the tower and the followers of the dragons, the Draconians. But some of the walls still managed to survive and withstand this battle. Dragons and gargoyles used black magic and had enough power to destroy an entire empire because they needed to eliminate their rivals. However, the high-ranking wizards of the tower had Mitchell Greenriver as the past ruler of the empire, because he could not leave his comrades to their fate, and they were able to subdue the will of the dragons and destroy the gargoyles to keep peace on their land. When the emperor led his empire to victory, he gave up his status and devoted himself entirely to his work in the tower. The old tower stopped being used after a while because people lost interest in it. So the area became a ruin, which the boy was now looking at. Then he began to walk slowly to the place where he was supposed to be, and in his opinion, it had to be here. So he stood still for a few seconds. Then he touched one of the stones and began to observe what would happen after that, because it takes some time. It turned out that a staircase was supposed to appear, leading deep into the dungeon, into which he immediately began to descend without anyone noticing him. It was quite dark there, so the blond man had to use the magic of light. After that, a small ball of blue light appeared in his hand. When the room finally became lighter, he saw a large statuette in front of him that looked like a gargoyle. It was quite creepy and inspired some fear, and the thought flashed through his mind that when he first saw this creature, he was very surprised, because it looked completely different from what he had imagined. After all, this creature had a large mouth with many different-sized teeth that could deliver a deadly bite. Who knew that a real gargoyle would be found in a godforsaken place 300 years after those events, and that it could attack him now? And everything happened as expected. The creature pushed off the shelf it was sitting on and began to fly straight at the sorcerer, who froze in place for a few seconds. But having mastered his feelings, The guy decided to quickly use a water balloon to stop the creature and prevent it from attacking him. The water balloon hit the gargoyle right in the stomach and threw it back. The creature did not expect to be stopped like that. Therefore, it began to scream loudly out of surprise. Then he hit one of the walls, and a large dent immediately formed in that place, and a cloud of dust rose. The blonde began to look at that place to see what was wrong with the creature.
Chan laughed. That's hilarious. What happens if she doesn't hold back? He laughed at the girl's confidence. What does this girl think of herself anyway? She doesn't even know who he is.
And while he was thinking about it, the gargoyle had already climbed out and began to look intently at his offender, who was now standing below and also looking at him. However, the creature was so angry about what the boy had done to it that it began to move quickly toward its offender. But the young man also had magic he could use in such a case, namely ice spears, which in a couple of seconds began to fly with the sharp side towards the creature. One of them even managed to pierce the creature in the stomach, which again allowed it to stop the offender in midair for a few seconds. However, the blonde decided not to wait so long, and immediately used the magic of lightning, which began to appear immediately around his hand. A second later, he pointed this weapon in the direction of the gargoyle, and it began to burn, and a large fire of bright orange color appeared around it. Then the young man began to think about what he could do after defeating this giant, dangerous creature, which, in his opinion, was no longer showing any signs of life.
Her movements were really just flawless. After deftly dodging another kick, she swung around and kicked the guy in the forehead again. This time the blow was much harder. There was a crunch, his nose broke, and he fell backwards, spattering bloody snot. "Fucking bitch!" he screamed. The guy couldn't take the humiliation. Some girl playing with him like a toy. The guy didn't know what
to get down. The young man used the magic of an easy landing, because there were no stairs down, so he had to get out of the situation.
However, it was only a trick. Faking a punch with her hand, she waited until the guy put up a block, and with all her might, she kicked.
The young man was very pleased to see her, because in this life they were able to meet much earlier, and he would be able to apply her knowledge. The book looked very beautiful. Some of its parts were decorated with gold, which gave it great value in those difficult times for all people. When Ian came closer to the table, he calmly and quietly addressed his find and asked who had hidden it here, in this godforsaken place. Then the boy began to suggest who could have done it, and in his opinion, it could have been the dragon or the first sorcerer because no one else could have done it.
Soon, her rival with a rumble fell a few meters away from her and did not get up. The girl hummed and said that she had said he was just as weak, right?
But when he carefully picked it up and opened the pages, what he saw surprised him. Inside were blank pages, and then he assumed that it was because he had been able to use it before. That is, he had used her knowledge in a previous life. Not fully understanding why he could not see the text in the book, the sorcerer closed it very loudly and began to think about what to do next. When he started to move towards the exit, he realized that it was good that he remembered the ones he had learned in his past life. He began to recite them in order to use at least one of them, and he was unable to use anything. The language of dragons depends entirely on mana, not on pronunciation, and it turns out that dragon spells can be used only once, and then they disappear.
However, his body still ached from such a beating. So he landed on his knee, that guy in red and that girl.
And he expected to be able to go back and forth as much as he wanted. And this conclusion upset the sorcerer a bit, because he had other plans. However, it is good that he learned about it now, and not when it would have been too late. But at this time, the passage of time will put much more pressure on him. The next day, everyone set out on the road and had to arrive in the capital after a certain period of time. Ian was informed about this by one of the guards. Immediately after these words, the carriage with the guards began to drive to the gates of the settlement, where large flags hanging at the very entrance symbolized the authorities in the area. When the sorcerer began to look at everything through the window, the thought flashed through his mind that he was finally tired of the journey. But from that moment on, he began to worry about how the meeting would go, how he would be received here, and what conditions he would have to live and work in. He was also worried that if Cecilia escaped and united with other Coldwalkers, the Empire would immediately start hunting for him, and she will be the first to tell him that he knows about their existence. Therefore, she needs to be closely monitored at all times so that she cannot do anything like that. And it was starting to irritate him, because he had enough problems without her, and now he would have to constantly deal with this young lady. But then something happened that made him stop his thoughts and look to the right in surprise at the scene of the incident that had attracted the attention of everyone present. Therefore, they all stopped in their tracks, not understanding what they should do next and why it was happening this way, because it should have been different. It turns out that a group of people dressed in long, dark cloaks appeared on the road. One of them stuck his hand out and ordered those who were moving to stop. The prince's black-haired assistant did not understand what was going on and what this gentleman wanted from them. After all, he was accompanying the main person, and an ordinary person cannot allow this to happen. However, when the man looked closely, he saw that their movement was obstructed by the owner of the tower. He stood quite confidently and was very serious. So the assistant quickly dismounted from his horse and asked the man why he was obstructing the king's follower. The gentleman replied that he had received such an order from His Majesty. The guard was quite surprised to hear this information, as he did not understand why such a decision had been made. The owner of the tower said that the investigation into the case of the sorceress, Cecilia, was being transferred to the Ivory Tower. So right now, it should be given to them. The black-haired young man emphasized that he could see that the Lord was in a hurry, since he did not even allow them to enter the castle. And something must have changed during their absence. The sorcerer closed his eyes and clarified that he needed to deal with everything first, and not put it in a box that would be forgotten and not dealt with properly. When the assistant passed by the gentleman, he quietly told him to relax because they were taking the investigation seriously, so he could be calm.
They huddled together, shaking with fear. The guys continued to rage. If they didn't know who they were, they had to find out. If they can't find out anything about those freaks, they'll have their heads off.
It turns out that it was the owner who said this, emphasizing that as long as the guilt is unproven, she is still the witch of the tower. Because of this, she should be treated with a certain amount of respect.
He must find her and tear her to shreds. His whole face was wrapped in band-aids, his nose was broken, and his eyes burned with fire with rage.
The other guards also complained that they had brought her and guarded her all this time, and that the wizards would investigate. So one of them turned to the captain and asked if this was legal. And whatever the order was, it was not fair. The blonde expected this development because they are not at all concerned about Cecilia's fate. They simply cannot bear the thought of a sorcerer being judged by ordinary people. They will lock her up in the deepest prison of the Ivory Tower, from which even she will not be able to escape. And then they will look for a way out of the situation to save their honor. The mother looked out the window and asked her son what was wrong. He replied that it was nothing important, so you don't have to worry about anything. Then he turned to face his window and folded his arms across his chest, saying that at least that was one less problem. And he doesn't have to think about what to do with this witch. A few minutes later, however, Ian was told that His Majesty had said that before the young man could enter the castle, he needed to visit a place. When the boy came out near that place, he said with a wide-open mouth, "This is..." But then the words were only in his head. That this is the estate that Ragnar gave him in his past life when he became a 5th-grade sorcerer.
She squeezed his shoulders so much that the principal cried out in pain. She had said, "You can't take him." At this time, she looked as if a demon had possessed her for a moment.
After hearing these words, the boy bowed low and said that his mercy knew no bounds. The prince told him not to make him laugh, because what kind of mercy is that? As the young man stood bowing, he remembered that in his previous life, he was 26 years old when he received the castle as a gift, and this time he was not even 14. And he said out loud that the estate was simply magnificent. The prince put his right hand to his beard and closed his eyes, saying that the sorcerer could leave his family and assistants here while they went to the castle together. The boy asked if it was necessary to meet with the emperor today. After all, he and his mother would like to have a quick look around. The prince said yes, but the meeting should still take place. When the woman and her son entered, the lady was amazed at the grandeur and beauty of it. Ian asked her how she felt, But without waiting for an answer, he said that this was now their new home. A memory flashed through his mind that, in his past life, a woman had left this world long before he received the estate. The mother put her hand on her chest and said that an ordinary person could live here because, in her opinion, this place looked better than the imperial houses. No matter how great a magician the blond boy became, he could not accept the fact that his mother was not around. That's why he happily said that the royal family used to use this estate. But now everything is different. He can give her anything he wants, and they will be able to spend more time together, because he missed it so much. The young man caught up with his mother and looked her straight in the eye and asked her how she was doing. The woman paused for a few minutes, not knowing how to answer, and the boy was able to conclude that in this life he would be able to see his mother happy. And these thoughts were interrupted by a lady who said that it was quite spacious and beautiful, but she was worried about whether she would be able to keep such a large house clean. But then something rather strange happened, which even surprised the young man himself. And he turned to his mother and said that from now on she would not have to touch the dirty dishes or clean them, because they could afford it. And he finally left his place of residence because he had an important meeting to attend. Meanwhile, everyone in the imperial castle was also preparing for the meeting. The closer the blonde approached, the more touching it was for him, because in his past life he had never met the present emperor. After all, when he graduated from the academy and began to change the world, the disease had already taken him away. However, he was constantly well spoken of because of his wisdom and political leadership.
He said goodbye, tossed them that he had his own things to do, and walked briskly forward into the school building. The boys just stayed behind him.
After all, he had heard so much about him that he was indeed a very great and wonderful person to follow.
Well, if you can't do it one way, you have to try another. The boy decided to pull himself together and finally do something useful. He took a broom and started sweeping the neighborhood of the academy. The girl saw this and snickered.
However, he did not know what would happen when they met again. It is not clear yet. And while he was thinking about all this, he had already reached the door through which he needed to enter and meet His Majesty.
She walked past him and walked briskly into the building, slamming the door loudly one last time. He was starting to piss her off more and more.
When the sorcerer was finally able to enter, he saw the chief sitting calmly on his throne, with his son standing next to him. The blond man got down on one knee and, with his head bowed down, quietly said that he was honored to meet His Majesty. The chief said in a serious tone that the boy should stand up. He began to say that Ian Page, a native of the South, was very young and had already achieved a lot. The blond man got to his feet, looked down and replied that it was not so. His Majesty said that he was telling it like it is. After all, in such a short period of time, he could hardly learn the etiquette of a nobleman. That's why he can be himself. The young man was very offended by the words, "Relax. You haven't had time to learn all the rules of etiquette yet." Ragnar also said these words to him during their first meeting. However, these reflections were interrupted by the boss, who said that the boy had come a very long way. Then, the gentleman asked if the sorcerer liked the mansion, because he had chosen one of those used by his family. Meanwhile, the prince stood nearby and listened attentively. The guy began to smile sweetly, saying that he had never thought of such a house even in his wildest dreams. And of course, he had to lie about this point. But His Majesty did not understand what the guest meant, so he decided to ask if he liked it or not.
She finally softened, and with a heavy sigh said, "He likes to hang around with the same kind of scum so much? Or defeat? Does it really matter?"
Then His Majesty asked if the sorcerer knew why he was here. Why did he send his follower after him? Why did he invite him to the estate? And why did he give him a house upon his arrival? While these questions were being asked, thoughts flashed through his mind. Should he answer directly? After all, straightforwardness was a quality he liked in Ragnar, and he probably got it from his father. But he realized that it was not yet time for him to get what he needed. So he will pretend to be an ordinary 12-year-old boy with simple thoughts and desires. And so I had to answer what a child would answer. He replied that perhaps it was because he was a talented sorcerer, because people were always saying that he was better at magic than anyone else. The chief folded his arms across his chest and said, "You think? Is it because of your talent?" And then the room fell silent, as the young man had to think about these words and formulate his answer. The prince, who was still in the room, even thought about these words, but did not say a word. But it was at this moment that he turned to his father, and when he heard his son's voice, he turned his head to find out what he wanted. Then the man said that Ian was just a child. What could he possibly understand now? This surprised His Majesty, because it was the first time he had ever seen a prince stand up for someone. After all, he does not have the kind of character to interfere in anything. Because of this, the boss decided to support his son's position, as it might give him some confidence in himself and his words. So he answered with a short and clear, "That's right."
For a second, fear flashed in her eyes, however. The body of the protagonist appeared literally out of nowhere. He jumped straight forward to cover the girl and not let those bikers touch her.
And all children are entitled to a reward for good deeds. So the gentleman asked what the boy wanted to get. The blonde began to think that the kindness of the current emperor knew no bounds, so here was his chance. But he said out loud that he had already thought about it. Then he emphasized in his head that he was a child now, and if he were older, he could ask for something more valuable. So he said out loud that he wanted to see everything here. His Majesty was a little surprised by this, so he asked again, "To see?" The sorcerer added that he wanted to see the castle from the inside, how beautiful it was, and then share his impressions with his mother. The prince turned to his father again and said that on the way here, the young man had asked to see the ruins of the old tower. He added that all children are curious at a young age. The chief replied that if that was the case, he did not mind, and would make an order right away so that he could fulfill his wish in peace. Then one of His Majesty's aides showed the boy the object, and the chief said that by showing this sign, he would be able to pass through any room of the castle. The sorcerer could also ask the guards to show him where everything was. The young man picked up the card, which looked very beautiful and golden. Finally, His Majesty asked if he had any other wishes. The young man looked down and smiled sweetly and replied that he had nothing more to dream about. But the chief smilingly said that for once he would reward the sorcerer at his own discretion. After all, his wish seemed quite ordinary, and immediately after these words, he said one word, "Bring it in." And maids began to enter the room holding something in their hands.
So that now he could look down on everyone as they had once looked down on him when he was weak and helpless.
Then His Majesty said that these maids who came in would go to the Blonde Manor. He emphasized that they had been working there for a long time, so there should be no problems. Hearing these words, the young man immediately began to think that now his mother would not have to worry about cleaning. So he thanked His Majesty for his generosity. After the meeting, the sorcerer went out into the corridor and slowly closed the door behind him and stopped for a few seconds to calm down, and to conclude that this gentleman is indeed a very great man. He also didn't expect to receive sympathy. He had this feeling of being checked and suspected. That's why you need to be resilient. He also had to be on his guard when talking to anyone in the place, especially Ragnar. However, he remembered that he needed to take care of something because there was little time left. So he headed for the royal garden. When a guard stood in the way, the guy took out a sign and said that His Majesty had told him to show it to him. Seeing this, the subordinate replied that he would show him around. Then, once inside, the young man decided that he would pretend to look at the local buildings. However, he was very happy to finally be in the royal sanctuary. After all, he loves this place very much because he spent a long period of time here in his past life. In some moments he was happy, and no one else but the royal family has the right to come here, to the place where his ancestors rest. One day I will be here, but it is still a long way off. These words were spoken by Ragnar. The wizard decided to go down into one of the dungeons. However, he was a bit frightened by a strange and loud sound. It turns out that it was a security guard who was on duty that day. He found it so boring that he even fell asleep. But the young man decided to use the magic of sleep just in case, so that the man would not wake up and find him here.
She began to shout at him, but the guy did not hear her. A trickle of blood flowed from his head, forming a puddle under him. His eyes slowly started to close. He had no strength to say anything.
But for some reason, walking through the halls, the young man could not find what he... The guy's eyes opened.
He started frantically looking around. His head hurt incredibly. Where was he? The guy couldn't understand it.
Using an ice spear, he cut them off and began to hide them in his cloth bag. And what he had gained would be enough. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice say, "What are you doing here at this hour?" This scared the young man, because he did not expect anyone to catch him here. It was also possible that the magic had not worked and the guard had woken up. So he decided to quickly extinguish his light so as not to draw attention to himself once again. He decided to hide. When he was standing near one of the big columns, he heard two people talking about something, and they were in great humor. It turns out that he was a guy a little older than the sorcerer. He had brown hair. Walking down the stairs, he addressed the princess with a serious expression. Hearing these words, the blonde repeated to himself, "A princess?" And he began to analyze that there were 3 princesses in the royal family, and of course not one of them was Ragnar. Then he heard the voice of a young lady who said quietly that no one comes here and it is quite quiet, and that she does not have prying ears. A second later, she added that she had come here because her duty as a princess required it. Then she turned to Mr. Kevin and said that he wanted to test the sanctuary's security. And then the blonde realized by the voice that it was Haley Greenriver, who is the sister of the prince consort. So he turned his gaze to her to get a better look. But for some reason, the young man was very nervous, because he was worried that someone would report it to the tower, and then they would not be able to wash it off.
Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer. Turning around, the girl shouted, "Okay! She'll help him for the first and last!"
Then the young lady joyfully folded her hands in prayer and said that her relatives would understand, because she was doing this for the sake of her father and brother. The guy who came with her watched in silence.
From this day forward, they will meet every night at Cumden Park. They'll have individualized training sessions. Let him take it as a thank you for today.
So, turning to the lady, he asked her if she remembered the techniques they had learned last time. The woman quickly and clearly replied, "Of course I remember." The young man asked her to start with the light. The woman said she would try it now, but first she would concentrate the mana. And literally a second later, she succeeded.
He was doing his best, giving it his best effort. His breathing quickened, along with his heartbeat. Since this was the first thing he needed to learn, he figured this technique would come easily to him.
Hailey Trinriver is a woman who has lived her life quietly, like a caged bird. She followed her brother, the successive prince, after Ragnar took the throne and executed him. In his past life, Ian did not know that the young lady was a witch. However, he does not understand why she hides it from everyone. So far, this is not clear to the young man. However, the independent study of magic, as well as the concealment of magical skills, is punishable by law, and her sorcerer cannot but know about it. Then the princess asked her assistant to teach her the magic of protecting a volcano or something else. However, the gentleman replied that it was a difficult spell for him as well. Suddenly, a strange sound caught the lady's attention, and she froze in her tracks and listened. The boy did not understand what was happening, so he asked His Majesty what had happened. At this time, the young lady's mind was racing with thoughts of what if they were noticed. Then they would not get out of trouble. When the boy realized, he nervously said that they had to leave immediately. The princess smilingly asked her assistant to calm down.
He possesses boxing skills. Therefore, he's very good at dodging, speed, and counterattacks. And in footwork, this idiot must be a master.
When the sorcerer had already left the room and was looking at her on the street, he realized that today he had witnessed a very unique situation. But no one could have known that the princess was a witch. Therefore, he needs to think carefully about what he has seen, because in this life it can benefit him. She probably hides her capabilities because she knows that the owner of the tower supports Ragnar, and there is simply no need to demonstrate to everyone what she is capable of. The sorcerer's trip to the sanctuary took a little longer than he expected, and when he was finally leaving, he was approached by a guard who asked if he was finished. But it was for the best, because he found what he really wanted. Turning his head to his interlocutor and smiling sweetly, he answered, "Yes, thank you." Immediately after his little trip, the young man decided to return to his new home. After all, his mother is waiting for him here, and he wants to spend as much time as possible with her. When he entered the room, he was greeted by the alchemist he had brought with him. So he went to him first.
In order not to waste time, the protagonist during the normal life continued to train. Walking down the street, he jumped from foot to foot, and passers-by turned around at him, frightened to look after him.
The sorcerer heard this information and said that it was to their advantage. These words surprised the alchemist, who did not yet understand what Mr. Ian meant. Then the sorcerer asked his companion if they could talk. After receiving a positive answer, the young man closed the door behind him so that no one could hear their conversation. And when they were alone, the blond man told the alchemist that he wanted him to prepare an elixir. He said these words with a serious expression on his face, which symbolized important intentions.
However, his trainer didn't think to stop. She took the stick in her hands and came closer to him. But didn't she say it was okay to call it a day?
The sorcerer took out a bag in which he demonstrated mushrooms with a stone heart. They can paralyze a person and stop the heart. The gentleman listened to this information carefully.
As soon as he heard that, it instantly turned red. It seemed he wasn't ready for something like this yet. What was she even up to? Lady, are you out of your mind? What kind of preparation is he talking about? The girl, and looked at him. Fucking asshole, take your shoes off. Naturally, that's not what the guy originally thought.
However, he recalled that he had been told about this when he was a teenager. So he replied that he knew what his interlocutor was talking about. But you could see the sadness on his face. So the blond man went on to say that he needed an elixir that would help him bypass this magic. The alchemist was again surprised by this information because he did not expect to receive such a request, and he asked if the alchemist could do it. The man replied that he would first need to conduct certain experiments to obtain the final product. Ian replied that the better the better. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and interrupted the conversation between the two men. The sorcerer turned his head toward the door to see who it was. Someone who was there said that Ian had received a letter from the Ivory Tower. So the young man quickly went to the door and opened it to read it. For a few seconds, the boy held the letter in his hands and wondered whether he should open it right now or after meeting his mother, since they hadn't seen each other for almost a whole day. But I decided to read it anyway. The text was as follows. Newly arrived wizard Ian Page, we are also looking forward to meeting you. According to the rules, you are required to attend training at the tower. We fully recognize your talent for magic. Exactly 1 week from now, there will be an official meeting in the tower. Because you are the wizard of the tower, we hope you will attend. And when the alchemist heard the word week, he became worried, because for him it was not enough time. So the sorcerer turned his head to his assistant and asked him if he could cope with the task he was facing. The man replied, "A week at a time." He added that he would just stay awake and do his best. Ian was very pleased with these words and said that he was relying on the alchemist. And now a whole week has passed, and the sorcerer has already set out on his way to the Tower of the Elephant's Braid, where an official meeting will take place, which he must attend.
The girl hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow? She began to swirl the tube of ointment. It seemed the guy's insistence was starting to annoy her again. Was he starting to make a fool of himself again? What kind of moron is that? The girl was getting annoyed with his stubbornness again. Why is he being so stubborn? Stop fooling around. He's not a kid.
Then he turned his gaze to the window and began to look at the road they were traveling to the tower. But his mind kept thinking about what he should do. A few minutes later, through the window, he saw that large, beautiful building, which was only a little way away. And there he would be met by people who needed to be treated properly.
Continuing to lose my head. The guy said he probably excelled at footwork, so we might as well get started. The girl interrupted him. Is he kidding me?
But he came back to her anyway, so everything in this life would be better than before. When he arrived at the main entrance, he was met by a man who addressed him as Mr. Ian Page.
The boy looked at her with a doomed look. What should he do then? He couldn't just give up. The girl thought, in this situation, there's no way he could beat him.
And then, with a sincere smile, she told the young man to follow her, because she would take him to the owner of the tower. After all, that was why she had been sent here. When they entered through the large doors, The young lady turned to the guest and said that the first floor was called the Hall of Enlightenment. Then they stopped in the middle of the room and began to look at what they saw together. The young man tried to memorize everything. However, a second later, Ian realized that the years had not changed this place at all, and it was unlikely to change in the future. That's why everything here is very familiar to him. Suddenly, this awkward silence was interrupted by an assistant, who asked the sorcerer if he could see a golden disc a few meters away.
He remembered his coach's words. There was no way he could beat him when it came to sports, but this was just a fight. The girl smirked and squinted her eyes.
And on it, high-ranking sorcerers climbed to the very top floor. And she invited the young man to try it, because that's where the owner of the tower would be waiting for him. And immediately, this disc lit up, and Ian began to look around to show his surprise at the device, even though he had seen it before. As the sorcerer moved between floors, he took out the small flask to examine its contents again. After all, he didn't have much time left to take it. And just in the last seconds, he managed to drink the elixir. And having stopped on the top floor, the young man froze to feel those strange sensations after taking it. But his attention was also drawn to what was right in front of his face, and he was excited, so he still needed to control his emotions. It turns out that he is separated from the meeting by a large metal door. He needs to go through it and finally hold the meeting he had been preparing for almost a week.
As soon as the referee's hand swept past the face of the protagonist, he grouped himself and prepared to put all his strength into one blow.
The owner of the tower sat in his luxurious chair and smiled sweetly, saying that he was very happy that the sorcerer had accepted their invitation to meet. Then the man pointed to a chair next to his desk and told Ian not to stand by the door and to come in and make himself comfortable and feel at home. He added that he understood that he was a little nervous. After all, as it turned out, there was a group of people in the room who were sitting on chairs and looking at the guest ambiguously. But there is no point in worrying about it. However, these words did not dispel those worries and anxious thoughts. On the contrary, it became even more frightening to somehow express myself.
However, this time, his opponent was ready for it. He deftly dodged, no way this time. He cleverly ducked under his arm, and in a second was on the other side of the line of attack. But everything was under control. The protagonist approached his opponent closely and looked into his frightened eyes. The guy didn't see that coming.
After all sorcerers are much closer to each other than blood relatives. Therefore, there is no place for distrust among them. The boy put his hands on the circle and listened attentively. After these words, the young man, with a naive expression, asked the chief a question that read as follows: "Are you going to interrogate me?" He did this to demonstrate himself as a child. The man folded both his arms across his chest and replied that they really looked so scary, and he added that such barbaric methods were not their thing, but the boy would have to answer the questions. And immediately after that, he suggested that we start, so that we could get it over with and have a normal conversation. Ian Page was born in 488 under the sign of the Red Goat. His father is a merchant, Fran Page, and his mother is a cook, Vanessa Page. And in the end, the question arose: is all this true? The sorcerer answered that it was. The next question was asked by an older man with a gray mustache, and it read as follows: "We are interested in the reason for your connections with the alchemist Letio." Ian looked down and said that his mother was sick and needed to take medicine all the time, and the Lord advised him to hire an alchemist to be with her all the time. Then the following question was asked: "Why did you go to the ruins of the old tower?" The boy turned his head to the person who asked and replied that he had seen these ruins in books and had been dreaming of seeing them with his own eyes. After that, the man who sat farthest away and folded his arms across his chest asked in a serious tone whether the young man remembered the sorceress Cecilia. The young man answered briefly and clearly, "Of course." Then the gentleman continued to say that he had noticed that she was dating someone, and when she saw him, she tried to kill him. And in the end, he asked if it was true. The blond man replied that this was exactly what happened, and that at that moment he thought he was going to die. The next question was asked by a woman who raised her right hand to his beard, and asked if he had ever studied magic before. Ian replied that he had not. But then a logical question arose. How did the guy know how to use spells like the one that made him look like a fireball and a freezing explosion? After all, this is exactly the kind of knowledge that future magicians acquire while studying at the academy, and no one has ever managed to do it on their own. And finally, there was a clarification that they wanted to get a convincing answer to this question, but it didn't work out that way. Or it happened by accident, or I don't understand how it happened. With a sad expression on his face, the young man confidently replied that he had been thinking about what he wanted, and it began to manifest itself not only in his thoughts. For example, fire in your palms. And so it was until one day it manifested, and it surprised him quite a bit. One of the adult sorcerers got angry because he did not like this answer. So he angrily began to shout that this was impossible and that it all looked like nonsense. And then the room fell silent. No one knew how to react. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but there was still some tension. The chief put his head in his hands and thought that they had used the magic of interrogation. And because of this, they could not assume that the guy was lying to them. He went on to suggest that the first sorcerer, of whom legends tell, could have been disguised as a child, or this young man of the highest rank who could suppress the magic of interrogation. However, this is not possible because he is so young. So the man is very curious to know who this guy is and what he can offer them next.
A few seconds later, the boxer's powerful sledgehammer came close to the protagonist's face. He naturally wouldn't have time to dodge and caught a powerful straight punch right in his nose.
Then she said that it was enough to ask stupid questions. She suggested that they finally ask what they were all here for. The other sorcerers began to calm the young lady, named Helen, reminding her that the owner of the tower was still present in the room. However, this had no effect on her, so she put her right hand to her side and came closer to the young man and asked him the question, "Who are you anyway?" After all, this question worries everyone present. A second later, she added that she had had enough of these lying answers. Is that why she suggested that the guy finally tell her who he is? Because her patience was running out. She also asked why the sorcerer was lying to them all. As the lady spoke, the blonde realized that she was the same as she had been in his past life.
He still didn't have much of a chance, right? Her fist stopped just a few centimeters away from his chin. The guy was even a little scared. If the girl hit, he definitely wouldn't get up anymore.
After such an emotional speech, the guy with wide-open eyes asked his interlocutor a question that clarified what she didn't know. With red-haired eyebrows, she asked in surprise, "What?" because she did not understand what the young man meant. And he said that everything was written in the certificate. And he said, Ian Page, born in 1948, a red goat. And at the end, he asked if the young lady could read. After these words, the woman simply exploded, along with her emotions. She clenched her teeth, drew her eyebrows together, and her eyes turned red. So she asked if the guy was thinking of making fun of her. However, this fight was stopped by the boss, who was still sitting at his desk and watching this action. So when things were getting out of hand, he ordered them to stop.
Young leaned back. He was in incredible pain, but he still followed his trainer's advice. At least he had no other choice.
And he began to say that on the day of the inspection, he had a conflict with a soldier. The soldier did not behave properly with his mother. The man then reminded them that the gentleman's name was Jonathan, and that he had been a bit arrogant toward them. The sorcerer showed that he did not yet understand what was going to be discussed, but the chief continued to say that the next day, after the incident, the soldier died, or to be more precise, he was found in the river. And during the examination of the body, traces of mana were found, and at the very end, the head of the tower asked if he could relate the incident to him. And then, a blue light appeared in his eyes, which symbolized that he was getting tense. The young man lowered his head and looked down for a few seconds, and began to think that there was a reason why this man was appointed the head of the tower. After all, he could skillfully bring everyone to light, and he never relied on magic alone. He was always thinking critically and questioning everything, and he tried to understand everything to the end rather than immediately accuse. An ordinary person would be confused if they were accused of murder. The thought flashed through his mind that if he remained calm, they would definitely start to suspect something.
Young asked, "What's that asshole doing? What the fuck?" The boy was boiling with rage. His rival blushed and pretended to say that he hadn't felt a man's warmth in a long time.
But then the question arose that he might have to answer what they wanted him to say. So he put his hand on his heart and answered that he knew nothing about it. This answer made all the sorcerers present rise to their feet, because they clearly did not expect this and needed to release their emotions, at least somehow. Everyone was looking at the young man, who was sitting facing the main tower, because it was by looking at him that he was supposed to answer the question.
But even so, he thinks the girl's heat is much better. The boxer jumped towards him and prepared his weighty fist while his opponent hesitated. Young was surprised. He didn't even have time to regroup. He swung his fist, but the experienced boxer had already aimed his straight punch at his nose.
So the chief looked down and said that it was good, because the young man could not have done something like that. He apologized for asking such a rude question, but he decided to admit that he had made up the fact that traces of mana were found on the body, because that was what was supposed to bring the guy to the cleaners, as if he had used his powers carelessly. And in fact, the soldier fell off the bridge and simply drowned, unable to get to his feet. The blonde tried to listen carefully to this information. He added that he understands that lying is bad, and he hopes for understanding, because every sorcerer present here has gone through this ritual. Therefore, the chief assumes that the guest himself understands that his case is an exception for the Ivory Tower, and they know nothing about his power. That's why they need to fix this situation. They need to find out not only what they are capable of now, but also what they will be capable of in the future. Then the head of the tower began to tell him that right in front of the boy was a mana storehouse, and it is the main source of the building's power.
He squinted his eyes and wondered if it could be that he had suddenly become so much stronger. However, the fight was getting more and more interesting. It didn't matter how it happened. It was the spectacle that mattered.
The owner of the tower said yes. After all the wizards present want to see everything, and to draw a certain conclusion for themselves, because it's already taken a long time. The young man, approaching the balloon, remembered that the storehouse could be filled with mana to the 3rd grade, and it would be better for him to fill it up to the 2nd. After all, if he shows them as much as the sorcerers want to see, they will finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, it is not yet clear why he would do this. After all, he was an 8th grade sorcerer, but his name will not remain in history, and they will not write wise leader or great leader next to him. Ian has always lived because the situation demanded it. So this time, he doesn't care about power, authority, or honor, because he doesn't need them. And, standing next to the ball, he tried to collect all his mana and direct it into it. And gradually the object changed its color from neutral to blue. And at that moment, he realized that magic was more precious to him than anything else. And there is no one stronger than him. That's why he is going to demonstrate it to everyone. In 1 second, the ball began to crack, because its frame could no longer withstand the influx of mana that Ian had sent into it. It just shattered into small pieces all over the room.
He finally remembered what the girl had taught him. Footwork. Finally a way out. All he had to do was put it into practice, and victory was in his pocket.
After this incident, the young man leaned over the balloon and began to cough loudly, because he had to use a lot of his strength to do this. And given that he is still a child, this is a lot for him. The owner of the tower sat there for a few minutes with his mouth wide open, because he hadn't expected to see such a level from such a young sorcerer either. And now, he didn't know what to do next. After the dust settled, the other people present also froze in their seats and looked attentively at their guest with wide-open mouths and eyes. Only the young lady with red hair was able to express her thoughts out loud, namely, how is this even possible? After all, she thought he was a 3rd-ranked sorcerer. But his level exceeded their expectations. During this time, he was able to regain some of his strength to strike a confident pose to show his best. When everyone had taken their seats, one of the men rose abruptly to his feet, slammed his fist on the table, and said that the rumors about Ian Page were true. On top of that, he was not a 3rd, but a fourth-level sorcerer. Then he turned to the owner of the tower and said that he was the only one who was no match for this young man. Then the sorcerer asked if everyone had seen Ian's face when he lied about killing Jonathan's soldier or whatever his name was. The gentleman was very outraged by the situation. So he turned to his friends in anger and asked them if they understood what this could mean.
His opponent didn't have time to react. He was hit with a powerful blow, and his mind seemed to be turned upside down.
But he doesn't need to go to an academy and have his mana checked for 5 years in the provinces. The owner of the tower said he thought so too. She agrees that Ian should not enter the academy. After all, he will become a problem for other students who are just starting their way in this direction. Because if they are wizards of the highest class, they feel uncomfortable. So it's hard to imagine how they'll feel when they see all the possibilities of this young man. Then the gray-haired leader said that it didn't matter whether Ian Page killed that soldier or helped him die. That was not the problem. The main thing is that the magic of interrogation works, and they will always be able to find out whether he is lying or not.
He aimed at his opponent again, but the protagonist used his legs as if he had been boxing all his life. Deftly dodging each punch, he fluttered like a butterfly.
And everyone should also remember that the stronger their sorcerers are, the stronger the tower itself will be. Therefore, they all need to unite and combine their powers. Because of this, the head of the tower proposed that Ian Page be recognized as the 12th Archwizard and officially declared a 4th-class wizard. Also, given his young age, he should receive individualized training from a higher-class sorcerer. Finally, he asked if everyone agreed with this opinion. The people who were present during this speech all said yes. This made the gray-haired man very happy. So the man immediately asked who among those present was ready to start studying. At that moment, Ian did not expect to be recognized as an archwizard so quickly and asked to come here again.
His opponent couldn't even realize anything. He only let out a stifled groan. He's attacking him using footwork! Those are boxing moves!
And when he came to the Ivory Tower the next day, he stood there for a few seconds, looking at it in peace. However, he was greeted again by the young lady he had seen the first time he met her. The young man looked her straight in the eye and smiled sweetly and said that they had met again. And the lady, with her arms folded in front of her, replied that she had heard that he was recognized as a 4th-level sorcerer. Hearing these words, Ian began to smile, for he did not know how to react to such words. Then the young lady put her hands to her mouth and said with a little shudder that the boy was simply incredible. After all, he is only 12 years old, and he is already an arch-wizard. So she added that all the rumors about him were true. The blond man asked the woman what those rumors were. The girl said that he might not have been informed yet, but she had been appointed his assistant for the next year. And finally, she added that she hoped they would get along. Ian told me that I shouldn't call him by his first name. After all, he is younger. When the assistant heard these words, she simply exploded with happiness, because the young man, who was a 4th-level sorcerer, considered her older and more experienced. Since he thought so, she was obliged to give him a tour and show him around. A few hours later, the girl brought the boy to the building of the Magic Academy.
He still couldn't even recover from the fact that he'd been hit, but from the realization that he'd lost. Shit. When did he drop it?
As they walked, the young man thought that this was a very funny-looking personal mentor. He was probably going to brainwash him into taking the side of the tower, and he was sure that this was the plan of its owner. When they came to the place they needed, what they saw surprised the guy a little bit, and he froze in place and said with a wide-open mouth, "Ooh!"
The protagonist looked surprised at his opponent, who was struggling to get up. "The super rookie can't get up!" the announcer shouted with joy. The winner of the fight was determined.
Watching them, Ian said to himself that in his past life he had stood next to them and gone through all the training, just like they are now. And in a previous life they were all killed by spies from Coldwood during the First Unification War. So I just didn't expect to see them alive and well again.
The protagonist picked up the lighter and clenched it in his fist. What an idiot. Super weak. This isn't good. If he starts fighting with the lighter, he's definitely going to die.
Then they began walking with the assistant again along the long, large corridors, and suddenly she stopped and pointed to the right at the door and said that his study room was there. A second later, she added that she used the magic of cleaning to make sure there was not a single speck of dust, and that Ian could feel normal while studying. After these words, the girl carefully and slowly began to open the door inside so that they could go in and carefully examine everything with their sorcerer. As soon as he entered, he looked around and realized that this was the room. Then the assistant began to tell me that 300 years ago, when the new tower was founded, there were 24 wizards with levels from the 4th grade. Now there are much fewer of them, so most of the rooms are empty. The lady then smiled broadly and added with a kind expression that the owner of the tower had allowed Ian to use the room for his own practice. After saying this, the girl turned to the door and asked the sorcerer to wait a little while, because she would go and bring his teacher. And as soon as the door closed behind the assistant, he began to think that it had been a long time since he had been here, and just now a small pile of memories from his past life came flooding back to him. Then he walked over to the large wooden table where he had been able to sit before, but not in such a respectable status as this time. After all, in this life, he got the room 7 years earlier. Since he was recognized as an arch-wizard at such a young age, his path has now been revealed. This is why it is necessary to consolidate his influence in the tower during the next 6 years, because when he came here, the young man had already developed a certain plan of action. In a previous life, the tower completely sided with Ragnar. Therefore, he needs to strengthen his position before it happens again. And for this, he will need a lot of power to stop the owner of the tower and his influence on Ragnar. Ian has to subdue the influence of the tower, which was constantly on the case of its owner. And he must get attention to himself in order to reach the level of the tower owner and even overcome him. And he can do this only by taking control of the tower. For now, he will just pretend to be a little boy. For now, he is too weak physically and too young. He won't even make it to the 5th grade. These thoughts were interrupted by the sound of feet entering the room through the large door, and then a woman's voice was heard saying, "Hello." When Ian saw her, he was very surprised to see who it was. After all, he did not understand why the sorcerers sent her. It turns out that it was the same red-haired young lady who opened the door very strongly and sharply, saying, "Long time no see." After she said that, she began to smile sweetly, because she realized that they would have to spend a lot of time together, and that they needed a good atmosphere for that. But she still couldn't say, "Little liar." And then she decided to say hello, but she hadn't had a chance to do that since she arrived. The young man still couldn't understand why she was sent. He had not expected to work with her. He decided to make her a little angry by asking her if she was the one who needed to collect the pieces of the mana storehouse. The woman replied that she thought he had become a little more impudent.
His eyes reflected the protagonist's fist. Is he crazy? It looks like he's talking seriously. The man realized that it was useless to resist. Now he would be finished.
Then she began to list the etiquette, the history of the tower, the theory of magic, and everything that was taught at the academy. Even so, the tower owner decided to assign Ian a personal teacher, because it would be difficult for ordinary students to learn alongside the guy. After all, he already knows quite a bit about various kinds of magic. After that, the woman pointed her index finger forward, and a book began to move quickly toward her. She said, "What good is it?"
After all, it was only because of her that he would now agree to give him another chance. The man retracted his fist, and a large crack formed on that spot. He looked at his opponent and said that he should apologize to the guy he beat up and to his father, and if he didn't, the boy
because she proved herself well in the battle, and the girl had high hopes for her. If she hadn't turned out to be a spy, her skills as a sorceress would have surpassed many of the people here.
The winner was finally decided. Jung Young Ha had won an unconditional victory. Battle points.
Then the lady turned her back on the boy and said that since she was his teacher, she would try to teach him something. She began to tell me that there are actually several types of sorcerers. The first type is warrior sorcerers. The second type is sorcerer's assistants. And the third type is the researcher. Then the girl closed her eyes and added that the rest of the sorcerers were just excuses that could be ignored and not even paid attention to. Finally, she decided to ask the young man what species he thought she belonged to.
The protagonist was certainly interested. He turned around and asked, "First place?" The man nodded in satisfaction.
Upon receiving this answer, the young lady began to smile and said that she was indeed the best of her kind.
Another match was over. The winner is the White Glacier. A man fully dressed in white flaunted himself in front of the audience. His opponent was lying unconscious with blood flowing from his mouth.
Then the lady began to move around her ward, looking intently into his face, and said in a mysterious tone that she had her own methods of teaching, so she said they should go somewhere else. She added that she would not take no for an answer. Ian listened attentively, but it took him a few seconds to think about the offer and make a decision. They moved to a place near a dense, beautiful forest, but it was fenced with a brick fence with large columns. When they found themselves in the center of the playground, the girl spread her arms to the sides and asked him happily if he had any idea what they were going to do. Without allowing her interlocutor to answer, the young lady said that she would teach him how to fight without a shadow of fear of death. In her opinion, this is a very important skill that needs to be taught right now.
The man who displaced the red brick from the second place. The rising star who is climbing the blood-drenched stairs right now. The man who looked more like a mountain of muscle was climbing into the ring.
Because she had shown signs of attention to him in her previous life, although he didn't need them at all then. But this time he decided to show her what he was capable of from the very beginning. Other students who were also present on the playground at that time, but at the other end, noticed these too, but did not yet understand who started this battle. And when they looked closely, they noticed Mr. Ian. One of them even asked if it was too dangerous to fight with Miss Helen. When the girl saw that they were being watched, she put her right hand to her side and smilingly said that enough spectators had already gathered so they could begin. A second later, she told the young man that he would have the first move, because if she did it first, it would look bad, because she was a teacher after all. Ian slowly took off his cloak, which was fastened around his neck, and throwing it to the ground, he asked his now rival if she was sure she could handle it. The red-haired girl tilted her head to the side and asked sarcastically whether the guy was suggesting that she start worrying or what he meant.
Charles gave the protagonist a friendly hug. He told the kid to watch carefully, crunching his popcorn as the man continued to smile broadly. The announcer ordered the athletes.
Then the young man closed his eyes to better concentrate on using the magic he needed right now for the first strike. After all, he could not lose this battle. The mentor also wasted no time in using the magic of fire, for a bright orange color was already flashing around her. And looking at her opponent, she said that she was advising him to create a shield to protect himself and conduct defense. And in my head at that time, thoughts were simply replacing each other at the speed of light. One of them was that whatever he was, she will destroy him anyway. After all, in her opinion, he definitely lied to them during the meeting, where all the sorcerers arranged a certain interrogation.
A heavy sound echoed in the stadium. The lion was simply furious. He seemed ready to tear his opponent apart. Maybe he even blushed at this tension.
What she saw made the young lady freeze in her tracks and open her mouth wide, because she clearly did not expect such a development. So she asked if he really decided to play a joke on her. Then the lady came closer to the opponent and tapped on the ice and asked why he chose the ice block out of all the techniques. And the next question was whether he was going to sit there until he used up all the mana. Ice block is one of the best spells in defense magic. However, its drawback is that the caster falls asleep and cannot use other techniques. Then the young lady spread her arms to the side and said that she did not yet understand what the sorcerer's plan was, but what she could demand from such a young boy. Immediately after these words, a strange sound attracted the young lady's attention, and she instinctively began to look around to see what might be threatening her. The other students also froze in their seats in surprise, because they had never heard anything like this before, and it scared them, because they didn't know what it could be.
He minimizes the damage he receives by using his stance. As he gradually approaches his opponent, he shortens the distance for his single strike.
Because it was just, really, impossible. Or, to be more precise, how this young man was able to move in the ice block. Then a large, long, green vegetation began to sprout around the rival, and she watched this for a few seconds, and she realized that this would cause her a lot of trouble. So, in a fit of emotion, she gritted her teeth and angrily said, "Damn." Everyone who was even a few miles away could see this green vegetation. It was already taller than the building that had been constructed on the site. The woman tried to use the magic of fire to neutralize the vegetation a little, because she believed that she had to defeat this arrogant young man. However, things were not so simple, and the woman angrily told them to burn and to stop appearing. After all, something was happening that she might lose. Therefore, we need to find a way for her to at least survive and get out of the water. Meanwhile, the blond man stood calmly in the ice protection, and the young lady began to think about how she could get it out of this ice block, which completely protects it from any impact. But it is not yet clear how to approach a sorcerer who is not only able to move in a block, but also uses spells. She has never seen anything like this in her life. While the woman was thinking about all this, new vegetation appeared next to her and began to move directly toward her. And then she grabbed the witch by the throat and began to tighten her noose. And this did not allow the young lady to breathe normally. So she started coughing loudly because she didn't have enough oxygen. And when she saw the blond man walking toward her, she looked down and said that she now understood why he was called the reincarnation of the first sorcerer. Then she decided to take control of herself and her emotions, and said with a sweet smile that she was giving up and he had won. He could let her go now. Ian smiled back, but it was a sneering emotion, after which he said that he was still counting the minutes. It would be a shame to end the fight like that. The young lady asked, "What?" in surprise. To clarify the situation a bit, the red-haired young lady smiled nervously again and asked what he meant. After all, she had already lost. What more did he want? However, this did not affect the guy, and he looked at his opponent and slowly raised his right hand and began to use some magic, which controls the clouds and the wind. Seeing this, the woman quietly said, "Stop, liar, Ian." She really wanted it to stop, and she could control her body normally.
The protagonist asked, "Does that mean he's only going to fight with his bare hands now?" Charles nodded his head. "Yes. There's a reason why he's staying at the very top."
However, the sorcerer took a position in front of his opponent and stretched his right hand forward to call for lightning. In order to strike the young lady with it and show who was in charge, other sorcerers, who were also on the training ground at the time, but in a different corner, all of them were surprised to see the young man's next actions, as they had not expected such a development.
Places in long thought, the black lion rushed at him, displaying his knife straight ahead. It seemed that the champion would not be able to dodge such a frontal attack.
Then the young man came closer to the woman and crouched down to look her in the eye. The red-haired woman was already so frightened that she began to scream for him to stay away from her.
A few seconds passed, and the knife had already reached its target, when suddenly the champion struck his hand right on the black lion's hand and knocked the knife out of his hand with one clear blow.
And did he continue, or did she think she had more to teach him? After all, he had already demonstrated his skills to the young lady, so she should think carefully about her answer. And because of this, there was silence between them for several minutes, because the woman did not know what she should say to her student, whom she had to teach something, and he took her and defeated her in a battle. At that moment, the young lady felt very ashamed of herself, so she put her head down and began to shake it slowly from side to side, symbolizing that she had nothing to give him. And after receiving this answer, the boy asked for permission to go to rest. And immediately after that, he turned his back on his teacher and did so. The sorcerer disciples were still standing in the places where they had frozen a little earlier, and Ian was moving toward them, asking for forgiveness. He asked them to disperse, because he was very tired and wanted to go to rest as soon as possible, and they were blocking his way. Several days have passed since the incident, and an important meeting was planned in the Ivory Tower. The owner of the tower was already in a hurry to get there, but at the same time he was asking his assistant how Helena was doing, because they hadn't seen each other since the day he sent her to teach Ian. The young man sadly bowed his head and replied that it was very bad, because he had been refusing to eat for several days, and that's why he can't recover his strength. At this time, the thought flashed through the head of the main man that losing to a 12-year-old boy was a disgrace. After all, he had sent Helen to break the spirit of this boy, so that he would come over to his side, but in the end, she herself was broken.
The guy took aim, and after waiting for a moment, he hit his opponent with such force that not even a pile of muscles could save him from imminent defeat. The huge, bulky man could not stay on his feet and flew aside. The champion had fought nearly 200 fights. He stood and looked at his opponent with a sizzling gaze. Therefore, he was able to accumulate a huge amount of information in that amount of time.
After a few minutes of this fast walking, the gentleman opened the door to one of the rooms where he was already waiting, and with his hand on his heart, bowed his head in apology for being a little late. It turned out that the man had come to see His Majesty, who was dressed in a beautiful green jacket and beige pants. The gentleman leaned on the table and looked attentively at his guest, holding a book in his hands. His Majesty replied that it was okay, because he wasn't expecting much, and he had an appointment, so the tower master didn't have to worry about it. The young man then crossed his arms over his chest and asked the gentleman in a serious tone to tell him in detail about Ian Page, because this is quite an interesting person who appeared in their area. At that time, a meeting was taking place at the estate where the young sorcerer lived with his mother and the alchemist. The teenager approached his father and told him that he was ready to leave, to which he replied, "Let's go." After these words, they approached the blond man, and addressing him by his first name, the alchemist said that he was going to take his son to the academy.
In the last 2 years, not one of those who had fought him and were in second place had been able to defeat him. The guy pushed off with his foot to give himself some springiness.
Ian couldn't understand why the boy was so excited about learning, because there are few children left today who are so eager to learn new things. And then the sorcerer remembered that today was the first day of classes, but he couldn't understand how he could have forgotten that. Instead of wishing the young man good luck, he just remained silent. It turns out that Douglas was accepted into the highest ranks of the Alchemical Academy. So it's obvious that he has talent, but it needs to be properly developed to have a certain result in the future. Ian continued to read the book with his head back in his chair. He reasoned that studying was easy enough for him because he had learned all the material long ago.
This was probably a man that no one would ever be able to defeat. The champion looked at his opponent with his eyes. His cut eye opened and was completely drenched in blood.
Since returning to the past, he hasn't had a moment to rest. Ragnar hasn't taken action yet, but he won't be sitting still for long, and you need to be prepared for that. Therefore, ideally, you should train your body to increase your capabilities. The young man was thinking about this as he approached the mirror and looked at himself, but the next question immediately arose. Can he completely relax and do nothing? Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door. After the permission was granted, a maid came inside and brought an envelope on a tray and said that Mr. Ian had received an invitation from the castle, which he could examine for himself. Hearing these words, the sorcerer was surprised to hear an invitation. After all, he did not expect to be called back from those lands so soon. He also did not understand why and what had happened, so he decided to pick up the envelope to take a closer look at what was written there. For several seconds, he stood there looking at the paper in his hands, and then he realized that the seal on the envelope belonged to a follower of the prince. And this surprised him even more, because it raised more questions than it answered. And on the same day, but in the late afternoon, when the sun was already setting, Ian arrived at the estate for a meeting that was to take place, for some reason, at that particular time. When he got out of the carriage, the young man looked at the castle carefully and wondered why this gentleman had decided to invite him to this event, because, in his opinion, it looked very suspicious.
The guy clenched his fist. "No! This is where he wants to study." He said it as confidently as possible, continuing to kneel. He said it's because he wants to surpass Kang Su-ho.
However, this was the first time that the prince took on the task of hosting a banquet. Previously, it had been the responsibility of his assistants and servants, who were well versed in these matters. Ian also recalled that the king's follower in his past life did not organize social gatherings because he was not in close relations with the nobility. Due to his passive approach to life, he was never able to make his debut in the politics of the empire and was not recognized in the highest circles. But the fifth prince was his complete opposite because he loved to socialize, and this is how he was able to consolidate his position by taking power into his own hands. It turns out that the emperor was the only one who remained on the side of the consistent prince, and so the man was able to influence his son. Therefore, what is about to happen is a very important event in the life of the sorcerer. He had never attended such social events before. He thought that he could sit quietly for a few minutes and then go home. And when he handed his invitation to the guard, he bowed and invited him to enter.
The girl gritted her teeth and asked, "How did he know that jerk from Halim Academy?" The guy looked at her with a surprised look.
People tried to hide the curiosity with which they were looking at him, but they did it very poorly, so you could see everything without looking closely. Seeing such a reaction, the young man realized that he felt out of place here, so he had to go home as soon as possible. Suddenly, one of the assistants loudly announced to the entire room in a serious tone that His Majesty the King's follower had arrived and would now enter the room to hold a meeting. And as soon as the last words were spoken, the door slowly began to open to the room, through which the prince was to enter. All those present at that moment froze in a bow, showing their respect. It turned out that the man had gone out on the balcony so that he could see everyone from the moon. The gentleman was dressed in a blue and white suit. You could see the satisfaction and joy on his face.
Kang Soo-ho was sitting in his room with several hundred wads of money lying on the floor. This boy was incredibly rich because of his battle winnings. He would throw a tennis ball at the wall and catch it back.
He went on to say that, as everyone knew and saw, he was opening the banquet today in place of his father. The people who had come by invitation looked at His Majesty carefully and listened to everything in detail. But a second later, he added that before they started the meeting, he wanted to introduce someone to them, because he had the opportunity. Therefore, after the prince had spoken, he turned his head to the right and began to stare at Ian, who, like everyone else, stood silently and listened attentively. And he did not expect that so much attention would be drawn to his personality today. So he was a little confused when everyone in the room turned their gaze to him. Then His Majesty spread his arms to the side and announced that this was his special guest, the fourth-class archmage of the Ivory Tower, a native of the northern province of Mogrian, Ian Page. The young man did not know how to react to so much attention, because he was not used to having so many people looking at him at the same time. Seeing this confusion, the prince again put his hands to his sides and shouted, asking Ian to stop and calm down a bit.
Well, she did not say anything else, and the guy quickly went about his business, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts.
Then the young man closed his eyes to think things over, namely that the prince had organized the circus to show the nobility that he was on his side, and he is simply convinced that the emperor planned it. Then His Majesty said that he had heard rumors about how well Ian had performed in the tower. He came and defeated a fourth-level sorcerer right off the bat, so you can only imagine how the locals felt.
Inside was the same kid who'd been bugging her to teach. Where did she go? The kid was holding 2 dumbbells. The girl rudely threw out that it was none of his business, and anyway, why was he still here?
However, in the end, the blonde smiled sweetly, put his right hand on his side, and added that he was simply, just advised by such an outstanding talent, and he decided to offer to move in with them.
The girl looked at him with a condescending look and said that in that case, he did well. Lee smiled and said that since they had met, she might want to say something to him.
Then the prince turned his head to the right and said that he had one more person he would like to introduce today, since everyone is here.
Besides, the girl had said that if he practiced hard, he'd be able to fight. The guy didn't have time to finish as he looked up and saw something scary.
After all, she had met him much later in her past life, so he was quite surprised, and you could see it in his expression. When the prince saw this, he turned to Ian and said that he wanted to introduce him to his younger sister, Hilary. The girl had blonde hair and was dressed in a blue, long dress. The young lady smiled sincerely and said in a small voice that she was very pleased to meet such a young wizard. She went on to say that her name was Healy River. After all, there is a lot of talk about him in the imperial court, and it turns out that he is now a real celebrity. The young man smiled back and said that he was very pleased to hear that. Folding her hands in front of her, The lady added that she had come today only to say hello. But next time, she would like to meet him for lunch and discuss his life in Mogrian. The young man replied that he was afraid that he would only be able to tell her boring stories about monsters and magic. Haley said that he was very interested in everything. After all, she is interested not only in magic, but also in the lives of other people on Earth. That is why she is so eager to talk to him. Finally, she said that she would send him an invitation in the near future. And she added that she hoped he would enjoy today's party. Ian replied that he was very grateful for the princess's attention. Immediately after these words, the young lady turned around and began to walk toward the exit with her brother, who decided to escort her out so that no one could approach her. The sorcerer froze in his tracks, for something had forced him to think it over right now and not put it off until later.
The protagonist's face was full of anger. He couldn't stand it when those who were weaker were beaten. He looked at those two as if they were trash, ready to tear them to shreds.
Then the young man turned his gaze to the prince and emphasized that it was clear that he was worried, but still coping well with his duties. As long as no one paid attention to him, the young man began to walk slowly toward the exit. So he decided to leave before he got even more bored here, and to go home and talk to his mother. Then he went outside and held on to one of the large columns and breathed in the fresh air deeply, because it was quite stuffy in the room. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a man who was also standing on the street, quietly looking at something in the dark. This made the young man turn to the guest. I said, "Knight Oliver," and the black-haired man slowly turned his head to the one who spoke to him. His expression said that he was upset about something. Seeing his new interlocutor, the knight said, "Mr. Ian," in response. The sorcerer decided to come a little closer to continue the conversation. After taking a few steps, the young man said that the gentleman looked very nice in his tailcoat. The young man lowered his head and looked down and replied that His Majesty the Prince's successor had ordered him to wear a formal outfit today, because he also has to look normal. After these words, an awkward silence fell between the two men, and for a few seconds they just looked at each other. And the thought flashed through the sorcerer's mind that he had decided to go out on the terrace in vain. The black-haired gentleman decided to break the silence, so he said that he knew what the rumors were. Suddenly Ian asked, "Rumors?" He wanted to provoke the other person to tell him what he knew, and it worked, because the knight began to say that there were rumors about Helen being an arch-witch from the tower, and that he was able to defeat her in a single combat. And this surprised the young man a bit, because the prince also mentioned it. To be more precise, I heard a rumor about how great and skillful you were in the tower. So he said that even a knight knows. But he said that the affairs of the tower did not go beyond him. The black-haired man smiled sweetly and said that if knights could not get important information, then what would be the point of having them at all, especially in this century? Since it is at this time that the Green River Empire is being defended by sorcerers, the knights have turned into assistants and decorations that speak of their owner's status. The man went on to add that he was very surprised that Ian had managed to defeat not just a fourth-class sorceress, but Helen the Firebender herself, which few people could defeat before. And this sowed some doubts that the young man was really a little boy. And finally, the gentleman added that His Majesty trusted Ian enough to invite him to a banquet for dignitaries. Then the knight knelt down on his right knee and looked the sorcerer straight in the eye and asked him whose side he was on, because enough time had already passed to choose. Without giving me the opportunity to give any answer, the black-haired man said that he did not care who he was or how he had acquired such a talent at such a young age, but he knows that the Ivory Tower supports the fifth prince, and it's important for him to find out who Ian favors now, because he has been here for quite some time and could assess the situation. And a second later, he added another question. Could he also be on the side of the tower? The young man, given the opportunity, replied that such questions took him by surprise, so he asked who would be able to answer them out of the blue. The black-haired man looked down at the floor and said that he was the chief knight of His Majesty, and he had to know the answer now, because it might be too late later. At this time, a memory flashed through Ian's mind that Oliver Raywood was a knight who defended the prince's follower to the last and gave his life for him. But out loud, the young man replied that he had not yet made an exact decision. However, the thought again flashed through my mind that the interlocutor might not be satisfied with the answer. So he continued to say that he could assure him that he would never take the side of the fifth knight. The knight was quite surprised to hear this answer, because for some reason he had thought it might be the opposite, and so he froze in his seat and opened his mouth wide. Having mastered himself and his emotions, he began to turn his head from side to side to see if anyone else was near them. Seeing this, Ian reassured the black-haired man by saying that he had used magic and no one had heard them. Then the sorcerer smiled sweetly and asked if this answer would suit the knight. The knight was still on one knee, but he smiled back and replied, "It would be completely satisfactory." Finally, he thanked me for the conversation, but that was not the end of the story. The man immediately asked if he could ask for a favor. The blond man was a bit alarmed by this, so he clarified what the other man had in mind, and the man said that before Ian chose a side, he wanted him to fight with him. After all, he needed to become a little stronger. These words calmed the boy down a bit, and he asked with a pleased expression if the knight really wanted to learn how to fight a sorcerer. A second later he added that one day the same gentleman's sword might fight against him. The black-haired man listened carefully and said that he could not deny it. Upon receiving this answer, Ian began to laugh out loud, folding both arms across his chest and saying that the black man looked rather cruel in this case, but he still said that he would refuse such an offer above all else because there was no benefit to him in it, because he likes any business to benefit both parties. Then the black-haired man raised his hands to his neck and began to slowly unbutton something and take it out. And when he held out his hands to Ian, he said that this chain, it was given to him by the Empress when he became His Majesty's personal knight. The sorcerer slowly looked down at the thing and began to examine it carefully. Then the black-haired man added that she told him that he was magical and helped to clear the mind of any bad thoughts. And at that moment, Ian remembered that this was indeed one of the lost imperial treasures. It belonged to the Empress, and in her past life no one was able to find it.
A man with red hair crouched down in front of him and said in a commanding voice that from now on, the main character was his dog. In his hands, he continued to hold a large stun gun.
And then he said that it was a gift from the deceased Empress herself. Could he really say goodbye to it so easily? The man looked down again and said that she had asked him to protect her son. Then he added that training with Ian would help fulfill that request, so he was sure she would understand. An uncomfortable silence fell between the interlocutors again. After all, the sorcerer had to think it over thoroughly to draw a parallel between the pros and cons.
The protagonist struggled with a fit of rage that went over the edge at one point. He could no longer keep his anger inside. His body was being electrified. The devil.
Suddenly, at that moment, a large and loud explosion occurred next to them, and everything around them lit up with a bright orange light. Then the two men turned their heads in the direction of the explosion. They did not realize that it had happened at all, so they froze in their seats for a few seconds. And when they saw what happened, they saw that the fire and dust were moving through the open door of the room. And then the knight realized that his boss was there in the middle, and because of this he shouted, "His Majesty." You could see the fright in his expression. So he quickly got to his feet and ran inside. As he began to look around, he again began to call out for His Majesty, for he had not yet seen him. A few seconds later, the dust settled, and the captain was called by the chief. He was covering his sister behind his back and asked, frightened, what had happened at the estate. However, the man did not answer this question yet, because he was more concerned about whether His Majesty was injured. But the prince decided to reassure his assistant by saying that he was fine. Then the rest of the guards came running into the room, frightened and nervous, and asked the prince if he was okay. When they received the answer that everything was fine, they turned their heads to their captain and asked how he was. The man replied that he was fine, and he asked them to put it like the furnishings in the mansion. The young man began to report that an explosion had occurred on the territory of the estate, but the cause has not yet been established. But they have already sent a message via the emergency communication system and are waiting for confirmation from all posts. When Ian heard this answer, he began to wonder what kind of emergency call it was, and it turns out that this is a system that connects the soldier the country, the estate, and the Ivory Tower. And in emergency situations, each post has to report the situation and urgently arrive at a certain meeting point. The guy put his head down and assumed that since the system was already up and running, all the wizards and soldiers should be here soon.
As I had assumed, there was no one among them who could be the best. Finally, they pulled the unfortunate guy's head out of the toilet, and he sighed heavily, gaining more air into his chest.
Then the blond man turned his head back and addressed His Majesty and asked if he could support the barrier with his mana. The girl asked, wide-eyed with surprise, "What?" She hadn't expected anyone to know about her abilities. But the blond man said it was an emergency, so she had to give a clear answer. So the young lady slowly approached the sorcerer and said uncertainly that she had learned it, of course, but she did not have time to finish because she was interrupted by a young man who took it as a consent. He immediately turned in the opposite direction and began to move quickly in that direction, and the princess stared silently after him for several seconds. The boy approached the maids, who were also quite frightened by what was happening in the estate. The young man asked them to tell him what to do. "Is there an assistant here named Isabel?" The women listened attentively to the request.
The boy remembered how last night a girl at the club had almost beaten him to a pulp. Right now he'd have a sparring session with her and he'd be dead.
Hearing this information, the sorcerer quietly said that it was expected, and so they want to find Cecilia. The Cold Walkers plan to disrupt the Ivory Tower guards to get to Cecilia. They don't care about her life at all, because they need information about it. Therefore, this cannot be allowed to happen. And he immediately began to think of a plan for his further actions. At this time, a secret person who was dressed in a black long cloak walked through the courtyard of the estate, and when she entered the prison, where Cecilia was sitting, she said that she hadn't seen her for a long time, and asked how she was living here. However, this person was unknown even to the sorceress, so she asked him calmly and indifferently, "Who is he, and who let him in?" And then the young man lowered his hood and said that he was Daniel. He went on to say that he was a little disappointed because he thought the young lady was more capable. And then the woman realized who it was, so she quickly ran to the bars and clutched them tightly and began to shout loudly for the guy to finally release her. However, he was not going to do it so quickly. The young man held his hands out to the side and said in a calm tone that he would certainly do it, but first he needed to clarify. And then Cecilia realized what the boy meant, and immediately began to say quickly that she hadn't told them anything. But that boy, Ian Page, knew all about it, about the Cold Walkers and the orders they receive. The young man listened carefully and asked, "Is this information accurate?" Then the young lady raised her hand to her neck and added that the sorcerer even knew about the marks that she did not even know about. The young man folded his arms across his chest and said that almost all the Cold Walkers did not know about it and had only been told recently. So he asked what else she knew. Cecilia said that she hadn't learned anything else and asked if he could fire her. He didn't really want to do it right now, but he put his head down and said, "Okay." Immediately after these words, the door to the cell opened, and the young lady began to smile joyfully because she would finally be free. But it did not happen as she thought it would. The man drew his sword and stabbed the girl. A lot of blood flew in different directions, and Cecilia fell to the ground, coughing loudly. Finally, the young man said that the management had to think a lot about how to get into the tower and what to do with it. The girl held her cut throat and listened to what her friend was telling her, namely, that a third-class sorcerer had to be freed anyway. But they decided that they would not take her back alive, because she had already been here long enough, and they could no longer trust her.
They missed each other, and the protagonist said he would go first, and his comrade asked, "Is his arm okay yet?" After all, his arm was broken, and if he got into a fight in that condition, he'd be in even more trouble.
So the young man quickly drew his sword and swung it back, because he thought that the person who could harm him was standing there. But he only sliced through the air. Then he decided to launch his knife, and it stuck in the wall a few meters away from Ian's face, who was standing calmly watching all the actions of his opponent.
He asked him to listen to his friends as kindly as possible after all. After all, they didn't want to harm him. Now that's not a good idea. His arm is broken and all he can do is get more. What happened is really a terrible situation. It requires intervention, but we still need to wait. The protagonist didn't even want to listen to anything. He was literally burning with rage. His eyes reflected what he had wanted to forget for so long.
He was climbing higher and higher on the limb with every passing second. Then a blond man began to move towards him, who addressed him by the name of Daniel and said that he was very lucky to meet him here.
Suddenly, one of them walked by him and pushed him sideways with his shoulder, as if on purpose. The protagonist bounced aside, not understanding anything. Who is this What the hell is going on? He seems to have lost his authority. One of these high school students chuckled and turned to the protagonist.
But the thought flashed through the blonde's mind that it was now that he would be able to avenge all his friends. However, the opponent did not understand what kind of friends he was talking about. The sorcerer replied that it was still 10 years away. The ice continued to rise all over his body, and it had almost reached his face. And Ian continued to say that he had gone back in time and made a promise to himself. As soon as he noticed that the ice had already filled almost the entire body of the young man, he came closer to him and touched it with only one index finger, waiting for it to break and allow his opponent to breathe normally. However, these actions did not save his life, and he leaned against the wall with his head, or to be more precise, his forehead. Then a blond man approached him, and he put his hand on his neck and searched for the seal of mana, which would prove to the people who would see it that this young man also did not come here with good intentions. Suddenly, he heard the voices of people behind him, moving down a long, large corridor straight toward the direction where some bad things had just happened. Because of this, the blond man froze in place to think about his story for them. When people approached and saw him and the two bodies lying next to him, they stopped and stood there with bewildered expressions for a few seconds, processing what they saw. A man standing in the center turned to Ian Page with gritted teeth and asked what he was doing here and what had happened here in the first place.
Despite what was going on around him, he wouldn't be able to bat an eye at what these fuckers were doing now. The guy leaned against the wall and began to keep an eye on the situation.
After a few hours, the head of the tower arrived at the estate and was already in a meeting with His Majesty, who banged his fist on the table and began to say that 2 people had already turned out to be spies. From the maid to the secretary, he asked how the magic tower could allow this to happen. However, without even allowing me to answer, he continued to ask questions about the fact that they had asked to transfer the investigation of Cecilia's identity to them. So why hadn't they checked anything? And he added angrily how he could trust the tower anymore. So he is forced to take away their right to investigate, because he had hoped for them, and everything did not go well. And he ordered them to immediately pass on all the information they knew about the case to the royal guards. He asked if they understood him. The chief of the tower shook his head sadly and replied that everything would be as His Majesty ordered. Then the king began to hold his head, because it was already aching from thinking about what had happened and what would happen. So he said that the wizards could leave, because he had many things to do. Hearing these words, the tower's chief slowly bowed to show his respect. After that, the assistant loudly addressed Ian Page and invited him to come inside and bow before His Majesty. When the man saw him, he said sadly that they had met again. His expression showed fatigue and disappointment. Ian slowly entered the room and took a seat right in front of the main man, carefully folded his hands in front of him and bowed down, looking down. The king got to his feet and said in a serious tone that, thanks to the sorcerer's skills, they were once again able to protect the empire from spies.
The kid made a deceptive maneuver and performed a slip. With a sharp and dexterous movement, he hit his assailant right on the leg. It was necessary to immobilize him as soon as possible to finally get him off his back.
Then the man sat down comfortably in his luxurious chair and said that he would never leave the merits of faithful and responsible people unattended. So he wanted to reward him. At that moment, an assistant approached the guy with a large box, which he opened and offered to accept the gift. Inside was something beautiful and important. Namely, it was a robe belonging to the emperor's ancestor, Michael Greenriver. He was the only sorcerer of the imperial blood. Ian was very surprised by what he saw. The man went on to say that he shouldn't give it to non-members of the imperial family, but he decided that the sorcerer needed it now more than he would wait for some other opportunity. Therefore, the boy may believe that he has given it away for the rest of his life, or until he decides to give it up. After all, this is Michel's clothing, the first and last sorcerer of imperial blood. He is the hero who saved the empire, the man who rose to the rank of tower owner as a sign that his magical abilities were recognized. Then the emperor asked Ian to put it on. Because it was worn over his clothes, there was no need to change. The young man stood there for a few seconds and thought about the offer, and yet he decided to try it on. So when he put it on, all those present began to carefully consider how he looked in this outfit.
The guy turned to him and asked, "Is he out of his mind? What the hell?" He had a look of surprise and anger on his face at the same time.
Then the young man realized the properties of the clothes. Then the sorcerer smiled sweetly and said that in the near future he could adjust what was not fitting properly, and he used some kind of magic for this. After that, the clothes shrank a little and became just normal. People who were present during this were quite surprised. They did not understand how he could do this. After all, they are not familiar with such magic. The emperor put his head on his hand and put his foot on his leg, and said that the color of the clothes suited Ian very well. Therefore, he was pleased that the boy decided to accept the gift. When he heard these words, the young man looked down and lowered his head, realizing that the attention of many people present was now focused on his person. He then bowed low and said that it was indeed a great honor to receive such a gift from His Majesty. He hadn't even counted on it. After all this, the sorcerer decided that it was time for him to return home. So he went out into the courtyard of the estate to take a seat in the carriage and leave immediately.
Suddenly the guy sighed heavily. "Yeah, well, it's school. Just a bunch of Slabakovs now." It took a minute to think. Suddenly something began to come to him.
When he got a little closer to the young lady, he began to slowly lower himself to bow and greet the princess. However, the girl stopped him, saying that he shouldn't do that.
I remembered the look on that freak's face when his arm was snapped in half. So what happened? Why was he still on his feet? Why is he in front of him now and ready to fight?
Ian lowered his head and looked down and said guiltily that he had been tactless that night. He apologized for his behavior. The blonde woman sharply replied that it was not like that at all, and so Ian put his index finger to his mustache and said quietly that he would keep her secret from everyone until she wanted to tell him about it. She doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Hearing these words, the woman simply blossomed, because it had been preventing her from living and sleeping normally for several days. Having said that, Ian began to walk slowly past his interlocutor, for he was quite tired and wanted to go home to rest and see his mother. Suddenly, he was called by name by the prince, who quietly came up behind him. A second later, he added that thanks to him, the imperial estate and the empire itself had been saved from destruction. He added that, as his father said, the sorcerer is a real hero for them, because no one else was able to help them on such a difficult journey. Suddenly, however, the young man said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself. But perhaps Ian already knew about him, so it might not be necessary. When the sorcerer took a closer look, his eyes grew several times larger with surprise.
And then he suddenly decided to save him. It seemed kind of strange. Why would he stick up for him? He's the man everyone was afraid of.
And then the memory of how the prince himself had poisoned him in his past life came to him. He was also his best friend at the time, and now he's standing there calmly looking at him and doesn't realize that when they were experiencing bright moments. But the blond man could not hide his emotions, because these memories were very painful for him, because at that moment he experienced very tough emotions. Then the fifth prince smiled sweetly and put his hands behind his back and said that it might be too late, but he wanted to congratulate Ian on the recognition of the Ivory Tower. At this time, the thought flashed through the sorcerer's mind that he did not remember Ragnar as young as he was. The latter continued to say that he really wanted to express his personal gratitude for protecting the empire from spies. Then the gentleman moved his right hand forward and said that he wanted to invite the boy to dinner. Paige thought about this invitation for a few minutes, because it could change the course of further events. The prince could not wait long for an answer, so he asked what his interlocutor would say. After all, he still had many things planned for that day. And as soon as the sorcerer was about to answer, the princess came in ahead of him and told Ragnar that she and Mr. Ian already had plans. The prince closed his eyes with a sweet smile because the sun was shining in them, and he asked if it would be possible to meet tomorrow because he really wanted to talk to the boy in the near future. But the sorcerer lowered his head and looked down and addressed his majesty and asked for forgiveness and refused because he had many things to do immediately. Ragnar, hearing this answer, said briefly and clearly, "Well, that's understandable." The princess was very angry that everything was going to turn out this way. The reason was that she hadn't had a proper rest for several days.
The kid replied that this is a common thing, so he mostly just practices here alone. The main character wondered alone, why did he even come here? A genuine incomprehension could be heard in that question. The boy behind those for a second. It seems he really didn't know what to say, and just looked at the protagonist with a kind of detached look.
As the prince and his assistants walked, the sorcerer watched him with the princess still standing by his side. She wanted to get a more accurate answer, and as soon as they left, these two were able to exhale and finally feel a little freer, because this gentleman made them tense up. A second later, this silence was broken by a young lady who addressed herself to Ian and said that she didn't really want to interfere, but her emotions got the better of her. The interlocutor replied that it was no big deal, and at that moment, the thought flashed through the sorcerer's mind that he and Ragnar had met 2 years earlier than in his previous life, and he was still hiding his intentions. But the blonde realized that he would ruin these plans before he had time to increase his influence in the empire, because the later it was done, the harder it would be, and then this fifth prince won't be able to make any headway, and Ian will only be happy to watch you fall into hell. And from that moment on, they are on opposite sides. And now 5 years have passed. These events take place in the same estate where they took place a few years ago. Everything is the same as it was. In one of the offices, one of the princes was sitting with his head on his right hand, looking intently at a red-bound book and saying that he really didn't understand anything. And I started to get angry. Why can't it be explained in a simple way? And who writes such heavy books in general? A librarian who was passing by at the time said that these books were written by the first emperor. They list all the qualities necessary for the future emperor, and which he should master in the near future. This made him very upset, because for him it was just a group of unrelated words. And then the man added that the prince needed to read all these books, more specifically about history, culture, economics, politics, and so on. Hearing this, he closed his eyes and replied, I don't know. I don't.
Like this, the boy was stunned. Him? Why him? He doesn't know how to do anything. His voice trembled. He didn't know what to say. It was the first time he'd encountered such a problem. He is considered a mentor, but he can't even fight back against the school bullies. The main character looked at him sideways and said that it doesn't matter. He'll just repeat whatever he does when he trains this one. That would be completely enough for.
Hearing this answer, the prince said that he definitely needed to see it with his own eyes. He quickly got to his feet, leaned on the table, and invited his assistant to go to the place of the fight. At this time, the training ground of the second detachment of the Imperial Knights was preparing for a very important battle that would be watched by a large number of people. The black-haired knight, holding his sword in his hands, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, and then said quietly to himself that this was his last chance. And mistakes here are simply impossible to make, because they can be fatal, and they can also cross out his entire life experience. But there was no way to give up. And while he was thinking about it, many sharp ice flows flew at him. As soon as he saw them, he began to run away from where he had just been standing.
The next exercise was a punching bag. The boy was very weakly punching, and could not even move the bag from the place, however, the protagonist, and here he drew him away to look.
When the knight saw him a few meters away, amidst the rising dust cloud, he decided to run straight for him without hesitation, because he needed to demonstrate his courage at least somehow. In order to shorten the distance and get closer, he pushed off the ground, and then from a sandy rock on the right side. After this trick, he landed on one knee, leaning his sword on the ground to keep from falling, and this landing took place quite close to the opponent. Then he looked up to assess the situation, because he needed to understand how to proceed. And the knight realized that the sorcerer was preparing another attack. And that's exactly what happened. Ian used fire magic and created a big fiery orange ball that was hard to get close to because it was too hot. So the black-haired boy had to stand there for a few seconds, doing nothing but staring at her because he realized that he could not defeat her on his own. But after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to try, because doing nothing would only lower his authority. So he shouted, "Ah!" and swung his sword.
And his mentor, for some reason, became very sad. The boy lowered his head and, almost crying, said that there was no point in him practicing sports.
So the young man began to slowly use his sword to fight his way into the depths of this object, because that was where his opponent was, who, as it turned out, was standing silently in the center with his hands down, quietly watching, because at any moment he could use a new kind of magic.
Jin leaned over to him and smiled, and said that he looked just like a real dog. At this time, the boy had goosebumps running down his spine.
And then he put the sword to the opponent's chest and pressed a little on it so that he went inside. At this time, the blonde sorcerer did not try to prevent this. However, everything did not turn out as the boy had imagined. After all, in just 1 second, the sorcerer was standing behind the knight and stretched out his hand to tap him on the shoulder. And when the black-haired man realized this, he began to slowly turn his head back, saying sadly that he had not been able to touch the sorcerer even for a split second. Hearing this, the sorcerer began to smile and move his hand back and forth. During these 5 years, he changed a lot, grew older, and grew long blonde hair.
It was from the moment he lost the fight that his life changed drastically for the worse. Even though he was a weakling, he couldn't take the chance to elect himself some right to a normal life, at least for a while.
Then Ian came closer and shook hands with his opponent, and the latter thanked him for the training. The sorcerer replied that it was his payment for the chain he had received.
He was constantly being chased back and forth, and there was nothing he could do. All he could do was endure and keep his head down. He never stopped being bullied for a second. He shuddered at the mere moment he looked into the face of this monster. The guy was a real monster. In high school, weaklings like him are tossed in the trash.
Then the knight lowered his sword to the ground and asked in a serious tone if he could ask a question. The sorcerer said that of course he could. The black-haired man did not hesitate to ask what level the sorcerer had already reached. The man had not expected to receive such a question, so he was quite surprised because no one had ever asked him that before, and he answered with a sincere smile that he was actually not as big as it might seem at first glance. After all, he knows a lot of different magic that can be used in the East for his level. It turns out that he is a 5th-grade master. And then a memory flashed through his mind that in his previous life, he was able to reach the 6th grade only at the age of 26. And although the pace of development is excellent, he still did not manage to become a 6th-grade wizard because of the speed of development of the body and the growth of the mana's heart, which cannot be increased. Therefore, at the moment, he has a 5th-grade education. However, he cannot give up hope of becoming stronger. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the prince, who said, "Wow, this is the best sorcerer and the best knight in the empire." At these words, the two men turned their heads in the direction of the speaker. Ian saw their guest and said, "His Majesty," and he in turn came closer and spread his arms to the side and said that he heard that they were having a battle today. The prince then folded his hands as if in prayer and asked if they would like to have breakfast together. That way, they could celebrate their and his unbridled desire to get better.
They didn't spare anything. These freaks were real vandals for whom nothing sacred existed. There was such crackling and noise everywhere, as if a whole horde of wild animals were here. In fact, they were. Soon, the main room of the academy was in chaos. The guys had done their best. All the sports equipment was either broken or scattered. They continued to smash everything around them, not stopping for a second.
Then the blond man put his right hand to his side and said that Ian could go, and they would eat some other time. The young man bowed and replied that he would hope to see him soon. And when he took 2 steps to the right, he put his right hand on his heart and said, "See you soon." And he immediately set off on his way to be on time for the solemn event. But he decided to use magic to move, because it would be much faster. So he pushed off from the ground and rose in the air, hovering for a few seconds above the three figures looking down at him. He smiled sweetly at them, and said that he would try to return soon. After all, he himself wanted to get this status as soon as possible, and be able to freely use his powers whenever he needed to. The knight, the prince, and his assistant all watched Ian with their heads held high for a few seconds until he disappeared from their view. Still looking up, the blond man said that, thanks to the mantle his father had given the sorcerer, he could fly. And at some point he caught himself thinking that he was even envious somehow. Then the prince turned his head to the right and sharply turned to the captain, who quickly put his hand on his heart and bowed and waited for further instructions from the chief. The other man asked him if their training was over, because what could the man say about it? The black-haired man looked down and said that he had noticed two things.
His plaster bandage shattered and blood spattered the air. His arm wasn't fully healed yet, and it was clear that he was in for a rough ride.
The blonde stood silently and tried to listen carefully, because this was very important information for him. And his captain continued to say that he could confirm with all certainty that he could definitely defeat the other sorcerers. Immediately after he said this, the young man smiled, for no matter how tired he was enjoying it. And just a few minutes into his flight, Ian was already near the Ivory Tower. An hour later, he arrived exactly when he was supposed to. He slowly opened the door inside and cautiously entered. The one who was already there said happily, "You've come just in time. I was just preparing for our meeting." Then the owner of the tower leaned on his desk and said that he kept thinking back to the day when he was told about the talented boy in the south and came to this tower to meet him. And the man, closing his eyes a little, added that it seems like very little time has passed, but he is already standing in front of him as a mature and courageous young man who has already achieved a lot. This means that he himself will grow even older. Ian was very amused by these words, so he smiled sweetly and replied that the owner of the tower still has to live and live. After a few minutes, the gentleman picked up a couple of sheets of paper and, rereading the text on them, said that everything here was written perfectly, because he saw compliments and various praise. He added that the boy's appearance was a gift to the tower and the entire empire. Newly minted sorcerers try to follow his example because he is literally a walking instruction manual on how to be a perfect sorcerer. The young man really liked hearing such words in his direction, but he still asked me not to praise him and the capabilities he was capable of. The owner of the tower said that they would soon find out whether he was praising it or not. Today, as he knows, is the last day of school. An ordinary student at the academy would have a ceremony and then be sent to the village to take mana tests. However, his case is unique. The man asked him how he felt about spending this day talking to an old man. Ian smilingly replied that he would be honored. The mustachioed gentleman began to put his things on the table so that there would be no chaos when he returned. And as he did so, he said that he understood that this was the way to respond, but he would still thank you for such kind words. Finally, the owner of the tower took out a plaque and handed it to the young man, congratulating him on being considered a real wizard from now on. He can show this sign to any corner of their empire, and everyone from soldiers to ordinary citizens will have to listen to him. In the future, this may come in handy often. Holding it tightly in his hands, the boy asked if his help as a full-fledged sorcerer was needed somewhere else. The chief, looking at him intently, answered him with a question. "What do you think?" Then he folded both limbs over his chest and said that they really do not have enough workers. After all, they had lost Halen, and there was no one to take over her duties. He added that he did not want to rush Ian, but he would be very grateful for any help.
But the man was not so easy. He deftly maneuvered between these freaks, not forgetting to drink a sip of beer at a time. The guys swung their bats, but nobody could hit him.
The mustachioed man said that he would accept any of his decisions, because he was already the chief arch-wizard of the tower. However, he must remember that great expectations are placed on him. But since it was his first time, he could choose where he wanted to go. And the owner of the tower used magic to show a long list of places where help is needed. Rodmere Province, is the largest seaport in the empire. Benson Province is the largest iron producer in the empire. And the last place is Perak Province, where he conducted mana tests in his past life. Some sorcerer died on this mission, so he was sent to replace him. So, he clearly said that he wanted to go to the province of Perak. Hearing this answer, the owner of the tower looked down and said that this province needed the help of a sorcerer the most. And a second later, he began to tell me that they had already sent 2 third-class sorcerers and imperial knights, but the problem remained unsolved. And it seems that the monsters of the great fields have taken the offensive. The man then held out a sheet and said that all the details were written here. Therefore, he can familiarize himself with them today and give his answer. After all, if he decided to refuse, he would have to find someone else. But Ian did not think long and study any information. He immediately answered that he would definitely go. When he returned home, it was time for dinner. And it was during this meal that he told his family that he was going to work in the province of Perak. And when the alchemist's son heard this, he stopped his meal and asked with wide eyes and mouth if he was sure he was going on his first mission to the province of Perak.
In a few seconds, the degenerate was flying headlong, doing a little somersault, and the stun gun fell out of his hands and flew somewhere to the side.
However, having mastered his emotions, he decided to put it on the table so as not to harm anyone. And then the question was raised by a mother who turned to her son and asked if it was really that dangerous. Ian turned his head to his mother and said in a calm tone that he thought things were not that bad. So a couple of months would be enough to sort everything out. The woman turned her gaze to the big table and asked with a sad expression if he would be going there in a week or a little later. And then she added that without him, this large estate would be completely quiet. To lighten the mood, the son smiled sweetly and said that he would try to return to her as soon as possible, so that she would not be sad. The alchemist's son happily turned to the sorcerer, calling him captain, and asked if he wanted to see the elixir he had made himself before leaving. After all, he had tried very hard and might need it on the road. The father turned his head to the young man and addressed him by the name of Douglas and emphasized that he was already quite an adult. And maybe it's time to stop calling Mr. Ian captain? However, the guy did not understand what the problem was. After all, the captain is the captain, but if it causes someone any inconvenience, then he can... He paused for a moment, and everyone was waiting eagerly to hear what the young man would say. So Ian picked up a glass of water and took a few sips, and then in 1 second he said one single word, "Brother." Everyone was surprised, to put it mildly, because none of them expected to hear such a statement. And while everyone was shocked and trying to collect their thoughts, the young man smiled broadly and said once again, "Brother Ian." And at that moment, the thought crossed the sorcerer's mind that this young man had been a criminal in his past life. The mother clapped her hands joyfully and said with a big smile that Ian now had a younger brother, and she had a younger son. Ian did not like his mother's reaction, so he said angrily, "Mother!" The alchemist realized this and said, "Mrs. Page, what are you?" in surprise. Then the man turned his attention to his son and told him to call the sorcerer Mr. Ian. The boy emphasized that they had grown up together. The father was not convinced, however, and said that this did not give him the right to speak like that. The young man replied that he would be useful to his brother and to this estate. The woman began to smile loudly, saying that he was indeed useful. So she did not understand what the problem was. And after the words were said, the lady continued to laugh, and her son, who was sitting on the right side, did not understand what was going on here, and perhaps there was a moment that he missed.
On the table was a plate of fruit. There were many tasty treats, watermelons, manga bananas melons, and many different exotic fruits. This plate emanated an incredible aroma that was intoxicating.
And thinking about everything in the world, Ian realized that such a life is not bad at all. After all, in his past life, he could only dream about it. Therefore, here you need to use all the opportunities that are given to you. The next day, in the morning, the sorcerer was already standing in the courtyard wearing the cloak that His Majesty had given him. Those who saw him off asked him if he was sure he was ready to go. Then the alchemist asked if he would go to the province of Perak right away. The sorcerer replied that he would first stop by to say goodbye to the owner of the tower, and then he would go to the province of Lydian. Then he told the alchemist that he remembered where he had placed all the mana traps. The man smiled and said that of course he remembered everything. Finally, the gentleman said that he was ready to give his life so that Ian's mother would be safe. The sorcerer looked down and said that he hoped they would be fine in his absence. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice shouting, "Brother," loudly. When I got closer, I saw my father and Ian's reaction to this phrase, so I corrected myself and said, "Ah, I mean the captain." And he immediately held out his hands with a small flask of liquid in them, and he said that Ian already had his father's elixir, which was the same, but he had made it in his own way. Then he turned his gaze to the side and suggested that he was thinking, that he will work much better than his father. That's why he suggests taking him with him. It was only because of this that Ian agreed to take this elixir with him. And after that, he decided that it was time to leave, because he had a long and difficult journey ahead of him. Although Douglas still needed to study for 3 years at the academy, his skills were recognized at the imperial level, and he was awarded the title of imperial alchemist. Holding the jar in his hands, Ian said that he was sure it would work well. Then the alchemist's son asked if he would fly to the province on his mantle. The blond man replied that he would rather take a carriage so as not to attract too much attention. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the mother, who turned to Ian. The woman brought a small package, and handing it to him, she said that he should eat on the way, because she had prepared more to last longer. Then the young lady said that there was perishable food on top. The bottom was dried meat and dried vegetables, so he could keep them for later. And finally, she added that she also put his favorite bean pie. And after all this information, Ian looked at his mother and thanked her for her care. He would definitely eat everything. The woman began to take steps toward her son to hug him. Hugging him tightly, the woman asked her son to be very careful, then told him not to overwork and to eat well. Such tenderness on the part of his mother surprised the young man. He stood there for a few seconds, not knowing what to do at that moment. However, he pulled himself together and decided to hug her back. Then they held hands and stood looking intently into each other's eyes for a few seconds, because it was hard for them to let go of each other. And finally, Ian promised that he would be back soon, so she didn't have to worry. And as he approached the carriage, he turned to face his companions and said that it was time for him to go on his way, because he had already stayed here a little too long. He took his place in the wagon and began to travel, and his family and subordinates lined up in a single line to follow the sorcerer. As soon as they started to move, the young man started looking out the window, because he needed to adjust himself to the fact that he would not be able to see them for a long period of time, because he was so used to them all. He also reasoned that he had to believe that where he and his forces were not present, his mother would be safe. The woman was very sad at this point, because she was also very used to him being around all the time. A large estate with good security, a beautiful city with a low crime rate, and mana traps that only Douglas, Mother, and Ledio can operate. So that should be enough to protect the house. 25 years have passed since he set out on his difficult journey to Peric province. Then the events unfold in an area where monsters were running fast between two large rocks, because they saw a target in front of them that they had to destroy immediately. And, as it turned out, they targeted a town with a small number of people. They had been preparing for this attack for several days, as each of them carried their own weapons which they had made themselves. One of the men, who had blonde hair and was wearing metal armor, stood up. He raised his hand in the air and in a serious tone ordered his subordinates to bring him the heads of these monsters. And finally, he added that until they fulfill his order, they should not even dream of death. So everyone listened attentively to the task set before them. Suddenly, a young man on a horse rode up to the blond man, who was very excited and scared. And as soon as he got down, he began to move quickly to the main one, reporting that they were attacked by a large group of orcs who were quite well armed. And they attacked from the rear, and they were not prepared for this and therefore do not know what to do. So they are waiting for his order on further actions. This information surprised the man, because he was simply sure that they could not do it. And so he asked with his mouth wide open, "What? He hadn't yet figured out how they had managed to outsmart and outmaneuver them, and having mastered his emotions, he began to move to the horse, turning his head to his subordinates, and ordered the first and third squads to be here with the sorcerers, and the first one should follow him. Then he climbed on his horse and raised his sword up and said loudly that he needed to deal with the orcs immediately. Therefore, everyone should follow him. They may be strong, but these monsters move according to a certain long-established principle. For experienced soldiers, they will not cause any problems, but orcs can easily defeat beginners. The blond man was very focused on how to attack his opponents in order to defeat them. After riding the horses for a few meters, the chief began to think about how they could not be late, because this was not a situation in which this could be allowed. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. He stopped in his tracks, and looking at it, emphasized that it never snows in the north.
The protagonist was startled and turned back around. He had no idea yet what horror awaited him. His face reflected surprise and consternation. What had happened? What the hell was...
Then you could see how the monsters ended up in the middle of the ice peaks, and it was they who stopped them a little bit. And they stopped moving forward, and this made everyone who saw it stop and look at it carefully, because this had never happened to them before. A blond man sitting on his horse with his mouth wide open asked what had happened, because even he did not understand what it was and how to act. The rest of the orcs were killed with arrows made of ice. They were all lying on the ground in one pile, very close together, and their comrades were still standing next to them, but they were just frozen, and they could not perform their usual movements because they were frozen. Then the blond gentleman and his subordinates noticed an unknown man in a blue cloak. As they approached him, they all drew their weapons, and the chief asked him to identify himself quickly. Without turning his head, the sorcerer said in a serious tone that he had heard that they needed help here. That is why he came here, because he could help. The soldiers did not fully understand these words, and because of this, they lowered their weapons and froze in their places, because they needed time to think about it. So, to clarify everything, the stranger took off his hood and showed his seal, and said that he was Ian Page, the archwizard of the tower. The blond man continued to stand there and asked Ian Page, because so far, this information has not provided him with the amount of information he would like to receive in order to understand everything correctly. But after a few minutes passed, he remembered something and asked if he was the same Ian Page who came from the northern village of Mogrian. The chief then raised his right hand and said that he did not know he was so young. After all, they had heard rumors that the sorcerer had cleansed Mount Mogrian of monsters when he was a child. Then the blond man extended his hand to greet him. He said that it was an honor to meet him. Ian replied with a sweet smile that it was also a great opportunity to meet the best soldier in the south, Callian Peric. The host said that the guest must be a little tired from his journey, but he wanted to know if the sorcerer could spare some time for him. After all, they have something to discuss. So after this meeting, they moved to the settlement. The blond man changed into ordinary clothes and leaned on the table with both hands and said in a serious tone that they had not expected the monsters to decide to return. And then he added that, more precisely, they did not expect the orcs to return in such numbers. And he emphasized that the enemies were too fearless today. This makes it seem like there are serious changes in the vast fields. At this point, the sorcerer tried to listen to everything carefully, because he needed to know as much information as possible. And the blond man went on to say that if not, he thought Ian knew that they had sent a letter to both the manor and the tower. In the first, they asked to send reinforcements for the fight and necessary supplies. And in the second, they asked to send an archwizard. Because, in this situation, only a sorcerer of the highest class would be able to help, because he would have enough power. After a short pause, the blond man said that the incredible wall of ice that had appeared out of nowhere was able to stop the monsters, and it could buy them time to make the right decision. And he began to tell them that they had been at war with the monsters for a long time. But the invasion continues. There is not enough food and soldiers are constantly lacking. So if the request was accepted, they would have the strength to continue fighting. However, it seems that the estate decided to ignore their request, and since Ian was sent to them, he already knows what to do next. After that, the sorcerer folded his arms across his chest and said that he understood them perfectly, and he said that the ice wall would last for 10 days. And if the monsters don't decide to attack through the mountains, they can assume that they are safe. And during this time, Ian will visit the large fields. The chief clarified in surprise, "By yourself." The archwizard calmly but seriously replied that it was necessary to find the source of the problems and deal with it as soon as possible. The blond man began to laugh out loud, saying that the gentleman was too confident. After all, they had been in these lands for a long time, but they had not been able to determine where so many monsters came from. The only thing we managed to find out is that there are many types of orcs, and they are not at odds with each other, and sometimes they even make raids together to kill people because they need this particular territory without any neighbors, because they believe that those who are not like them are all enemies who need to be destroyed in order to continue their peaceful life. Then the leader of the army showed a map and added that their attacks were not only on them, but also on the Colwood Empire to the east and the Row Kingdom to the west. These states have very narrow and winding roads, so they suffered the least. Then the man showed me that there is a canyon of a big snake, and most often monsters attack Peric from there. But the strange thing is that a little further away is the kingdom of the Ajutun Aborigines, who do not interfere. So it seems that they are scared away from those lands. And then he suggested that the north is the very reason for such frequent and aggressive attacks on large fields. However, there is one thing their soldiers cannot get there, because of the constant raids on the canyon. At this time, Ian was thinking that this did not happen in his past life. Attacks, yes, but not on such a large scale. So he said, holding his chin, that he would send him straight to the Aboriginal kingdom. The blond man said that he was led by a great shaman, and he must know something. He asked if the sorcerer could talk to him. Ian smiled sincerely and said that, of course, he could do it. He would be there for a while anyway, and would be able to find a few minutes for this request. Late in the evening, when there was not a single living soul in the yard, there were a lot of stars in the sky, and that made the whole place light. The sorcerer went out on the balcony and silently looked at the sky and thought about the vast fields. After all, he had already been there in his past life, and he needed to remember all his actions back then, because some may be needed in this life to overcome so many monsters. And it was at this time that it was best to think. Then he remembered something and suggested that one of the things might still be here, namely, an artifact belonging to an Aboriginal shaman. It is also popularly called the Stick of the Great Fields, and Ian was very fond of it. 3 years ago, the Green River Empire, the Colwood Empire, and the Kingdom of Row formed a coalition to destroy the orcs in the Great Fields. Due to the fact that it was there that a large number of them appeared, the states divided this territory among themselves. However, in his past life, the great shaman disappeared, and the natives all scattered around the world. That's why none of what is happening now happened before. Then the man, looking carefully into the distance, suggested that, of course, his return could have influenced the course of events, and so everything could have changed a little. And because of this, a new plan had to be thought out. It could also be the cause of unexplained attacks on the great fields. So early in the morning, Ian went outside the gate of the settlement and told the Russian soldier that in 10 days the ice wall would melt. Therefore, during this time he needs to find out the source of the problem and deal with it. And finally he added that if he did not return. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the leader of the army, who said that he would believe that Ian would return to them alive and unharmed, and wished him good luck. Immediately after this conversation, the sorcerer set off on a journey. He did so on foot, walking through dried fields with many dried yellow plants. After walking a few more meters, he realized that he would now find himself in the place where the Aboriginal lands originated. Therefore, he had to be careful not to hurt himself. However, he found it unusual that it was too quiet for an area where a large group of people should live and spend time together outside all the time. However, as it turned out, he was alarmed by a completely different silence, namely that the north is teeming with monsters, and here there are none. He wondered why they were attacking Peric, and this region is avoided. And at that moment he decided to find out. And after taking a few steps between the bushes, he came across a couple of men who quickly pointed their weapons at him and asked him who he was. And why did he come here? Ian slowly and carefully raised his hands, palms up, to the natives, and replied in a calm tone that he was not an enemy, but a sorcerer from the Green River Empire. Then one of the tribal men looked down and asked in a serious tone how the guest knew their language. After all, it can only be learned by living with them. However, the sorcerer did not explain anything, but explained that he did not have time for that. He added that at the moment he was looking for a shaman because it was to him that he had come here. The three natives put their weapons on the ground next to them and froze in their seats, mouths wide open, asking, "What?" After all, the king of the shamans is a title that can be equated in importance with the title of tower owner. A shaman is a creature with the heart and mind of a mana, but despite this, he was not raised by a sorcerer. The shamans have their king at the top of the hierarchy. Ian decided to explain what he was doing and said that he was researching the monsters that were attacking the north. However, one of the natives was not convinced by his words and pointed his spear at him. The sorcerer decided to finish by saying that he was sure that their chief knew the reason. The man with the weapon said that Ian was already crossing all the boundaries. And who is he anyway, demanding a meeting with the king himself? And, without waiting for an answer, the aborigine ordered the sorcerer to leave immediately. If he continued to talk nonsense, they would sacrifice him to the gods of the great fields. Ian was not happy about this development, because he had already spent enough time explaining himself, and they were still not understanding him. So he asked them if they thought he was listening to them. These words made the natives very angry, and one of them, waving his weapon, angrily shouted that they would now see how the guest on the verge of death would speak. And immediately after the words were spoken, the aborigine began to walk directly at Ian, pointing his spear directly at his opponent. When the sorcerer saw this, he immediately used the magic that gives ice spears, which simply appeared on the right side in 1 second and was ready to be used. And as soon as the two men met, they immediately began to fight with their weapons. It was only after the first blow that the end of the aboriginal man's weapon flew off and fell to the ground. He was shocked because this had never happened to him before. So he froze in place, looking at his weapon, and Ian did not miss the opportunity to say that their heads would be next. And pointing his ice sword at the natives, the sorcerer said that he needed to do without unnecessary noise. So he suggested that they simply take him to the king. But as soon as he finished speaking, a man in a long beige robe approached them. He asked Ian what he needed him for. All those present immediately turned their heads in the direction of the voice. For a few seconds, the sorcerer looked at the newcomer. He looked quite experienced. And, judging by the caftan, the man is a king of shamans. And he said this assumption out loud to get at least some kind of answer. The gray-haired gentleman closed his eyes and quietly and calmly replied that the guest had emphasized everything correctly. At that moment, one could see that the shaman had certain patterns on his face in red. Ian went on to say in a sincere tone that he was very surprised that the shaman had come to him personally. After all, he had been trying to come to him for several minutes on his own.
The protagonist said nothing, but just looked at his opponents like a piece of living meat. He swung his leg and aimed at the bastards. At the same time, the main degenerate was also stomping on his friend. He treated him like cattle. Even worse, he knew it wasn't going to be that easy. And did the protagonist know it?
Ian listened to everything carefully, but he was not fooled. So he said a little sharply, "Lies." And the shaman's face changed abruptly. His expression became angry. At this time, the color of the sorcerer's eyes changed to blue, and he raised his eyebrows and said in a serious tone that he could not be fooled, because he could feel everything. So he decided to prove himself and ordered that they tell him how things really are. The natives did not like this, and angrily said in one voice, "How dare you?" However, the shaman showed them with his hand that everything was fine. And then the gray-haired, bearded man said in surprise that it was very strange, because his magic of lies did not work on the sorcerer from the Empire. It had never happened to him before, and looking carefully into Ian's eyes, the man agreed to tell everything, because he had no other option. He could not contradict a stronger man than he was. The shaman made a very serious and mysterious expression on his face, and looking down slowly began to tell me that many years ago there was a certain prediction that the great fields will be swallowed up by a sea of fire, and the golden lands would be stained with blood. The prophecy said that their tribe, who had lived on this land for thousands of years, would be destroyed and their people enslaved. They did not know what to do. After all, the beginning of the war would be an indicator of their end. There was no way out. Life returned to its usual course, and only prayer was the only hope that could delay the inevitable. But one day, a woman came to the settlement. She handed them the stick forcefully and disappeared unnoticed. This fact made Ian think. And then the gray-haired gentleman continued that her last words were a warning that if a stranger appeared.
The boy remembered running, holding his friend in his arms. It was back in the distant middle school. And now, history was repeating itself again. He couldn't let that happen. It's his mistake, and he's gonna, even if he's being dragged through the mud. The boy grasped his weapon and pointed it forward. Now he had no choice. There was no other choice but
And then a second later he added that today Ian's life would end. And at that moment, the shaman stood in front of everyone, and in his right hand he held the same magic stick. And after looking closely at everything around him, the sorcerer realized what the whole point was, namely that they were using black magic. But it had been banned 300 years ago and was considered extinct, and no one knew that it was alive and would find him here.
The blow thundered with renewed force. The rebar landed right on the head of one of the freaks, and a mighty crunch was heard. His nose was broken. The guy was surrounded by these freaks. They pounced on him with renewed vigor. It seemed as if their numbers were increasing on the contrary. There were enemies everywhere. He had to hold firm.
Ian raised his right hand in front of him and said that there was no other way. He also advised the man to look carefully with both eyes so as not to miss anything. At that time, a blue light began to appear around him. At this time, the blond soldier went outside the settlement and, looking at the mountain of ice, began to think that something had happened. After all, 10 days had passed since the sorcerer had left for the great fields, and very soon the ice wall would break and their lives would be in danger again. So he made a certain decision that had to be implemented immediately. The chief turned his head back and turned to his assistant, named Adel. I asked him to tell everyone to go on alert. After that, he has to gather all the units, all the weapons and catapults. He also has to bring the guards who are on the mountain. The soldier listened attentively, and with his hand on his heart and his head down, said that he would do exactly as his superior ordered. In just 20 minutes, everyone had already taken their positions to defend themselves. The blond man stood in front with his sword pointed at the ground. Looking ahead of him, he said that they needed to defend themselves for the safety of the province and its people. It is they who must become the strong shield that can protect their region at all costs. If they do not do this, all those behind them will not be able to protect themselves. And as soon as the ice wall melted, the chief ordered to prepare catapults, because now the monsters could attack them, because they had not done so for quite a long time. As soon as he saw a strange shadow in the fog, he immediately began to shout loudly to his subordinates that they must get the catapults ready to launch on command.
He swung and with great force kicked the main character right in the stomach. He did not have time to react and flew off to the other side, screaming in pain. The blow was so hard that the boy's breath... He flew high up. The shock was strong, and the boy in a few seconds found himself in the air, flying straight into the crowd of angry people ready to tear him to shreds. After flying a few more meters, the guy slammed loudly to the ground. His back ached, but he felt no pain. He almost fainted from the adrenaline. His weapon slipped out of his hands. There were quite a few people crowded around. Is he crazy? Scattering them left and right and telling them to just merge like that. They started laughing around.
A few hours later, the man woke up lying in bed, completely naked. As soon as he opened his eyes, he asked himself where he was. Looking around, he realized that this was a local estate. However, when he tried to get up to sit down, he began to have a severe headache. Then he raised his eyebrows, but continued to hold his head, saying that he needed to immediately deal with the stick he had brought with him. While he was thinking, a lord came into the room in his festive clothes. He turned to Mr. Ian and asked him how he was feeling and whether he needed anything. The boss froze near the door and began to carefully examine the guest to assess the situation and his condition. It was very important to him. Ian then asked how long he had been unconscious. The Lord replied that he had been in this state for 3 whole days, and it was so long that everyone was getting worried.
The main character was like a Terminator. He was not afraid of any trials at all. All this pain was just a toy for him. He grabbed the man's leg and swung it like an Olympic projectile, aiming it straight at Daejin.
However, Ian began to get to his feet to go solve his problem. The Lord saw this and said that the doctor had said that the sorcerer needed to keep to bed rest. The guest put his head down and replied that he was fine. Then he began to look around and did not notice the river that belonged to him. So the man angrily drew his eyebrows together and asked where his stick was now. The Lord pointed to his right and said that he had asked their sorcerers to keep him in that chest. It is a kind of prison for it. That way no one can take advantage of it. Ian slowly walked closer and carefully examined the chest and said that it was quite inventive. He emphasized that they had done everything right so far. The blond gentleman and his assistant stood behind and watched the sorcerer's actions. They did not understand why he did not want to follow the doctor's advice. So the Lord decided to remind Mr. Ian once again that he was advised to get more rest because his body and mana were completely exhausted. And if he had come a little later, he could have just actually died. At that moment, the sorcerer froze where he stood and, with his head down and his eyes looking down, listened attentively to all the words of the chief. Because how should he listen to the local elite?
However, the protagonist didn't even think of stopping there. He dodged and hit another one. The guy with one blow flew backwards.
The sorcerer decided not only to tell, but also to demonstrate. So he took out a stick and pointed to it, and said that it was the cause of all the troubles that had fallen on these lands. This stick was created by a black sorcerer, and was used by shamans to scare away monsters who also wanted to attack their lands, but did not do so because they were afraid for their lives. This information surprised the Lord, and he even opened his mouth wide and asked for a moment, because he needed to process this information. After all, he thought that black wizards had disappeared 300 years ago.
Holy shit, this was something that really no one could have expected. The guys watched with their mouths hanging open. What a psycho. Now even they were scared to look at it at all. No one wanted to go near him.
Suddenly, the sorcerer began to say that when the shaman died, the black magic began to dissipate, and the witches attacked the new owner of the stick. It was a kind of curse to cover their tracks. Hearing these words, the blond man said that this was why the sorcerer was late. But if the stick was dangerous, why not just destroy it or leave it where it was found? And then Ian began to smile happily, saying that he liked her very much and hadn't decided what he was going to do with her yet, so he brought her here. To put it mildly, Rusyavyi was shocked to hear this answer. It was not a very good reason. A few seconds later, the sorcerer happily announced that the black magic had been destroyed. However, in just 1 second, a bright red light began to appear around Ian, and a sharp pain appeared in the side of his heart. He had never felt anything like it before. Then the man with wide-open eyes raised his hand to his heart and began to cry out from the pain that was created in it. And because of this, he began to squirm a little, because he could not stand it normally. The Lord and his assistant were very scared, because just a minute ago, everything was fine. And now, they don't understand what is happening, so they started asking if Mr. Ian was okay. The sorcerer did not respond to the question, but instead continued to hold his heart, because it hurt him too much. You could tell by his expression. Then the man turned his head toward his comrades, and their figures became blurry, and the Lord was quite frightened. Then Ian began to worry about the heart of the mana. And then the thing he feared most happened. Blood began to come out of his mouth, and a wound near the most important organ, and that made the gentleman freeze in place and just stare blankly in front of him, because he needed a certain amount of time to comprehend. However, he could not do it calmly, because his throat began to scratch very badly, and to get rid of this unpleasant feeling, the man began to cough up blood loudly.
Jin smiled and told him to think twice. He doesn't realize that the more he resists, the more he ruins everything around him, ? Because what happened to his friend is just the consequences of it was his fault after all. Hearing these words, the guy stopped. He didn't understand anything. What is this degenerate talking about? He smiled and pointed his taser directly at the immobilized body of his comrade. Guy ordered the protagonist to get on his knees if he didn't want him to turn this pig into a...
The Lord calmed down a bit, because the guest really looked better than he had a few minutes earlier. So, after controlling his emotions a bit, he asked what it meant and how it was possible. Ian began to tell me that the heart of the mana was not yet big enough to hold the entire volume of his mana. He added that this sometimes happens. These words did not reassure the Lord, so he asked if the sorcerer was really all right. He answered with a short and clear yes. The guest then held his arms out to the side, palms up, and said that, as he thought, he needed to immediately upgrade his class, because he would not be able to continue working like this, because the amount of mana had increased too much. Then the Lord said that he was very happy because Ian was safe, but he still needed to be examined by a doctor. The sorcerer smiled sweetly and thanked him for his concern. After that, the blond man calmed down a bit and said that since everything was fine, he needed to get down to the business that had accumulated. First, they will start with the fact that when the wizard went to the great fields, a parcel came from the magic tower, and they were asked to show Ian the ball, but he was unconscious. The Lord decided not to talk for a long time, but simply handed him the parcel. Looking at the ball, Ian wondered if it could really have been sent from the Ivory Tower. But these thoughts were interrupted by the Lord, who asked him to wait. But that was not all, for there was something else. So the man took out a letter from his inner pocket and handed it to the sorcerer, saying that he had delivered this letter from His Majesty to the messenger, and there were orders to hand it over personally.
Eventually the beating ended, and the protagonist, completely bloodied and exhausted, continued to sit on his knees. He lowered his head and didn't even raise his gaze. He didn't feel like living right now.
And this made the man think for a few seconds that His Majesty had not sent the letter in a more modern and fast way, but in a long and proven way. What if there is information there that the tower should not know? So he decided to start with a message. To do this, the sorcerer picked up a blue ball and immediately unfolded the text. From the very beginning, it was written that the message was intended for the arch-wizard Ian Page. And then, the following content. Delivery was delayed so as not to interfere with the mission. Please understand, this was the choice that had to be made. During your absence, something happened. Robbers broke into your house to steal your inheritance. Your family is under the protection of the tower.
The guy continued to sneer. He said that the main character is the most interesting person in the whole school. So if he moves under him, he'll make sure he always has money, power, and women.
Then the sorcerer decided to read the letter that His Majesty had sent him. It read as follows. Dear Ian Page, if this letter has reached you, it means that luck is on my side and on the side of my son. With the blessing of the goddess of fortune, I would like to ask you a favor. Since you are now on a responsible mission, you probably don't know that soon a meeting will be held in the free city of Demeter to decide the fate of the lands that have been taken over by monsters. The last lines made Ian take his gaze off the page for a bit and look at it in front of him, because as a Tau, everything happens quickly, because the last time it happened was 3 years ago. Then the man turned his gaze back to the page and read the continuation. The meeting will be attended by the successive princes, namely the 5th Prince Ragnar, the head of the Magic Tower, and Captain Duncan. By the time you read this letter, they have most likely arrived in the free city.
It was the only thing that made him a monster, and he had so much to endure, so much to lose. He remembered all the times he had to save his friends from certain...
And the last words in the letter were, Therefore I ask you to become my son's right hand and help him through this difficult journey. His Majesty wrote this message personally, which was not typical for him.
The image of his friend, who was now lying in the hospital, and there was no telling what would happen to him afterward, popped into his mind. Did he really deserve this? Except, he'd learned the fucked up nature of this life.
Then Ian closed his eyes to recall some moments from his past life, namely, the negotiations in Demeter. This is the place where Ragnar's skills will be highly appreciated and where he will strengthen his position, and at a time when the consistent prince will be weakening. Ragnar will be able to prove himself as a great diplomat and force the land to be given over to the empire. After that, all the aristocrats will take his side, and the successive prince will be condemned for incompetence and almost rejected by the nobility. Then the sorcerer opened his eyes and began to assume that the events of the past and present had been planned by the owner of the tower. After all, at the time, he simply did not understand it. Ian did not understand how long ago and why he had such thoughts. However, the invasion of monsters, the king of shamans receiving a stick with black magic from a secret sorceress.
The guy smiled and asked, "The main character forgot what?" He looked at him with a squint in his eyes, his radiant smile. He still felt his superiority.
And then the sorcerer covered his mouth for years, because the invasion of his house by robbers was also a kind of warning to him. And from this he realized that the chief of the tower was only guessing, but it turns out he sees right through him. At that moment, Ian wanted to return to the capital and his family, and he didn't care about the emperor's request. However, something special has to happen, magic that is not described in books, magic that the owner of the tower does not even know about, and he can only defeat it by becoming a 6th-level sorcerer. So the blonde turned his head to the head of the town and addressed him in a serious tone. He still did not understand what was going on, and because of this he was a little frightened, but he responded to the words, "Yes, Mr. Ian," and he waited for the dialogue to continue. Then the sorcerer put his hands back and relaxed, smiled sweetly, and asked if the man could fulfill his request.
"What the hell is going on right now? How the hell do I stop him?" The protagonist knew no mercy. He looked at him with eyes full of rage like a rabid beast. "He's going to finish him off."
The blonde folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, asking the captain if it was really impossible to call Mr. Ian. After all, he really needs him now. The black-haired man standing next to him put his hands back and replied in a calm tone that the prince should be patient, because not much time had passed.
The blow went straight to his head, and now sparks were going to fly from his eyes. The protagonist didn't expect that, and all he could do was groan.
The prince looked down sadly and said that he really understood everything, but he was still a little scared, because he had never done anything like this before. A second later, he added that the prince himself should know that various ambassadors, the owner of the tower, and of course Ragnar, who would not miss the opportunity to show off his person, would be here.
He grabbed his taser and prepared to deal with the protagonist once and for all. It's just a creature to be exterminated. Now no one could stop him from doing so. Charging his stun gun to full power, he brought it to the protagonist's throat. He will kill him. This man will never live again, that motherfucker.
Then he turned his gaze to the right and continued to talk to himself, saying that he had been preparing for this day for a long time, and surely the boy is already hurrying to the imperial estate. He emphasized that he now understands what Ian Page is like. His family comes first, no matter what happens in politics. When it's all over, the new prince... However, I didn't have time to think it through because something happened that no one expected. All those present looked up and began to examine something carefully. One man even asked what it was. The second gentleman began to point his index finger up the mountain, showing everyone that something was flying there. The older gentleman suggested that it might be a large bird. The blond prince turned his head in the direction everyone else was looking, and squinting a little, began to peer carefully into the distance to find out what the unknown object was. And when, just a few seconds later, he realized that it was the one he had been waiting for. So he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Then he spoke the name of Ian out loud, and the sorcerer kept looking down at the people who had gathered and were looking at him with such curiosity. A few seconds later, he landed next to the blond prince and his assistant and dropped to one knee, bowed his head and apologized for being late.
A few seconds later, there was a scathing blow, after which there was silence. The boy had not expected this. This weakling who can't even stand up for himself suddenly thinks he's a hero. What does he think of himself?
Ragnar stood by and was quite angry at this development, because according to his plan, everything was supposed to happen completely differently, and the owner of the tower could barely contain all his emotions. A lot of thoughts were raging in his head that it was impossible, because how could he neglect his family? At this time, no less important events were also taking place in the imperial estate of the Green River Empire, but not as exciting. The alchemist's son sat in a large, soft chair and closed his eyes and asked when the captain would return, because he missed him so much and wanted to demonstrate his new skills to him. Then he lay down on the couch, face down, and told his father that because of the ban, he couldn't even go to the academy. He was bored at home. The alchemist folded his arms across his chest and asked his son to calm down, because they should be grateful to be accepted at the estate. He is also very happy that they managed to catch the robbers thanks to the mana traps.
Jin leaned his head against the concrete railing and ordered him to choose. The guy stutteringly tells him not to be stupid. This is insane.
Noticing the worried expression on Lady Page's face, the alchemist asked her not to worry, because they were safe now. After all, this is the imperial estate of His Majesty. But in fact, with a sweet smile, he asked if there was a safer place than this. However, the young lady did not look anywhere, but instead sat with the same expression on her face and stared unblinkingly in front of her.
Now the degenerate was sitting on the protagonist trying to strangle him. He was laughing and saying, "You should see the look on his face right now." Had he already regretted messing with him?
But he was not upset and rubbed his temple with his right hand and said that a letter had come from the Ivory Tower. And it said that Mr. Ian would appear very soon and say the word, "Tadam." As soon as the alchemist spoke his last words, a rather familiar voice to everyone present said the same commanded phrase, "Tadam, am I a little late?" The alchemist's son opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise and began to slowly get out of bed, quickly processing the information that was entering his brain.
He looked at his prey now. He will be finished. He is power-saturated, and his blood repeated his name, this time completely.
Only after 2 or 3 minutes did the mother say her son's name, Ian, in a calm tone of voice. When everyone finally came to their senses, they came closer to the boy. The woman took her son by both hands and looked him straight in the eye, and the young man apologized for the trouble. A second later, he added that everything would be fine from now on, because he was there to protect them. And as soon as he said this, he began to smile broadly.
G-Day ran right at the main freak, and with his whole body piled on top of him, but he wasn't so easy. The kid covered himself with his arm, but still flew off in the opposite direction.
At the time, Ian was in the company of the Lord and his assistant, and with all seriousness, he addressed the latter with one request.
Dae-jin wiped his nose of blood. "It looks like these suckers have been drugged. How do you kill them?" "Looks like they need to make it clear that they're not getting out of here alive. In principle, he could let them go. But today, he's not kind enough to be so generous." The boys began to crowd around our heroes and immediately rushed at them, waving the rebar.
The blond man went on to explain that he would use magic to put his body and mind into a state of sleep. If a problem arises, he should call a local sorcerer to send mana to his head, and only then will he be able to wake up. No one has ever been able to reach the sixth circle officially, so there are very, very few records of its possibility. Even in his past life, when he became a sixth circle sorcerer and developed further, he had to invent his own personal techniques or look for them in ancient books. He did not put off this ritual and began it right then and there. The man held out his hand, and a blue light appeared around it, and a circle with certain patterns appeared on the ground.
He dodged the rest of the attacks. His friend said he only needed to focus on one target right now.
But then, it turned out that these two were holograms, and the real sorcerer had just fallen asleep and started to fall to the ground, but was caught by the surprised lord.
Dae-jin stood back and watched as his army beat the two poor bastards. The sounds of blows could be heard from everywhere, but he couldn't see the whole picture.
At the same time, he was holding Ian unconscious in his arms, and opposite him stood his two identical figures, which were difficult to distinguish from their owner. Puppetry. With sixth-class magic, it is possible to make the main body a controller, after which it will fall into a state of sleep and bring two puppets, which can not only move freely, but also cast magic at the level of the 5th grade. The Lord was still shocked by what had happened, and right at that moment, one of the dolls addressed him and said,
Swinging around, he aimed right at the guy's forehead and pumped his name at the top of his voice. He gathered all his gambling, all his power and hatred into this blow. It had to end him once and for all.
When the fifth prince saw the sorcerer next to him, he was overjoyed and happy. His joy made bright and beautiful flowers bloom around him. The chief went on to say, smiling sincerely, that he immediately felt calmer and thanked Ian for coming. The blond man was glad to see that his appearance had relieved His Majesty's anxiety. Suddenly, the owner of the tower began to walk slowly toward them, and when he was a few steps away, he said out loud that Mr. Ian had come to this ceremony. Then the older man stopped and put one hand behind his back, and said that he had received a report on the successful completion of the mission in Perak province. He added that the boy had done a good job. Ian looked down and replied in a calm tone that he had done it for the sake of the Empire, because such work falls on the shoulders of an archmage, and he was ready for any challenge. But the owner of the tower was more interested in something else, so he asked why Ian was here now. Because if he had recovered, he had to go back to the tower and take care of other urgent matters. However, perhaps the news of what happened to your family has not yet. However, the man did not have time to finish, because he was interrupted by the sorcerer, who said that he had received a letter from the tower, but also from the emperor.
Out of nowhere, surrounded by his faithful followers. Doc's son, isn't there a match scheduled for today? The man looked at his friend in surprise. No, there are no scheduled matches today. By the way, his name is Tok Bay.
And he handed him the scroll. The owner of the tower carefully opened it and began to slowly read each word so that he would not miss anything, because he would not have another chance. When at the end he saw His Majesty's signature and seal, he began to think that he knew the king would accept something like this, but for Ian Page to bring his family and come here. And then the man rolled up the letter and said that it was indeed a letter from the king, but the sorcerer was not allowed here. The prince, who was standing nearby at the time, was seriously angry when he heard these words. So he began to shout out, "What is this all about? Does the owner of the tower really want to disobey His Majesty's order?"
Charles came closer and closer, and ordered everyone else to step aside and give him way. A whisper of this spread through the rest of the men. They seemed to know who would win this fight.
The number of official representatives and accompanying persons was previously discussed and approved, and they cannot change anything at will. This raises the question of maintaining diplomatic relations, and he asked how the prince thought their empire would look like if he suddenly brought an archmage of this level. And finally, he added that he hoped the prince himself understood how unwelcome the confusion was. The blond man, in turn, raised his eyebrows angrily, because he clearly did not like these words. But Ian realized that these words were very true. After all, these rules had been applied in his past life, so there was nothing surprising here. Now the three countries are in peaceful relations, but before, there were endless wars and skirmishes between them. However, in a new way, representatives of the country, his escorts and guards, take part in the meetings. We already have 3 archwizards, including the owner of the tower. If we add another, the trust of the other participants will be undermined. Ian looked down and said that he fully understood what kind of diplomacy and trust we were talking about. And there is indeed a reason to be concerned. After hearing the words, the Ivory Tower's boss abruptly turned his back on the interlocutor and thanked him for his understanding. He said that the guy could return to the capital as soon as possible. It was a pity that it took so much time to get there, but the gray-haired man was very happy that they were able to sort everything out. And then Ian put his right hand on his chest and said that he would convey this to His Majesty. But just in case, he asked the question, however, that if one of the archmagicians left, would he be able to join the meeting? Seeing the surprised expression of the chief tower, the sorcerer immediately began to explain that since this was a personal order of His Majesty, there should be nothing wrong with the replacement. The elder gentleman said that it could be done, but he had to find someone who would be willing to refuse. As soon as the gentleman finished his last sentence, one of the previously selected sorcerers took one step forward and raised his right hand up to indicate that he could give up his seat.
Now, they're going to add a new category of matches. The opponent from crossed their weapons and looked at each other as if they were prey.
Even the blond prince himself was equally shocked and could not even say a word, just stood there and silently watched what was happening. At this time, the owner of the tower turned his gaze to the man who expressed a desire to refuse and addressed him, named Ronan, asking if he understood what he just said. The dark-haired gentleman raised his head high and stood there with a fixed expression for a few seconds to think over his answer. Ronan then put his right hand forward and replied that he was absolutely serious. After all, as representatives of the country, could they really disobey the king's order? Receiving no response, the man continued to say that he understood the importance of diplomatic relations. But, as a citizen of the empire, he could not but fulfill His Majesty's order, and his decision would help them fulfill two conditions at once.
Suddenly they were interrupted by Charles's voice. The boys turned to the side and looked at the man. What does he want? The man said hello to them. The guys looked at him in disbelief. Charles pulled back the curtain and with a smile said that the freestyle rule applies to today's match. Absolutely any weapon is allowed except blades. They have their hands free, so let them do what they want. Two men opened the safe in front of them, which was filled to the top with a variety of weapons. There were bats, brass knuckles, clubs, and nunchucks. There was plenty to go around. The fight promised to be great.
Before setting out on his journey, the sorcerer decided to ask Mr. Ian. He told him that he was now the representative of the delegation instead of him, so he had to take this job seriously. The sorcerer smiled sweetly and thanked him for his action, for it was the right thing to do at the time. The man replied that he was only fulfilling the king's order. The arch-wizard Ronan is one of those who can lure you to his side. He is known for his honesty and straightforwardness. He is also known for his neutral attitude towards both the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. He is a simple sorcerer who has devoted his life to magic. At that moment, Ian thought that if he taught him a few magic tricks, he would gladly go over to his side. At the end of the conversation, Ronan bowed low to all the men present and said that he would be leaving for the estate right away. After all, as the owner of the tower said, archmagicians who are not officially on a diplomatic mission should not be here. The main gray-haired gentleman, holding his stick tightly, looked down and said that it was a pity, but that was the way it should be. Then the older man opened his eyes and began to think that Ian could only be a stupid prankster. But was he really marking the tower guard to take his place? The man was quite angry at these words, but the sorcerer was smiling happily, because everything had been resolved because of what he needed. The owner of the tower squinted his eyes and said the name Ian Page in his mind, and he added that he had been working for a long time to ensure that the tower would gain power over all the affairs of the empire. And some young man who convinced himself that he could do this. He can't just take a moment and undo the efforts of the owner of the tower. While Ian stood in the company of the fifth prince and his aides and bodyguards, Ragnar, who had also come here to show off, watched him behind. The young man did not understand how the sorcerer managed to join this team, because the lineup had been approved long ago, and he should not have been here. Demetria was indeed a free city, not affiliated with any of the three countries. In addition, they all understood its necessity and officially recognized it as neutral for many years. Then the 19th mayor of this town invited the guests inside. The man's name was Angel Neville. The prince immediately asked where the other members of the meeting were. The man replied that they were already in their suites for special guests. Then the gentleman pointed to the left and said that a large blonde mansion had been prepared for the ambassadors from the greater empire. And for His Majesty the Prince, a mansion was allocated a little to the right. After all, it is used by the noblest of their guests. After receiving this information, the prince folded his arms across his chest and turned to the owner of the tower and asked if they had anything scheduled for today. The gray-haired gentleman continued to hold on tightly to his stick and looked down and said that they had nothing planned for today, so everyone could go to rest. This information made the blond guy very happy. This could be seen in his expression, which was a wide smile. And then he held his hands out to the side and said that if that was the case, then everyone could really go to their rooms to rest, because they had a lot of work to do in the coming days. However, he invited Ian with him because he wanted to discuss some important matters in private. The sorcerer bowed to show his obedience to the prince, and immediately after that, The men began to move to the right. The prince walked in front, and Ian followed him. Ragnar watched them quietly. And as soon as they had moved far enough away, the young man turned his head back a little and addressed the owner of the tower, who was still standing there. He said that they needed to have a serious talk, but not here, but in a safer place. So he invited the gray-haired man to his apartment because, in his opinion, no one would be able to hear them there. When they got inside, Ragnar immediately said that he would not ask to take responsibility for what had happened a few minutes ago. But the wizard who is constantly hanging around his brother is really annoying him. So they need to immediately address his presence in their lives.
Red Fox reacted in time and swung his stick with his foot. He easily anticipated all the movements of his opponent, and his blows were quick and accurate. Right now, it was not difficult for him to deal with this newcomer.
However, I told him not to worry, because Ian Page is really a very good wizard. However, diplomatic skills will be needed here. Magic will not help him. Because of this, the gray-haired man is simply sure that the sorcerer will not be able to say a word, because he simply does not know what is said at important meetings. And a second later he added, "What could such a young sorcerer possibly say? In a place where the great diplomats of the 3 countries are present? He will be just a decoration, exactly what they planned, and Ragnar will be able to become the main supporter of today's meeting." The prince closed his eyes in alarm and said with raised eyebrows that he understood this, but the feeling of anxiety still did not leave him, and he did not understand how to get rid of it. After all his efforts to lure Ian to his side have failed. For some reason, this guy categorically does not want to take over their game, and it is still not clear why. And if left unchecked, he could become a great obstacle to Ragnar's future. Then the prince opened his eyes and looked at the owner of the tower and said that he hoped the man would deal with him. The man replied that of course he would, because everything would be done because of His Majesty's wishes. At this time, in another room of the mansion, the 5th prince sat on a large, soft sofa and said with a wide smile that this was just a wonderful room to live in. Then he turned to his assistant and Ian and said that they were saying that Dimitri had a good nightlife. So we'll have to go to a show. Then the gentleman continued to laugh out loud, saying that maybe he needed to buy new clothes for going out, because not all the locals might not like this one. So he decided to immediately ask the captain to call the servants. However, this request was interrupted by Ian, who addressed His Majesty. And as soon as the young man heard this voice, he immediately asked what had happened. Not receiving an answer to the first question, he asked the next one about why the sorcerer was looking at him so angrily, since he had not yet done anything wrong. Ian then asked the blond prince, holding his head, if he understood why he had come here in the first place.
He's always learning, analyzing every fight, learns from them. He read many books on martial arts, wrote down every move he saw in other street fights. There was no technique for him that he couldn't learn.
And the prince needs to forget about the nightly festivities. The young man is quite surprised, because he thinks they still have plenty of time. However, this did not convince the sorcerer, for he said that they would prepare, and they would start right away. The blond man was very upset because he didn't like all these important things. The assistant turned his head in the opposite direction to avoid looking at this suffering, because he was tired of watching such emotions.
Charles remembered the moment when he saw Jung and Red Fox fighting with each other. At that moment he had seen what this man was capable of, but the young fighter had also surprised him a lot. With a broken arm, he was able to resist such a gang, in addition to almost beating their leader to a pulp.
The main man looked at the floor and said, more seriously, that he knew this, because his father had already warned him when he was at home. The sorcerer decided to speak frankly about the fact that Ragnar was well trained and could capture all the attention. So the man asked if the prince wanted that, and the boy replied that of course he didn't. But he continued to say that he did not know. International relations, army, division of territories, slavery. No one has ever taught him diplomacy. That's why he doesn't know much about it. Ian listened carefully to all these words, because he could draw some conclusions for himself. Then the prince looked up at Ian and asked him if it would be better if he kept quiet than to say something stupid in front of important people. The sorcerer concluded that the prince simply wants to escape from reality because of his helplessness, and something needs to be done about it immediately. After all, we can't let things happen like this, because it is the consistent prince who is the most important figure in defeating Ragnar. So Ian said out loud that the blonde prince should be the center of attention at the upcoming meeting. However, the boss still didn't understand how he was supposed to do it, because not only does he not understand anything about it, he is also very afraid of speaking in front of a large number of people. And then the sorcerer decided that he would give the consistent prince a chance and help him. Because of this, he said that His Majesty had asked him to be a pillar of support for his son so that he could prove himself and achieve something, and so that the young man does not lose his position and does not give all his attention to the fifth prince. Therefore, Ian will provide all the necessary answers to the questions that will be discussed. Because of this, from this moment until the day of the meeting, the prince will definitely need to learn them, because otherwise he will not be able to keep attention on himself for long. A week has passed, and it was time for the meeting. Ragnar and the owner of the tower walked into the hall, and the prince said that he had heard that his brother had not gone out for a week after he had entered his room. Then he turned his head to the left and asked me what he was doing so busy. After all, this behavior is not typical for him. The gray-haired sorcerer replied that he also found it strange, but the guards who were presented to the successive prince's apartment said that nothing strange was happening there. However, it is known that the young man sometimes walked through the garden with a very thoughtful expression on his face. Ragnar listened to everything and answered briefly and clearly. "I see." So after this short conversation, the men decided to continue to the hall where the meeting was to take place. On their way, however, they met the prince's successor, who, together with his assistant and the sorcerer, also walked to the meeting place. Ragnar said good morning to his brother, who was too serious, and to get him a little bit more in the mood for conversation, the fifth prince moved his right hand forward and asked him how the night went. "Was there anything that bothered you?" The blonde continued to stand still, and replied without changing his expression that everything was actually fine, even in a way better than it sometimes is at home. Ragnar smiled broadly at this answer and said that it was very good. After all, not everyone can boast of such a vacation. Not knowing what to ask next, the fifth prince said that he would go to the meeting room first, if no one objected, because he was a little tired of standing. Taking a few steps past his brother, the boy said that they would meet soon. He was simply convinced that today he would be able to attract all the attention and win the favor of important people from other countries. And when Ragnar passed Ian, he didn't even stop, but instead raised his head and nose high up the hill to demonstrate his confidence. Everyone who was present during this short conversation went in different directions, because everyone had their own plan of action that they tried to follow. Then Ian looked at the prince he was accompanying and noticed something he didn't really want to see. That's why I decided to contact him to talk to him a little bit, to say some reassuring words, because the guy clearly needs it. And when he got to the front, he looked his interlocutor straight in the eye and said that the prince shouldn't worry, because he had prepared very well over the past week. And a second later, he added that he was simply confident that the prince would be the main character of the evening. And if he needs help with anything, he can always count on him. These words gave the blond man a lot of confidence. His mood even improved as he began to smile cautiously, and a spark of courage appeared in his eyes. When everyone finally took their seats, a bearded man in a white suit came on stage and asked for permission to introduce himself. He is the 19th mayor of the free city of Demidera. His name is Angolo Neville. He immediately decided to inform them that the content of their meeting would be recorded. It could also be interrupted at his personal request. So, everyone should remember this. They're going to start this meeting right now, because there is no time to postpone it any longer. Everyone who was supposed to be present in the room froze in their seats and listened attentively to all the mayor's words, because these are the rules that must apply. When the boss speaks, everyone is silent. For some reason, Ragnar began to smile mysteriously. At the same time, the owner of the tower was standing behind him, and when he saw this sign, he looked down to show his agreement. And behind the consistent prince stood Ian with a serious expression on his face, because this event demanded that he be so, because quite serious people had gathered here to solve important issues. Suddenly, One of the young men present raised his hand and said that, as everyone knows, the path to the great fields from their kingdom is thorny. This makes it difficult for them to engage in trade. These words were spoken by the heir to the duchy in the kingdom of Lo, Maxwell Venot.
Soon, he got to his feet and wiped the blood from his face. Daijin was furious. His body was beginning to ache, and for the first time in his life he felt that someone had managed to knock him to the floor of the ring.
He then turned his gaze to the successive prince and said that if the Green River Empire disagreed, they could always reconsider and agree on a new one. At this time, Ian emphasized to himself that the meeting had begun with a discussion of military support. So he began to mentally order the blonde prince to answer in the way they had been preparing for. The young man was silent for a few seconds, as he needed to gather his strength to have the courage to say something out loud to such a large audience of people. Seeing this indecision, Ragnar coughed loudly and then said that he would speak for their consistent prince regarding supplies for the army. However, the blond man replied in a serious tone that he would like to hear the opinion of their commander, named Duncan Marcus, first, and he pointed to the man with his hand. The gentleman who asked the question smiled sweetly and asked if the representative was not the fifth prince, and the successive prince said that an expert was present here right now, and this is a great opportunity to get his opinion. Ragnar was, to put it mildly, surprised by his brother's response, because he had expected the boy to be silent all the time, and for him to speak for him. However, the blond man turned his head to the expert and addressed him by name, ignoring this. This demonstrated that the man could start a story. The mustachioed gentleman put his hands behind his back and said in a serious tone that he would try to explain everything briefly to everyone here in clear language. Ian closed his eyes and was pleased with this beginning. At this time, the man began to tell him that as far as supplies were concerned, the kingdom of Law, and then the men began to offer their new ideas on how to solve this issue. The blond prince was so engrossed in his story that he even got up from his seat and began to walk around, gesturing actively. Some members of the assembly resonated with these words and put their hand on their hearts and nodded their heads with a sincere smile as a sign of their agreement. And Ragnar was furious that this is how it turned out, and he was the silent prince, not his brother, who just today conquered everyone with his story. And when the consistent prince finally finished his talk, he said that it was over, so that everyone understood. Those few minutes passed very quickly, because everyone was listening intently. One black-haired young man raised his hand and offered to speak directly, and he clarified that they want to divide the territories into 3 equal parts. But a new question arises whether anyone can guarantee their equality. And these words were spoken by the prince of the Colwood Empire, Hector Colwood. After all, resources and land are different on such a large territory. And why should some get something good and others get something bad? And he is simply sure that the losing side will try to win back other lands. This means that a war will break out between them all. And then Ian began to think that this was the most important topic at today's meeting: the division of the Great Fields lands among the 3 countries. Finally, the black-haired man folded his hands on the table and added that their empire was not interested in such a development. After a second, he explained his attitude to this, because they want to keep the truce for many more years. He suggested that if anyone had a better offer, he could tell them, so that they could come to an agreement without quarreling. After these words, Ragnar slowly turned his head to the owner of the tower to see if he had any suggestions. The gray-haired man waved his head in the affirmative and was already preparing to tell, but he didn't have time, because the first to raise his hand was the consistent prince, who said he had a pretty good solution. Everyone present was surprised because they did not expect such determination from such a quiet guy. So for several seconds, everyone was just silent, not even blinking, because none of them had a proper solution to this problem. And the blond prince, happily rising to his feet, added that he would tell them everything and then they could discuss it together, because it may be necessary to make some amendments. Ragnar didn't even have time to raise his hand properly. The young man stood there with his mouth wide open, shocked by his brother's confidence, which he had never seen before. The bearded mayor of the town calmly said, adjusting his glasses, that he thought everyone present would like to learn about this wonderful method from His Majesty the Prince of the Empire of Green River. And then the consistent prince leaned on the table with both hands and began to tell us that a new method had been invented in the Ivory Tower, and it allows you to learn about the resources that are hidden underground, and it will calculate their amount even on a large territory. Ragnar and the owner of the tower heard these words and turned their heads sharply and simultaneously in the direction of the blonde, because even they did not know this information. And the thought flashed through the gray-haired man's mind. How is this possible? One of the men present, holding the handles of the chair, asked if this was really true. The prince answered this question with a short and clear, "Of course." And then he said that everyone present had probably heard of the sorcerer standing next to him at least once. And turning his hand to the right, he said that the youngest archwizard of their empire, Ian Page, had personally invented the method. And then the tower owner realized that they had the same strategy, to use this magical method to his advantage. But the man wondered how this sorcerer could have guessed what would be the key topic of the entire meeting. At the same time, the prince was enthusiastically telling us that this way they would be able to create a resource map, in which they would be able to mark the condition of the soil, and, with its help, it will be possible to fairly distribute the territory between the countries. A second later, he added that he understood that the distribution could be approximate and not perfectly accurate. But he thinks that for several decades all countries will focus on resource extraction. When he received no response, the consistent prince said that in his opinion there was no better solution than his. Ragnar was terribly angry. Ian noticed this, and he was very pleased with the boy's behavior, because it meant only one thing. They had done everything right. The blond man got to his feet and leaned on the table and said that they could call it quits.
However, sooner or later in his life he had an unpleasant experience. He was treated like garbage. At that moment, it was as if something broke inside him. He encountered something he had never dealt with before.
And as soon as the meeting was over, the main blond guy went outside and happily turned to the captain, who had been waiting for them for a very long time. The prince was smiling broadly, because he was pleased with how everything went. And behind him was the sorcerer, no less happy. Walking to his assistant, the prince said that if he could see how he had won over everyone at the meeting today. It's also a pity that the guy couldn't see the pouty face of the tower owner,
who for some reason was incredibly strong and tough. His body seemed to be made of steel. No attack could break him. What's wrong with this man? Why is he so strong? Even in death, he doesn't give up and doesn't let go of his hand. It was as if he was impossible.
It took the sorcerer a few seconds to think about the proposal, and the man nodded his head in the affirmative. The prince in succession said, smiling loudly, that Ian would soon be of age, so he could already have a shot or two, and then he added that he would teach him how to do it properly. However, this conversation was interrupted by a rather familiar voice addressing His Majesty. When the blonde turned in the direction of the voice, he saw his brother there. He was confidently walking towards him. You could see a satisfied expression on his face, but behind it was a great deal of disappointment and sadness. As Ragnar came closer, he put his right hand on his heart and bowed, saying that His Majesty was simply magnificent today. And he learned a lot from him today. The Crown Prince was shocked by this reaction, to put it mildly, because they had not been close since childhood. The blond man listened attentively, folded his arms across his chest and laughed out loud, saying that he was glad he could help his brother. And while Ragnar was bowing, the successive prince said that the boy participated in such gatherings, so he advised the young man not to give up and continue in the same spirit. And if he needed advice, he could turn to him. Ragnar thanked his older brother with a sweet smile, and immediately after that, he quickly turned in the opposite direction and started walking. The three men stood there for a few seconds, looking calmly after the fifth prince. This silence was then interrupted by the Prince of Succession, who turned to Ian Page and told him that today was the best day. The assistant and the sorcerer smiled sincerely when they heard these words. Then the young man went over and embraced his assistants and said that it was time for them to go and have fun for the whole week of their suffering. When they arrived at the right place, the prince turned to the captain and invited him to join them, because it was enough to stand at attention. After all, everyone here is their own, and there is no need to be so reserved. Then he turned his attention to Ian and reminded him that today he would learn how to drink. However, this fascinating monologue came to a halt because of what happened next. Namely, Ian's hands began to glow with blue light, and all those who were nearby also turned their heads toward the light. No one fully understood what was happening now, and the sorcerer decided to say that he thought it was his threshold, and even more light appeared around him. The prince in line froze in his tracks and asked with a wide-open mouth, "Threshold? What do you mean?" The sorcerer looked down and apologized for what had happened, and he said that the prince would have to teach him to drink at the estate. However, the guy still did not understand what was going on. Ian assured him that he would explain everything in detail, but only at the estate. And he quickly said, "See you later." Everyone was shocked and froze on the spot, and just in 1 second, he disappeared without a trace in the air. Some men began to look around, searching for the sorcerer with their eyes. Only one owner of the tower understood. The gentleman held on to his cane and asked if the wizard had been an illusion all along, and if so, he was just playing with them here. Upon hearing this information, Ragnar froze in place, with his mouth wide open from the shock he was experiencing. And the gray-haired man could not understand how he failed to recognize this deception. At this time, in the free city, the Lord's servant came to the Lord and brought him a tray of food, because the man refused to go to the kitchen for lunch. A blond man was sitting on a chair next to the bed and looked to the side and ordered the food to be placed on the table by the window. The servant asked with a sad expression that Mr. Ian was still unconscious. The blond man looked at the sorcerer in a serious tone and answered in the affirmative. And all this has been going on for several days. The magic reduced his energy use and vitality. The Lord went on to add that he could actually see the sorcerer's body slowly returning to normal. Then I remembered how Ian had ordered that if there were any problems, they should send him a signal with mana to his head. So the blond man began to slowly rise to his feet and closed his eyes and said to his assistant that it was probably time to call the sorcerer. However, right at that moment, the sorcerer opened his eyes a little and without moving, quietly said that no one needed to be called. When the Lord heard this, he abruptly came to the bed and turned to Ian and asked him joyfully if he had finally woken up. The sorcerer finally opened his eyes normally and turned his head to the right side, smiled slightly and said, "As you can see." Then the blond gentleman leaned forward a little and asked how the sorcerer was feeling. "And does he have any pain?" However, the blond man closed his eyes and replied without moving that he had not yet fully recovered and that he needed a little time to recuperate. After all, he has a very bad headache and can hardly move, and also his stomach. And then the Lord asked in surprise what was wrong with him, because if a man is in pain, they will immediately call a doctor. Ian, however, assured him that he was not in pain but simply hungry. The room fell silent for a few seconds, as everyone needed to think it over, and also to develop a plan for further action. The next morning, Ian was standing in the central square, holding on tightly to his stick. Looking ahead, he thought that he might need to stay one night.
Overcoming the pain, the guy tried to get up. His whole body felt like it was numb. His opponent continued to lie unconscious. He didn't seem to have survived such a blow.
Ian smiled sweetly and replied that he had already received enough help, so all these celebrations might be unnecessary. After all, he is not a do-gooder but an ordinary arch-wizard, and any other sorcerer would have helped them as well as he did. But the blond man put his right hand to the side and said that he did not think so. Otherwise, someone else in the same place would have just killed the monsters and returned to the tower. Then the man decided to tell us that he had initially doubted the sorcerer when they first met. After all, he believed that such a young sorcerer could help them solve the problems with the monster attacks. But the Lord was wrong, for in just 10 days, John was able to accomplish what he and his men had been struggling with for a long time. And finally, he emphasized that the blond man had a really special power that no one else had. Ian stood there quietly the whole time, listening intently. So the Lord smiled broadly and spread his arms to the side and suggested that before the sorcerer left, he would do something interesting. And then the sorcerer's expression changed a bit because he didn't understand what was coming next and whether he would like it at all. The blond man decided to clear the air and said that he had heard that 5 years ago, Ian had been granted the status of a permanent high-ranking guest in the province of Mogren. and then he offered to do the same in this free place. Hearing this proposal, the sorcerer was surprised to say that he did not think it would be easy, but the Lord replied that he should not worry, because they could skip the formalities. So he offered to officially become an honored guest of the province of Perak. Then the blond man smiled sincerely and said that this was not a simple thank you, because they had a clear goal they wanted to achieve. And a second later, he added that such an attitude could probably make even a 6th-level archmage happy. Ian continued to stand in the same place, holding his stick tightly. Then the Lord put up both hands and smiled broadly to the sides, and said that this was beneficial for both the province of Perak and Ian Page himself. The blonde began to smile and closed his eyes, saying that he did not think it was so easy to make such official and important statements at the level of the Empire. But if he thinks so, then he opened his eyes and said with a pleased expression that he saw no reason to refuse. He was also very pleased to hold this title. The Lord, hearing these words, replied that he was also glad to hear such an answer. Therefore he slowly turned to the right side where his assistant was standing and holding a sword, and he asked whether they could now enshrine their contract. That way, they could be famous for thousands of years. And he assured Ian not to worry, because it would be over quickly. A second later, the Lord stuck the tip of his sword between the pebbles, and holding the handle tightly, closed his eyes, and said that the Perak family would be ready to receive the archwizard Ian Page at any time.
The Indian stood, celebrating his victory. His opponent lay unconscious. He raised his arms high and screamed like a beast.
And the blond man kept saying that he swore on his name that these words would be passed down from generation to generation. After all, it is simply impossible to forget such things.
The main event was going to be the Battle of Kings. The crowd roared. Everyone was in anticipation of the grand spectacle. The fights in this arena never stopped. It was always full of people eager to watch the bloody spectacle.
Ian also laughed at these words, but he did not hide it. And when he calmed down a bit, he thanked them for paying so much attention to him. The Lord asked Ian to give him advance notice of his visit, so that they could show him the most interesting things in their area. And finally, he added that he hoped the wizard would enjoy it. The sorcerer said that he would do just that, but after he said that, a blue light began to appear around the man, and after a little while he said, "See you later." The Lord and his assistant froze in their seats and looked up to watch Ian climb up with the help of his cloak. After a few minutes of flying, the wizard landed on one of the deserts with many large stones. Looking into the distance, the man began to think that so much had happened in such a short period of time that it was hard to imagine. However, he summarized that he has achieved a lot, and this is a bigger accomplishment than in his previous life, so he is clearly on the right track. He even found a wand that belonged to an archwizard, filled with black magic that disappeared more than 300 years ago, and when he returns to the capital, he will have to work hard to revive it.
Tigadak swung his large fist, preparing to strike. The scarred man clenched his fist and prepared to fend off the attack. The man stood completely calm, as if he wasn't worried about the outcome of the battle.
He turned his head to see who had said his name. He did not expect anyone to get up so early, not even the servants. When Ian saw the woman, he said in a sweet tone, "Mother." He missed her very much because in this life they had never been separated for such a long period of time.
After a few seconds, he hit the net with a thud, droplets of blood flying everywhere. One more second and he would have torn that grid. The man immediately lost consciousness with this kind of force.
When she came a little closer, the young lady opened her mouth in surprise and then tried to cover it with her hands, saying how much the guy had lost weight. He was skin and bones. She asked if the people in Perak could not feed him normally in return for his help. Then the mother made a face and said with regret that her son had to suffer so much. How could he stand it all? Ian, holding his mother's hands, closed his eyes and replied in a calm tone that a lot had happened. He added that he was confident that he would soon gain the weight he had lost. Then he took one step back and began to slowly take something out of his inner coat pocket. And while doing so, he said that he had something for his mother. And just a second later, he demonstrated a magic sphere that uses mana for communication. He went on to say that he had asked a workshop on the way to the capital to make it. And now, when he is away, she will always be able to contact him. Finally, He apologized for making the woman worry, and he made a small promise that he would try to be there for me in the future. But sometimes, there may be times when you need to be away for a few days. At that moment, the alchemist's son entered the room and, seeing Ian, shouted loudly, "Captain!" He immediately asked me what kind of magic it was. Without waiting for an answer, he began to say that he had learned a lot of new things at the academy. But this was the first time he had seen such magic. Coming closer, he asked how the sorcerer managed to be here, in the capital, and in Dimer at the same time. Then he clarified whether it could be an illusion or a reflection. Ian listened attentively and said with a broad smile that he could not ask the young man one question at a time. After that, the man turned his gaze to the right and said with a sad expression that, to put it simply, "So he was promoted to the 6th class, so now he can perform such spells." The guy with his mouth wide open asked in amazement if this was true, because if so, then it turns out that Ian is the most powerful sorcerer in the entire empire. The alchemist said that he had known that the boy was strong since their first meeting, but not to be so powerful. Ian smilingly replied that nothing had changed, so they could address him as before. The alchemist's son quickly replied, "Aye, aye, Captain." He went on to say that he wanted to experiment with a new elixir tonight, so he invited the sorcerer to come along. The blonde apologized and said that maybe some other time. The young man asked why, and the sorcerer looked mysteriously ahead. He replied that he had been invited somewhere, and that he had to go to that meeting. A few hours later, the man arrived at the specified location. When Ian looked around, he was judged by the situation that it somehow did not meet his expectations. So he even wondered if he had come to the right place. Suddenly, a blond prince came out of the corner of his eye, held his arms out in the air and shouted, "Ian, over here!" Then the young man began to say, I think the sorcerer had already guessed, that today they were having a banquet in honor of Ian. The boy replied that for some reason he didn't like this beginning anymore. And then the sorcerer said that he came in simple clothes. What a feast. After that, the boy entered the room, where 2 guys were waiting for him and greeted him with joy. Then they invited Ian to sit down at the table and asked them for more appetizers and drinks. And then, right in front of the sorcerer's face, a large wooden glass of beer flew and landed on the table. A blond prince brought it and set it down. He smiled broadly and congratulated the wizard on reaching the 6th grade. And he said that he had specially brought a special drink from the imperial stocks for the occasion. This is the best and most selective drink you will not taste anywhere else. So he immediately offered to try it. At that moment, Ian realized that in his past life, he had never even touched alcohol.
The guys were lying in hospital beds. Jong was now all wrapped up in a cast. He had many fractures. The girl came closer to him and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and said that he was a real fighter after all.
And the prince asked with interest, "How is it for a guy?" The blond man put the wooden vessel on the table and wiped his lips and said, "Not bad at all." The consistent prince said that he was the one who was very happy because the sorcerer liked it. The men at the other table raised their hands and addressed His Majesty and asked him to tell them what had happened in Demedir. The young man abruptly rose to his feet and laughed loudly, saying that he would certainly do it now. He immediately went to the next table to satisfy his friend's need. Ian froze in his seat with his mouth wide open because he hadn't expected the banquet to go like this. Then a voice spoke to him, asking Mr. Ian if he could have another drink. When the sorcerer turned to the head of the speaker, there stood the prince's assistant, named Oliver. He was holding a bottle in his hands. As he filled the cup, the black-haired boy warned him that since it was his first time drinking, he had to be very careful. Because if he gets drunk, he is afraid that the whole knightly squad may disappear at the will of his magic. Ian smiled sweetly, and holding on to his glass, replied that the boy was worrying about nothing. Then Ian turned his head to the next table and said that he hadn't realized that the consistent prince was so easy to talk to the other knights. He asked if this was normal. Oliver replied that all the local knights had sworn allegiance to the prince. That's why they are loyal to each other, and that's why everything is good. The sorcerer rested his head on his hand, which was on the table, and looked thoughtfully in front of him, and said quietly, "Oath and trust." The prince's assistant was silent for a few minutes, and just watched Mr. Ian's emotions in silence. And taking one sip, Oliver said out loud that he now understood why the sorcerer had no friends. This conclusion surprised the blond man, and the black-haired man added that he had guessed after their first meeting, and he decided to remind them of their first conversation 5 years ago in Mogrian, when Ian had caught the spy Cecilia. At that age, the boy was already a third-class wizard and had caught a dangerous criminal, but you could tell from his face that he didn't care at all. Ian had excellent control over his emotions. After all, his peers did not yet know how to behave so skillfully in society. A second later, Oliver added that you couldn't tell anything from the sorcerer's expression. It was as if he were a knight who had been trained for many years. Ian quieted down and looked away, thinking that this black-haired boy had also noticed that he was not behaving like other children. And the prince's assistant continued to say that it was then that he realized that Ian had a lot of secrets already at that age, and even if he tried very hard, he would hardly be able to make friends. In the end, Oliver smiled sincerely and emphasized that he sees through people. The sorcerer said that this could indeed be true, although it was not very pleasant to hear. A second later, he decided to be honest and say that he had a friend, but the end of their friendship was not pleasant. The black-haired boy raised the glass to his mouth to take a sip and said that it was very interesting to know what kind of friend Mr. Ian's friend was. However, he went on to say something else that he had realized during these 5 years of communication. The blond man said that he was even a little scared to hear him say this because he might say some unpleasant information about him again.
Lee Hyun-yoon turned to him and introduced himself. The kid looked at him as if that person owed him something. What a braggart. He doesn't know how to do anything himself. Is that what he does?
Then the sorcerer turned his head to the interlocutor and said that, to be honest, he was already 48 years old, and he preserves his youth with magic. The prince's assistant froze in place in shock, with wide-open eyes upon hearing this information. However, Ian decided to say that it was a joke, and a second later, he added that he himself had said that it was difficult for him to get along with people. So he still hasn't learned to joke. Oliver looked at the other man mysteriously, as something in his words alarmed him. But then he smiled and replied that he was a generous captain of knights, so he would forgive Ian. It was already late at night.
He said, "Nice to meet you," and without thinking he swung with his weighty fist. The fist flew so fast that the fighter didn't react in time to see it. What the hell? Is this how you greet new students?
Suddenly someone spoke to him, and it made Ian freeze in his tracks, and when he turned his head to the right, he noticed the assistant captain sitting against the wall. So Ian asked the guy what he was doing here. The blond guy smilingly replied that he was not really on a first-name basis with alcohol. He'll have one drink and that's it. He added that he had just gone out to get some fresh air, and he asked why the sorcerer went outside.
The boy turned to the stranger and looked at him angrily. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing? They just got here. Is this really the way to get acquainted?"
The deputy captain of the Knights is Paul Rance, and in his past life he was the best knight after Oliver. Although he is simply by birth, he is loyal to the crown and the empire. That is why he became close to the successive prince and captain. This awkward moment of silence was broken by a guy who asked the sorcerer if he had really tried alcohol for the first time today. He asked how it tasted. The sorcerer looked down at the ground and replied that it was not bad. He added that he would spend his evenings like this from time to time. The guy smilingly said that he was glad for it. He said that everyone was very grateful to Ian for his help, and the knights are only talking about him, and they had not seen His Majesty so happy for a long time, and all this thanks to the sorcerer. The blonde thanked them for such kind words, but he only pushes them in the back, and they all move forward together. However, the information that the prince is happy, he'll really take it as a compliment because he's really pleased to hear it. Suddenly, the sorcerer's interlocutor froze without even blinking. Ian was alarmed and asked what was wrong. The young man replied that it was nothing. He just didn't think a sorcerer could smile like that. This conversation was interrupted by one of the knights who opened the door and addressed the deputy. He said that he had been wanted for several minutes, and to top it off, His Majesty calls him, and he says that if he continues to run away from drinking, he will demote him. The blond boy replied that this was too much. However, he started to get to his feet and apologized to Ian and told him that he had to go back. As the deputy and his friend walked inside, they discussed the fact that the prince would pour even more this time, And Ian, left alone, went to the edge of the railing and began to look into the distance and began to recall moments from his past life. And now they are no longer a heavy burden on his shoulders, so he can finally relax and live his life normally. After all, his election is completely different from what happened before. He sees a joyful and satisfied, consistent prince who has been able to achieve great heights. Ragnar, on the other hand, was not the same as he used to be. He spent that evening alone, standing by a large window and looking at the stars through it. The guy was upset and disappointed that he could not prove himself at the last meeting, and His Majesty was sitting at his desk late at night, sorting through the documents he had received over the past few days. Ian reasoned that he could not know where his new decisions would lead him. However, there is one good thing in all this. Now his mother is living this period of life with him, and they can enjoy the moments together. Therefore, at this time, his goal is very simple: to protect the people close and dear to him. He doesn't want to be left alone, as he was in his previous life. And having had that experience, he doesn't really want to repeat it. Because I want to start a new life and live it with a pure heart, because it is simply impossible to do otherwise. So he began to smile sweetly as he looked out from the balcony, as a beautiful landscape stretched before him, complemented by the stars.
Before he could even think of anything, the man jumped high up and his blow missed. The heavy sledgehammer split the air. Naturally, it hit me. The man was moving.
As it turned out, the fifth prince was not wasting his time either, and together with the owner of the tower, they figured out what they needed to do next. After all, they could not leave everything like this. The guy turned to face the other man and remembered how he had said earlier that this sorcerer needed to be removed before he became a nuisance. So now it is definitely necessary to do something. The gray-haired gentleman lowered his head and gazed down guiltily, and said that the boy was indeed right.
Jung immediately got to his feet and prepared to throw another punch. He wasn't going to give up. He had to teach that kid some manners. Now, the fight was about to get real. It wasn't just a sparring match anymore.
And it turns out that in this situation, he is their biggest problem, which needs to be dealt with immediately. The owner of the tower said that his words were a mistake. After all, he wanted to solve everything faster, but even so, they were late, because no one could have known that the young man would be so cunning. Then the older gentleman said that he did not want to make any more excuses, but for the last time, he wanted to ask to wait. After that, the room fell silent for a few seconds. This was so that the audience could think about it. After all, this time they are ready to introduce Helen, whom they have been preparing for just such an occasion. The fifth prince was surprised to see this young lady, because it was she, the arch-wizard, who had been forced to hide for many years, but he did not yet fully understand how she could help them and what they should expect. The woman began to slowly lift her large hood, through which red strands of hair were visible. She looked down and said that she was glad to meet us. However, when she kept looking up at His Majesty, one could see that her pupils were red, and it scared the prince quite a bit. He even took a few steps back and put his hand forward, demonstrating that he did not want her to come any closer. The owner of the tower asked the boy not to be so scared, because she was just a novice who obeyed all kinds of orders. And I'm ready to do anything for His Majesty. The blond man put his hand to his lips and said, "Is the owner of the tower really—" However, he did not finish, because the man understood everything, so he replied, "Exactly, it is forbidden." The Black Wizard, and soon Ian Page himself will fall at their feet and beg for mercy. Therefore, the prince does not have to worry about the fact that something might go wrong in the future. After all, everything will happen exactly as he has planned it, and it cannot be otherwise. And the place of the successive prince will definitely be his. The next morning, the owner of the tower was already in his office, reviewing the documents he had just received.
Yes, he was like a champion. Kang Soo-ho possessed the same skills. However, this was hard to believe. Could it be that he was standing in front of him?
It just didn't make sense to him how such a young guy could reach such heights so easily and at such a young age. The assistant slowly opened the door to the office and asked the landlord with a downcast look if he had called him. Then he looked up at the man and calmly waited for an answer. The gray-haired gentleman leaned on the table with both hands and tried to gather all his emotions and control himself in order to carry on a normal conversation. And just a few minutes later, the man smiled lightly and said, "Oh, you're here, Marco." The young man immediately asked if something had happened. The gentleman replied that it was nothing serious. The owner of the tower went on to say that he remembers the first time he saw Mark and that 20 years have passed since then. The gray-haired man emphasized that the boy was just a toddler then, just as he remembers it now. It turns out that the man found him wrapped in a small piece of cloth.
Jung watched all of this with astonishment and didn't understand anything. Who is this person? Is he a member of the Halim Academy? If so, then he also has a chance to become that strong.
So the gentleman said that he was proud of Mark. The young man smiled sincerely and said that it was all thanks to the wisdom of the tower owner himself, and to pay for at least part of your favor, he is ready to do anything. The gray-haired man said that the young man was like a son to him, and that no payment was out of the question. But to be honest, the owner of the tower invited him because he had a request. He said that if Marco was not busy, could he come to his house tonight? The boy bowed and said that he could certainly do that. The next day, the tavern was visited again by someone they didn't expect to see there, as the employee who was wiping the glasses stood there for a few seconds with his mouth open, and when the man greeted him, he was shocked. However, as soon as the employee pulled himself together, he asked how it was possible that the Ivory Tower arch-wizard himself, Ian Page, had come to them. The sorcerer took off his hood and asked if he really knew him. The man replied that, of course, he was telling the truth, because there was no one in their establishment who had not heard of him. The employee then bowed and thanked Ian for coming to such an unassuming place. However, he was still interested in why the arch-wizard had come to them, so he asked to find out. The blonde replied that the guy should be serious, because he was not going to do anything important here. He just came as a guest to buy some information, and immediately after these words, he put a bag of gold coins on the counter. When the guy saw this, he said that there were rumors that the wizards of the tower paid generously for their requests. So then he looked up at Ian and asked what kind of information he needed. The blond man held his hands out to the side and replied that he would be happy to hear any information about black wizards.
Hyung looked at him with a searing gaze and told him to listen to him very carefully, paying attention to every word.
Ian closed his eyes and explained that his knowledge was superficial, and he was actually looking for something else. Then he opened his eyes and said that information can be anything, but he would like to know what most people don't know. The employee of the institution said, smiling broadly, that he understood everything now, and he added that the sorcerer was very lucky, because they had been paying a lot of attention to this problem lately. So he put his hands on the counter and asked if Mr. Ian knew about the Order of Dragons.
Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. The guy jumped up from his seat and lunged at the bully with his fists. Inside him, he was raging with anger. What the hell is this? Why do you have to endure such pain to study here? Without waiting for an answer, Hyung slapped the boy's hand again, hitting him so hard that he slammed into the floor again. The girl was standing next to him, looking at the scene with a frightened look.
Many people did not believe the criminal's words. However, over time, the small religious group began to grow. Now it is shrouded in secrecy because no one knows who is in charge, how many followers they have, or what their main goal is.
One of the fighters quickly flew backwards. The man stood firmly on his feet, clenching his fist tightly. The rest of the fighters watched in horror as he took down one by one the experienced killers.
But one thing is clear from all the information and rumors, that there is a clear connection between the Order of the Dragons and black magic. And he emphasized that they assume that some representatives of the top of their empire are close to the Order. Because black magic requires not just mana, but human resources. Therefore, it turns out that those who can get them do their best. Because the community is closed, it is difficult to understand how to get in, and to find out who is in the Order as well. However, if they can really control people, it may not be difficult to brainwash someone from above in order to achieve personal goals. In the end, the employee said that this is all they know now. However, they could dig further and probably find something. And if so, he would send a letter to Ian. The hooded sorcerer said that at this point he understood everything and hoped that the investigation would be successful. The young man waved his hand and happily thanked Mr. Ian and emphasized that he should be paid a decent wage. When the evening came, the blond man did not go to rest, but instead sat at his desk and thought about this mysterious Order of the Dragon. He hadn't heard this name in his previous life, However, he couldn't help wondering how it could be, since this community had existed for several decades. Then the man turned his gaze to the stick standing next to the door, and the thought came to him that the king of the shamans, he performed black magic with a stick engraved with black symbols. And if black magic requires not only mana, however, this whole story raises a lot of questions to which he has no answer yet.
Up to this point, he had only dealt with scumbags from the street who knew no pity, who could attack in the back and make a sneak attack. You had to be very careful with these people if you wanted to survive.
Everything has changed too much compared to his previous life, and this tires the sorcerer out, because he needs to unravel this tangle even more. And all this is not happening because of his return, but the world has actually been like this all along. The difference is too great, and is beginning to increase over time. But is this all because of the use of the dragon language? Or could it be a side effect of going back in time? In any case, Ian feels as if he has opened a chest that shouldn't have been opened. It was easy to go forward with memories of his past life, but now he knows nothing. So you need to be prepared for anything. At that time, the owner of the tower apologized to Mark for calling him so late. Mark smilingly replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that. The young man asked a question that was supposed to find out what the man wanted to ask him. The owner of the tower snapped his fingers and decided not to drag it out for long, but to tell it like it is. The guy with his mouth wide open froze in place and waited to hear what they were going to say. Before telling me anything, the gray-haired gentleman warned me that other people should not know about it, because this information should remain between the two of them. Then the gentleman got to his feet and turned toward the door and asked if the boy was ready to follow him. Marco didn't know what to expect, so he asked where they were going to go, because it was dark outside. The owner of the tower took out a book with a red cover, and showing it to them, he said that it would show them the way. And just a few seconds later, a dark blue light began to appear around the book, and then a black tunnel. The guy was quite shocked to see this, so he turned to the owner and said that it was... But he didn't have time to finish because the gray-haired man interrupted him and asked what was going on. However, without waiting for an answer, he invited the young man to come closer because they had to be close to each other to move. The elder sorcerer was the first to enter, and Marco followed. He did not hesitate for a second in his decision. It was very dark in the new place, so he didn't really understand where he was and what was around him.
Better get out! Let him get some fresh air! The boy's hands began to shake with anger. He could still go on, but for some reason he was considered...
When a few seconds passed and he was able to look more or less, what he saw in front of him surprised him. For several seconds he stood almost motionless and looked around, because he had never seen anything like this before. It turned out that there were imprisoned people in small cages. They lowered their heads and looked down, and they did not respond to those who came to them. The boy said in surprise that these people... But again, before he could finish, the gray-haired man interrupted him and told him not to worry, because they were just ingredients. However, this did not calm Mark down. He began to shout loudly, asking what the man was talking about. What ingredients? People? After all, one cannot act so simply in their world, because one can be punished for such an attitude toward living beings. Suddenly, Marco recognized one guy who was just exhausted and breathing slowly. It was a guy named Chris. The owner of the tower said in a serious tone that this young man almost died because of witchcraft. It was a miracle that he was still alive.
She looked at him and said nothing. The girl paused rhetorically and continued to stare at him with an unblinking gaze.
The gray-haired man went on to say that sometimes they bring such people from other countries. They don't just bring sorcerers off the street, because they would have ended up in a terrible place and wasted their lives anyway. Sorcerers are not like that. They are beings who cannot even get a first-class degree and would suffer like this for the rest of their lives if it were not for them. Other stronger sorcerers could have destroyed them with indifference, so the older man thought he had saved them from disgrace. However, this did not calm Mark down, but rather worried him even more. Sivakali said that they are only ingredients that can serve to benefit the Ivory Tower. Then the man raised his stick up, and a red light began to appear around him. And seeing the fright on the boy's face, the tower owner assured him that Mark would not be affected by their involvement. He added the word, "I promise," at the end. After all, he is almost like a son to him, and he cannot treat him so lightly. After saying this, the gentleman smiled broadly to ease the situation. Suddenly, a strange sound of coughing from different people began to appear around him, and some unknown black veil was flying next to the guy. The guy tried to fight her off, but he was not successful. She kept circling him anyway. After a few minutes of this resistance, Marco got tired and fell to his knees because he could no longer stand. He also bowed his head down. The owner of the tower watched this calmly, as if he knew that this was exactly what was supposed to happen. So he turned to the young man in a serious tone and asked him to get up. The guy immediately began to obey the order and slowly got to his feet, but his head was still down. The next thing the gray-haired gentleman asked was for Marco to look at him, and the young man fulfilled this order instantly, and there was something strange about it. When their eyes met, the man asked who he was, and the young man quickly replied that his interlocutor was the owner of the magic tower of the Green River Empire, and his name was Havard Leon. Then the older gentleman asked who the boy was, and he answered that his name was Marco, and he is a second-class sorcerer of the Ivory Tower. He is also the personal assistant to the owner, Leon. After these words, the gray-haired man threw a small dagger on the ground in front of the boy and told him to cut off his little finger with it. The young man does not think twice about picking up a weapon and, looking forward with a fascinated gaze, cuts off one phalanx. The finger falls to the ground and blood splashes around. The owner of the tower is calmly watching the whole thing. Then the man looked down and said in a serious tone that only from that moment on he could call him his son. At this time, the other students studying to become sorcerers were discussing the fact that the owner of the tower had taken an indefinite vacation. After all, he had a lot of work to do, and he was getting on in years. Another boy suggested that it might be because of Mr. Ian. After all, he is the youngest archwizard who has already completed the 6th grade. It might hurt, mister. The girl spread her arms to the side and asked what would happen now. The other interlocutors clarified what she meant. The young lady began to tell me that the owner of the tower was on the side of the 5th prince, and Mr. Ian was for the successor prince. You can't have two important people on different sides. One of the boys said that they had no choice. You have to follow what the higher-ups say. At this time, Marco approached the large wooden door and stood still to catch his breath. A blond man who was reading a book turned his head toward the knock and allowed the person to enter. When the young man entered the house, the sorcerer recognized Mr. Mark and greeted him sincerely and happily. The guy had a kind of glassy look in his eyes, so he clearly said that he had brought what he was asked for. After that, he went over to the table and put the books on it. Ian watched and said that he had been looking for them for a long time, and that was why the young man helped him a lot. Then the sorcerer scribbled on a notebook and asked if the owner of the tower was sick, because he hadn't heard from him for a long time. Marco replied that it was not as serious as anyone could have imagined, so there is no reason to worry. Suddenly, the young man caught his arm in a book and cried out in pain. Ian heard this and asked what had happened to his hand. The young man replied that he had injured it when he was practicing magic. But it wasn't a serious injury, so he didn't have to worry. The sorcerer smiled sincerely and said that everything was clear now, and finally he wished him a speedy recovery. But in his mind, Ian thought that something was wrong, because he clearly feels that this Marco has become a different person than he was. After all, this young man usually behaved more freely with him. He has the same face and voice, but he is clearly building a wall between them, and this is after the owner of the tower has taken a vacation. So while the young man was next to him, the sorcerer decided to find out something. So he said out loud that he remembered some information, and he began to recall that he and Mark had met 6 years ago in the province of Mogren, and if it wasn't for his help during the fight against the goblins, there would have been a great disaster. The young man looked down and said that he did remember that moment, and very vividly, but the young man began to bow, saying that if nothing else was needed, he would go. But before he could finish, the sorcerer interrupted him by saying Mark's name. Ian began to slowly get to his feet and asked the boy to wait a while. He immediately began to emphasize that the boy had not actually been in the fight against the goblins, but he had helped him during the mana test. Marco replied that he was sorry that he didn't really remember everything. Ian had already picked up his magic wand. Then he started waving it in front of the guy's face, and he said the words, "Great, excellent," and a blue light began to appear around me. And then a circle with various hieroglyphs appeared. It helped to apply a certain magic, which Mark had to resist, because she could have overpowered him in a heartbeat. Just a few seconds later, the young man began to cough loudly. Something was really tearing at his throat. After all this, he fell to his knees in front of Ian and put his head down, continuing to cough. The sorcerer knelt down on one knee next to him and asked if the boy had regained consciousness. The young man looked up and asked why him.
The officer kept hitting the boy's head with the folder. What's he looking at? Glad to meet a compassionate man? No way. He doesn't even have to be happy. And what's their parish for the month? The guys sat on the bench and didn't say anything. Each of them was really annoyed.
The sorcerer, sitting on one knee, calmly asked Mark to tell him what had happened. Finally, he clarified that the young man had to tell absolutely everything, with all the little details.
And by the way, what happened to them now? They totally deserved it. The officer looked at his regular customer with an angry look. You little punk.
The man took one sip and asked if the gentleman had come alone. The assistant replied that they hadn't noticed anyone with him, so he said they could take him to the room. At that moment, the thought flashed through my mind that Ian had caught me on the hook. After all, he had purposely put black magic on Mark, because a sorcerer like Ian can easily recognize it. That's why everything is ready. And even if he runs out of ingredients, it's worth it to get a 6th grade wizard. But there will always be new ingredients. After a couple of minutes, the door to the room began to open slowly. The owner of the tower noticed this and said that he had not expected a visit from the sorcerer. After all, the 6th grade archwizard himself is a personal figure. What an honor. Ian bowed and said that he had been told that the owner of the tower was ill, so he had to come and express his condolences. He added that he hoped the gentleman would recover quickly. The gray-haired man thanked him for his words and invited him to sit down. When the sorcerer sat down on the sofa opposite the tower owner, a cup of tea was brought to him. And in between, silence fell between them for a few seconds. However, the sorcerer decided to break it, saying that Marco was feeling unwell. The gray-haired gentleman said he was afraid that he might have been infected. The blond man took a second sip and said that he didn't think so, and he began to tell me that he was constantly worried about this young man. After all, he was very respectful and fully committed to his work. The man went on to say that he had once heard an incredible story from him about how the owner of the tower had a secret laboratory in his country house, where he conducts inhuman experiments with black magic. The older gentleman began to laugh out loud, saying that black magic could not possibly exist. Marco was insane, so it was definitely not possible. Ian emphasized, with a serious expression, that he thought the young man had been subjected to a black magic spell, and as if the person who put it on him was the person he called the owner of the tower and considered his father. The blond man said that Marco had asked him to stop this crazy old man. The gray-haired man said out loud that he did not understand what the gentleman was talking about. After all, he actually has a portal to the laboratory. It is created by an artifact that he received by accident, and it's very convenient for the old man. However, a laboratory with black magic is a bit of a stretch. Then the owner of the tower got to his feet and said that if Ian wanted to, he could go with him and see what they had just talked about. Because if he doesn't trust him, he can verify this personally, as they say, with their own eyes. It took the sorcerer a few seconds to think it over, because there was no way to make a mistake. But Ian decided to check it out to be sure. The owner of the tower turned his head to the interlocutor and asked him in a serious tone to follow him. The gentleman said that as the chief among the sorcerers, he could not allow rumors about the use of black magic to spread. First, they approached a wall with a bright red curtain hanging on it. The gray-haired gentleman slowly pushed it aside and looked closely inside. And then he told Ian that this was where the portal was. When they looked at him, he looked exactly the same as he did in Mark's presence. Then the older gentleman took out a book with a red cover and said that this was the power of his artifacts. And if you use the magic from this book, then anyone can use the magic of portals, which is available to the 8th grade. These words made the sorcerer think for a few seconds, but not for long, because the owner of the tower approached this hole and invited his guest along. And they began to move through the dark place one by one. As they walked, the blond man reflected on the fact that in his past life, Havert Leon was considered one of the best owners of the Ivory Tower. He is a great sorcerer who initiated the unification of the continents. He is honest and dedicated to his work. It was this gentleman who brought Ragnar to the imperial throne, and he was able to significantly increase the influence of the Ivory Tower on what was happening in the country. Since he had been on their side in that life, he must have respected the owner of the tower as well. Suddenly they stopped, and the man in front of them turned to Ian, and looking at the stick that was standing next to the wall and glowing with red light, he said that he too had once dreamed of becoming a hero. I wanted to save this empire on my own. I wanted to help the poor and those in need. But over time, I realized something. That you can't change everything with your strength, and the power that can make him a hero is not what he imagined it to be. After these words, a black veil began to fly around, as if looking for some kind of prey. And it turned out to be Ian. The boy was frightened and began to examine all his body parts, because this black evil spun around them. And just in an instant, it became too difficult for the sorcerer to breathe. He grabbed himself by the throat and began to cough loudly. And the owner of the tower began to say that he had the power to make many sorcerers work under him. To save this empire from extinction, he is called the Power. Then the older gentleman smiled broadly, and saying Ian Page's name, told the young man that he would definitely be part of this ritual. At that time, the young man was trying to figure out what kind of magic he should use to free himself and further protect himself. The owner of the tower said that under his guidance, the sorcerer would help this country and its people.
What started yesterday will end today. The guy swung, and his fist flew forward at a rapid speed.
Ian tried his best to resist the influence of this magic. However, the gray-haired man did not give up halfway either. So he ordered the sorcerer to get up in a serious tone, and the young man did not resist and began to fulfill the task assigned to him. His expression was quite calm and emotionless. When the owner of the tower saw that the boy was obeying his orders, he began to laugh out loud with pleasure. In his opinion, everything turned out to be very easy to do, and not because he had already thought of it.
He had a skull ring on his fingers and a lollipop in his hand. In a nasty voice, the man said it was a pleasure to meet them. It was an unknown person.
The sorcerer replied that he was the owner of the tower, whose name was Havert Leon, and this man is also a complete psycho. After saying these words, the young man tilted his head to the left and began to smile sarcastically. Then Ian did what he had wanted to do for a long time, but had been holding back. Namely, he struck a blow to this arrogant gray-haired gentleman. The man fell and hit the wall. After landing, he began to cough loudly because saliva got into his airways. When the owner of the tower came to, he could not understand how the young man managed to resist the magic. It was simply not possible. He could not recall that this had ever happened before. During this time, Ian took a few steps forward to get closer and look into his interlocutor's eyes. Then the sorcerer reminded the gray-haired man that he hadn't said that he didn't know black magic at all. I'm lying about that. And since he hasn't started 5th grade, he doesn't know that their strengths are different. And even with black magic, a 5th grader is still a 5th grader. Then the sorcerer sat down and asked if he really thought that Ian would come here unprepared. The young man smiled and said that such stupid mistakes should not be made by the owner of the tower. So he was in no hurry. The gray-haired gentleman was quite angry that everything did not happen as he had planned. But the sorcerer didn't want things to drag on for too long either, so he stretched out his hand to the main man's face. And he used magic to drain the magic. After all, he simply cannot do otherwise. After this little procedure, Ian asked the man to rest because he would not be able to move at first due to the mana flow. Age also takes its toll. Recovery takes a lot of time. The owner of the tower raised his right hand with the last of his strength and called Ian a bastard. When Ian used the magic of light, a few minutes later the door opened to one of the vaults where a large amount of treasure was hidden. Looking carefully around, the young man smiled broadly and said that this was the kind of fortune a modest and decent tower owner could make. Then he turned his head to the man and asked him why he had so much money, since he had nowhere to spend it. It turns out that he had simply enjoyed collecting all these jewelry all his life. Then the sorcerer asked if the gentleman had ever thought about sharing at least a little with the empire, or was he hoping to take everything with him to the next world? Ian stood in one position for a couple of seconds. At that moment he was thinking carefully about something, and it required a lot of concentration. After that, he immediately returned to the cells where the prisoners were sitting and began to slowly walk toward them with his ball of light. Coming closer, he began to carefully examine the people there. For him, this was an important problem to solve. He emphasized to himself that they are in a terrible condition. However, some of them are still breathing, and that is very good. So he quietly asked them to wait a little longer, because he was going to help them escape from here and finally get proper treatment. And then this monologue was interrupted by the owner of the tower, who asked if Ian really thought that Marco was the only one. But it is not so. He has many assistants who do their job properly. However, this did not surprise the sorcerer at all, for he had long been aware of the possibility of this. So he calmly continued to stand there and wait for the sequel. Therefore, the sorcerer does not need to pretend, because they are definitely on their way, and they will not stop without his signal. From the very beginning, the gray-haired man wanted them to pay attention to two very important points, in his opinion. And then the man was interrupted by Ian, who spoke them himself. Namely, the first was his family, and the second was an attack on the prince. So the owner of the tower leaned against the wall and asked if the young man wanted to make a deal that could be beneficial to both of them. His condition is very simple. Namely, you just need to forget what happened today. After all, the young man has no evidence other than this portal, and they will believe the owner of the tower, not him. If he decides to tell, of course, even if he does not yet understand the consequences of his actions. But it's better not to cross the line when dealing with a gray-haired man. So it would be hard for him to imagine how he could regret it. However, Ian closed his eyes and refused the offer.
Scar tensed up. It made the fight more difficult for him. However, he had to concentrate, as he realized that it would be foolish to rely on this kid. He wouldn't be able to stand up to one against all.
The older man was out of his mind from the rage that had seized him, so he quickly got to his feet and asked, wide-eyed, "What?" Instead, the sorcerer put one hand on his belt and the other down and smiling sweetly repeated, "Try it." At this time, at Ian's estate, an alchemist approached his mother, who was sitting on the terrace admiring the view, and immediately addressed her by name. Walking towards the woman, the man said that the wind was very cold today, and she should be careful not to get sick, and it would be good if she went inside. That way she can defend herself for sure, because in her condition, she doesn't need any surprises. Mrs. Page looked down sadly and said that Ian had not returned yet, and for some reason she could not contact him even through the bullet. This is very disturbing and makes her worry, because he always warned her if he was going to be late, but this time he didn't say anything. The alchemist smiled and said that Ian was a respected 6th-class archmage. Therefore, the most hated scoundrels would throw themselves at his feet to beg for forgiveness. And because of that, you don't have to worry about him so much anymore. The young lady didn't like the last line very much, so she nervously emphasized that for her, he was still a boy. The man did not understand this reaction, because the young lady was too absorbed in her worries and could not control her condition properly. Therefore, in order not to further disturb and nervous her, the gentleman bowed low, placing his right hand on his heart, and apologized for his words. Then he emphasized that he had a child himself, but for some reason he tried to downplay the importance of her feelings. Finally, I apologized again, because I felt guilty for saying something wrong. The lady turned her gaze to the right and said that everything was actually fine, and she began to tell me that she constantly thinks about the unbearable burden Ian is carrying. He does not rely on anyone, but confidently goes forward alone, and she is so sorry that he has to suffer so much. She wants to share this state with her son, but all she can do is wait for him in this place every time. The interlocutor asked Lady Page not to say such words anymore, because the reason why Ian was able to reach such heights lies in his family, so there is no need to devalue all his achievements. The alchemist went on to say that he had once been poisoned by mana, and he was able to survive only thanks to his son. That's why we need a family. Then the man said that does Lady Page think she is not useful? Yet she constantly gives the person she is talking to a sense of inner peace, and always there for you. You can always come back to you. This is what made Ian who he is today, and because of this, his mother is a great merit here. And at the end of his monologue, the man looked down and said in a calm tone that if the lady wanted, he could stay with her for a while, until her son comes home, Together, they can spend this time in a better way than just sitting alone and thinking about stupid things. Lady Page turned her gaze to the alchemist and smiled sincerely in response, because these words were very important to her.
The boy also turned his gaze in the other direction and saw this clown sitting on a dais. He bowed his head forward and looked at the two celebrants with surprise and interest. Beside him stood several.
She didn't have time to finish, because the other person's expression changed dramatically. He became agitated because these words alarmed him too much. He got to his feet abruptly and quickly, and ordered the young lady to go inside the house, because something was happening for a reason. Suddenly the alchemist came closer to the railing of the terrace, and I looked into the bushes and asked a loud question to find out who was there. As it turned out, there were two men standing there, dressed in long green raincoats, and they were surprised that anyone noticed them at all. When the man saw that these people were moving directly towards them, he decided to shout loudly again and order them to stop in their places. However, after a few seconds, the man noticed that these uninvited guests did not listen to him, so he began to worry a little about it. After all, if they cross the line in front of their house, something can happen that will harm everyone around them. And just in 1 second, a bright orange light appeared around them, and immediately after that, the alchemist hugged Lady Page and said they needed to go downstairs. This bright light began to appear around the estate, and it was so bright that even the residents who lived nearby and did not understand what it was. After all, what is this all about? Why did thunder and lightning appear in the middle of such a clear day? The black-haired assistant asked the blonde prince if he was all right. The man emphasized that he had also seen it. So until we find out what it is, we need to go back to the estate because it is safer there. The prince turned his gaze to his assistant and asked if they really needed to go back, since nothing had happened. It was very difficult to ask my father for permission to leave the estate and secretly observe the lives of ordinary people. That's why he can't just come back. The prince then turned his head to the captain and said he had one question. The man said that he could ask him right now, and the prince asked the assistant if he could teach him fencing. After all, he might need it in the future. The captain froze in his tracks and asked in surprise, "Fencing?" He had not expected to hear such a request. The blond man held his hands out to the side and emphasized that these were the most basic things. How hard could it be to do? At least show him some basic stances. He also wants to learn how to draw a sword in a cool way.
At this time, the scar only looked away contemptuously. The stick had hit him in the forehead, and blood was already running down his face. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was not going to dance to their tune. It was better to die here than to cooperate with such freaks.
After that, the man turned to the second detachment of imperial knights and ordered them to move to defend his majesty. The blond man did not yet realize what was happening. With a serious expression on his face, the captain began to look around, saying, "Show yourself. Come on, show yourself." A few seconds later, a figure in a dark, long cloak appeared in front of them. The man tried to see who was hiding under the clothes, and when he did, he recognized the beautiful stranger. The young lady slowly took off her hood, and under it he could see her bright hair color. It turns out that it was the Ivory Tower's archwitch, named Helen. The captain pointed his sword in her direction and said that he thought she had disappeared several years ago, and he asked what she was doing here. An awkward silence fell between them for a couple of minutes. Although the man was still standing there waiting for the answer to his question, because it was important for him to get it. However, the young lady began to slowly take steps forward. The gentleman ordered her to stop and first explain what she was doing here. The woman stopped in her tracks, and, holding tightly to her magic wand, began to look at her interlocutor carefully, pondering her answer. Literally, a second later, she began to say in a serious tone that anyone who interfered with her would be killed. She said this with no emotional expression. At first, the captain was a little confused and frightened by these words, but later he regained control of himself, because in his status, one cannot lose control of oneself like that. So the first thing he decided to do was to immediately deal with this uninvited guest. He attacked her with his sword. However, the young lady managed to deflect the blow with her magic wand. And when the gentleman got a little closer, he noticed that the red-haired girl had a damaged right eye. And as soon as they separated by a few steps, the black-haired man began to prepare for a new attack, because he was not going to stand silently on the sidelines and wait for something. Helen landed on her right knee and began to look closely at her opponent to study his behavior in order to know how to continue the fight.
That's the way we do it. A wide smile appeared on the guy's face. That's more like it. Now he was cheered up, he was free and ready to fight.
And, as soon as it began to manifest, the young lady directed it directly at her opponent. The latter froze in his tracks. But he regained his composure and did not let fear overcome him. So he raised his sword up to defend himself, and when this fire approached him, he began to wave his sword from side to side, because in his opinion, this is the only way to survive and not burn. And while he was doing this, a safe corridor was formed where he was standing, which was not exposed to fire that could cause damage. The red-haired woman did not expect this to happen, so she began to think quickly about what she needed to do next. While she was doing this, the captain came close to her, and he was already swinging his sword to strike another blow that might be successful. However, the young lady was able to repel it with her magic wand. She was quite skillful with it and could use it in any situation. Therefore, one could see from her expression that this was a rather familiar situation for her, and that there was nothing unusual about it. However, the captain did not give up. He kept trying to use some new technique, so this time he decided to jump on the opponent and stab her with his sword.
Scar uncrossed his legs and stood up. All right, now everything's changed. All that's left is to find the right weapon to fight against a crowd of these. He got level with the boy and asked, what would they do next? What were their prospects? Jong stared seriously ahead for 1 minute.
And as he looked around, he was curious about the fact that he could finally see the mana barrier with his own eyes. And he had previously hoped to practice with Mr. Ian to resist him. But until that happens, he will have hope that he can handle this sword. After all, he cannot use his mana properly because he is a half-breed who has only the heart of mana. But it is also in his blood. So she will help him cope with this uninvited guest, and he simply does not have the option of giving up, because he was going to show this impudent man the full power of a half-breed. After these words, the gentleman first dropped to his right knee and swung his sword. When the sword flew past, it was clear from the redhead's face that it had managed to pierce this defense. This was something the woman had not expected, so she froze in place with her eyes wide open, because he had helped her defend herself before, and there were no such mishaps. And the captain did not miss the opportunity to draw his sword hand back again to deliver a crushing blow. And it was successful. The man managed to pierce the lady's left forearm, but the woman did not expect him to do this to her. So she grabbed the blade of the weapon with the last of her strength. She began to cough loudly and tried to get it out of her body. However, the captain assured her that he was not going to kill her. After all, he needed to find out who the traitor was who had ordered the assassination of His Majesty. Finally, he added that she could only pray for a quick death. At this time, events in the basement began to develop in a completely different direction, and the owner of the tower was surprised to hear him say, "What?"
Seconds later, his stick came crashing down on the head of one of the guys. There was a cracking sound. Either the man's skull broke or the stick failed.
The sorcerer did not take this statement seriously, so he smiled sweetly and said that, unlike some people, his words could be trusted, because over the past 5 years he had established connections with many people. However, the man did not stop and continued to try to throw the young man off balance, so he sarcastically said, "Even so, you'll never—" However, he did not have time to finish because the blond man interrupted him with his loud laughter, and as soon as he calmed down, he said, "Does the gentleman think that Ian has been doing nothing all this time? After all, when they were in Demidir, it was this old man who sent unknown guests to his estate." He added that it would not happen again. What the owner of the tower saw next alarmed him, and Ian just said that those who had been sent had probably already fallen into the mana paste or even left their world. And with his hands to the side, he said that he had nothing to ask of the gray-haired man, because he will be judged to the fullest extent of the law anyway. After all, for his actions, he deserves to die, just like all the people who work for him. Then the blonde closed his eyes and smiled broadly and said loudly that he would take care of it personally. And he will also observe the ivory tower for which he killed his body and soul. The owner of the tower sat silently listening, with a frightened expression on his face. Then Ian took a few steps toward his interlocutor and stretched out his hand to him, saying that he hadn't really intended to go that far. As it turned out, he put his hand on the gray-haired man's head and stood there quietly for several seconds. And then he said that the owner should worry about the reputation of the tower. Ian understands why the old man likes the fifth prince, not the successive one. After all, he himself once thought that this gentleman should become the ruler. But the tower owner made a big mistake when he decided to attack the sorcerer's family. After that, a bright blue light began to appear around him, and the blond man said that everyone should be punished for their actions. At this time, His Majesty was sitting on his throne in the mansion and was saying that the harms of the tower's owner, Javert Léon, had become known to the public. He had forgotten his duty and was fascinated by black magic. He used the bodies and souls of innocent people and sorcerers for his horrific experiments. Then the man banged his fist on the table and said that even death would not wash away all his sins. He cannot be forgiven or understood. Therefore, the punishment will remain unchanged, and no one can appeal it anymore. Because of this, from this moment on, Javert Léon will lose all his merits, titles, and be sentenced to death. And it will, of course, be carried out in public. Havert will go down in the history of the empire as a terrible criminal. If his followers or relatives are found, then we will have to get rid of them immediately. All those who knew about his crimes will also be punished. His Majesty emphasized that they would find the sorcerers who also practiced black magic, and he will personally sentence those involved in this story. No one will be able to escape the investigation and punishment. So the man calls on the aristocrats to help him. His Majesty went on to say that he was sure that the tower would find the owner's assistants who did not realize the consequences. And so he orders them to stop using black magic and surrender voluntarily. The only exception will be the arch-witch Helena, because she had attempted to kill the prince, and she would face a different fate, despite the fact that she was following the orders of the tower owner, and also did not understand her actions. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that she was tempted by the life of a consistent prince. Therefore, he sentenced the witch Helena to life imprisonment in a local prison in his name, where she will be constantly monitored. Then the gentleman put his right hand forward and added that what happened was terrible, of course, but this situation helped to shed light on two heroes of their empire. After all, their deeds deserve special attention. These are Ian Page and Knight Oliver. As he was saying all these words, he was already walking slowly down the hall straight to the main one, because that was what the protocol required. His Majesty, with a serious expression on his face, asked the young man to come a little closer, because for some reason he was standing too far away. When he complied, the man began to say that the captain of the second night's squad was Oliver Raywood. The young man bowed low. The chief went on to say that the captain was a real talisman for their empire. After all, he not only saved the consistent prince, but also proved to everyone that people are capable of going beyond their capabilities. And after this act, he will become an example not only for the empire but for the whole world. The young man listened to all these words with his eyes downcast. And it is understood that His Majesty will not leave his deeds and services to the state without due attention. And immediately the man began to slowly rise to his feet. Therefore, the knight of the second squad, Oliver Raywood, is awarded the right to control every knight of the empire and give them orders. He also receives the title Lord of Swords. Everyone who was present during this announcement opened their mouths wide. They clearly hadn't expected it to happen today. Seeing this reaction, His Majesty said that this title had been missing for a long time, so finally it was found. After all, for hundreds of years he could not earn it, because magic had obscured the greatness of their brave knights' deeds. But Oliver Raywood managed to show the importance of this title. Therefore, he is the only one who deserves it now, because that is how he proved his loyalty to the imperial family and the state. Everyone listened attentively to His Majesty's speech.
He repeated the thought out loud. Scar's voice came from behind him, and he said doomfully that now it was definitely a loss. There was no way they could get away.
And this title of Lord of Swords really suits Oliver. Then the main man took out a sword, which he demonstratively showed to everyone, because he had to hand it over to the new owner. But first, a man must bend the knee before his majesty, because this is required by the statute for such events. And just a few seconds later, the captain got down on one knee and bowed his head before his majesty. As soon as the room fell silent, the gentleman began to say the words in a calm tone. In the name of the first strait of the Emerald River, I officially order the title of Lord of Swords to be transferred to Knight Oliver Raywood. The young man continued to stand in the same position, listening intently. The gentleman then asked if Oliver was ready to accept the title, which had been searching for its owner for hundreds of years. The boy replied that he swore by his title and name that he would lay down his life to defend the empire. After all, he had already devoted his entire life to it. A few hours after the event, the other son came to his majesty and angrily began to say that he did not understand the reason for such a sentence. He did not understand how it was possible to execute the imperial owner of the tower. So he began to ask his father to think again, because this could be a serious blow to their empire, because the owner of the tower is a fifth-class archwizard, and his execution cannot be worse than that of other similar sorcerers. According to the prince, this will not solve the problem at all. On the contrary, it will create even more new and more complex ones, which they will have to deal with. And as soon as the punishment takes place, all the neighboring countries will know about it, especially Colwood, which has long been waiting for an opportunity to expand its borders.
The last surviving guy watched in horror as the huge fist of the bully approached his face at a monstrous speed. What a bastard. He didn't even have time to think. A grimace of horror flashed across his face.
His Majesty looked down and replied that Haver Leon was no longer the strongest sorcerer, because at the moment he is Ian Page, who was the first to complete the 6th grade. Therefore, he can take the place of the tower owner, and this shows that there really is no problem, and they can do everything as they had planned before. He went on to add that this is a good chance to raise the tower's rating and reputation on the continent. It's been a long time since they've been so proud of something, and if the opportunity arose, it's worth taking it. The father asked his son if he was wrong. The young man sadly replied that of course he was right. After all, Ian Page would be able to bring a lot of new things to the tower. However, the current owner of the tower has the strength and experience that has been proven over the years. And if he were to team up with Ian, the tower's heyday would be much faster. And that's not all. If you put a young and talented sorcerer with an experienced and older one, the two of them can become the best versions of themselves. They will also constantly monitor each other. This means that this responsibility will fall off the shoulders of the imperial estate. And so, the guy asked if it wasn't beneficial for them. His Majesty put his hands behind his back and looked down and replied that his son's words were really reasonable and one can think about them. The prince began to smile sincerely, because he was glad that his father had decided to listen to him and his advice. But it didn't happen that way. His Majesty emphasized that the owner of the tower used black magic and conducted experiments on people, although it can hardly be called an experiment. After all, the ingredients for his experiments were the sorcerers he was supposed to protect and the soldiers who had done nothing wrong. He was ready to sacrifice them for the sake of his experiments. And it turns out that this is a very serious crime, because the pursuit of the target clouded his eyes, and he simply did not realize what he was doing to innocent people.
Jung couldn't understand how it's possible. They're going full throttle, 200 kilometers per h. That's unreal. They flew like a bird, and how could those bastards catch up to them so fast?
These words made the prince very angry. He clenched his hands into fists to control himself. He said that the owner of the tower was an important representative of the empire, and he agreed that the gentleman was wrong, but black magic could be good for the empire. It could be a powerful weapon for their defense.
However, the man reacted in time and pulled the motorcycle aside. The huge fist flew past, slicing the air. That's the speed. At this speed, if they crashed, it would take a long time for their remains to be collected all over the highway.
The young man was surprised by his father's reaction. After all, they had never had such conflicts before that could have escalated to harsh tones. His Majesty added that this is why he would never choose Ragnar as his follower, because this is not the way to think when the future of an entire empire is at stake.
The cheetah continued to taunt them. Do they even know how many motorcycles crash on this highway? The man didn't slow down and smiled broadly. He already felt he had victory in his pocket. Nobody knows this town better than he does.
The father said that he knew exactly what his son was thinking, because he had long ago figured out his character and ambitions. The young man is capable of many things. However, the man raised his eyebrows and emphasized that the young man did not have the most important thing, and he knew what it was. All this time, he has been able to hide this gap in himself, but at the right moment he lacks it. Precisely because of what is happening right now. Therefore, a young man must first understand himself, and only then give some advice on how to run an empire. After all, the most important thing in politics is the pursuit of justice and its realization. After all, the ruler of the whole country must constantly remember that justice works for everyone equally. And if he thinks that some people can become expendable, then that's the end of everything. Hearing these words, the son began to laugh out loud. This surprised his father. But after a few minutes, when he was able to calm down, he replied that this was not true. After all, there is no reason why His Majesty should not choose him as his follower. And he asked if the gentleman thought that he did not know the truth. Without waiting for an answer, he began to tell himself that his older brother, who had received all the love and care of his father, and he as a son, who was born only to maintain his influence among the aristocrats. And again he clarified, didn't he? However, he added in the end that this was the difference. The father was very angry at these words, so he just got angry and shouted the name of his son, who was standing in front of him. However, the young man remained calm. He asked with a sweet smile if his father knew why he was trying so hard. To get praise from him at least once. Isn't it so hard to pay attention to him at least once? He has needed it so much since he was a child. Then he remembered how he had once watched his father play with his older brother from the corner of his room. And again I asked him if it was so hard to love and spend time with him, as if he were a prince. Doesn't he deserve to be treated like that? Ragnar then suggested that His Majesty might have agreed to let the tower owner go if his older brother had asked. The man simply could not control himself properly, so he raised his right hand up to hit his son without restraint, to make him come to his senses. Having done this, he froze in his tracks. His son turned his head to the side. After all, the blow was quite good considering His Majesty's venerable age. The father raised his hand again and watched his son's reaction carefully. The latter, in turn, instinctively moved away. Upon seeing this, His Majesty let out a small laugh. He had expected such a reaction, but not such a sharp one. After that, the gentleman quickly turned in the opposite direction and, clenching his hand into fists, began to walk, calling his son Durnham. Ragnar continued to stand in the same place. He spent a few minutes with his head down, sadly, thinking about everything that had just happened. When the gray-haired man left the room, he met an assistant named Domfil on his way, and ordered him to stay near Ragnar's estate at all times. He also told the guard not to let him out of there, and the gentleman should not allow his son to contact or meet anyone. The subordinate slowly lowered his head down and signaled his agreement. After all, he can't really disobey his boss's orders. Several days have passed since that conversation. Ragnar spent them in his mansion, barely speaking. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and when he asked who it was, he was told that the arch-wizard Ian Page had arrived. The young man was surprised because he did not expect them to meet so soon. The prince came close to the door and said that he did not want to see him, so the servants can tell him that he can go away. However, immediately after these words, the door to the room opened, and through it came the sorcerer, who decided to say hello right away. There was a pause between them for a few seconds, as they needed to get used to each other's presence. The prince decided to interrupt this awkward pause. He scrunched up his face and raised his eyebrows and asked if this visit was by order of the emperor. Ian replied that he had come to check whether the prince was under the influence of black magic, which could have been used by Javert Leon. He hoped that the young man would not mind. Ragnar began to shout loudly that the owner of the tower would be punished today, and for some reason they wanted to check him out today? It looked suspicious. Ian was upset and asked how he could be treated with such disrespect. After all, this was just a routine inspection of the entire imperial family and castle staff, nothing more. So he asked Ragnar not to be so angry, because there was no good reason for it. The prince was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what he had heard. Then he closed his eyes and put his head down. It was not easy for him to make the decision he needed to make. So he grabbed the back of the chair and slowly lowered himself onto it. After making himself comfortable, he said in a calm tone that the sorcerer should do his work as quickly as possible. Ian came closer and said that it would not take long, so the prince might not even notice when it was over. He also warned that Ragnar may feel nauseous or dizzy, and these are just signs that the boy is fine, so there is no need to worry about it. And literally, after the words were spoken, the sorcerer used the magic of the Great Cancel. A large blue circle with various hieroglyphs appeared in front of them. A few minutes after the magic was performed, the prince began to cough loudly. Something was stuck in his throat, forcing him to push it out. Ian stopped and asked if the prince was okay, because it is important that everything is fine during this procedure. Ragnar put his head down and folded his hands together, saying that it was a very unpleasant feeling, because he had imagined everything differently. The sorcerer went on to say that he found no traces of black magic. He added that if the boy was really that sick, he should rest until he felt better. Then Ian put his hand on his heart and bowed his head down, saying that they were done, and thanked them for their cooperation. And as soon as the sorcerer turned to face the door to go outside, Ragnar said in a calm tone that he had one question. What he wanted to ask right now. Ian froze in his tracks, not expecting the prince to ask anything else. There was an awkward pause between them. The sorcerer was waiting for a question, and the prince was trying to formulate it correctly in his head so that he could say it out loud. Finally, the young man broke the silence and asked why Ian decided to serve his brother. What attracted him to him? After all, the sorcerer is a rather intelligent person, and he should understand better than anyone else what. His brother is clearly not suitable for the role of emperor of the country, for he must know that many aristocratic families are also opposed to him. This question made the sorcerer think about his answer, because in this case, you need to think carefully about your answer. And then Ian replied that he did not serve the crown prince. The room fell silent again because the prince had not expected to receive such an answer. Ragnar opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise, and so his confusion could be seen in his expression. He slowly got to his feet and asked what the sorcerer was talking about. But Ian said that he had to go and wish the prince a good rest. And immediately after these words, the blonde quickly walked out the door to get a little control over himself and his feelings that could shake his respect. Then the young man noticed that one of his hands began to shake. He didn't like this phenomenon very much because it could be harmful in the future. And the thought flashed through his mind that he was not serving Hayden Greenriver, because in his past life he had sworn allegiance to him.
Of course, the champion was Kang Soo-ho, the only person participating in the arena whose battle rating exceeded 10,000.
Therefore, having mastered his emotions, the man clenched his hand into a fist and began to walk quickly down the long corridor to go home. A few hours after this meeting, it was very dark outside, but there were many small stars in the sky trying to shine brightly.
The man squints. He's probably wondering why he's telling him this now. He just wants to show him how important tonight's match is to him.
When he went inside, he saw that many things and furniture were lying around the room, and the prince was sitting in one chair, which was next to a large window. And then Ragnar asked whether the owner of the tower had already been executed. The assistant closed his eyes and said yes, and it happened this afternoon. All this action took place in public, on the main square of Green River. Many people came to see how it all happened. Having heard all these facts, the prince, without turning his face to the interlocutor, replied briefly and clearly, "I see." A second later, he told his assistant that he was free to go. Ragnar himself looked very tired. A gray-haired gentleman with a serious expression advised the prince not to be so upset, because what had happened could not be reversed. These words made the blond man laugh, so he began to laugh out loud, asking if he was going to get hurt. Suddenly, the assistant began to walk slowly toward Ragnar, and approaching his small desk, bent down a little and put down a small bundle of papers. When the prince saw it, he was surprised and asked what it was. After all, he did not expect to receive something like this because he had no one to give it to. The gray-haired assistant put one hand on his heart and bowed his head down and said that the gentleman should read the contents of the letter himself. For a few seconds, the blonde thought about whether I could be there, whether he even needed to know, or whether he could do nothing with this information. However, he decided that since it had been brought to him and put on his desk, he simply had to read what it said, what it would be about. When he unfolded the sheets, he began to smile broadly, because there were the words, "We still have a chance," written on them.
Especially his punches. They were like young. If you missed a couple more punches like that, this kid definitely wouldn't get back up on his feet. His punches were incredibly strong. He had seen others get defeated before, but so far, he had never faced such power himself.
They also managed to return many stolen treasures to the state treasury, and this will bring great benefits to all local residents. People who were in close contact with the owner of the tower are being tested for the influence of black magic. However, no traces have been found so far. The Emperor, taking one sip of hot tea, praised Ian in a serious tone for doing such a large amount of work in such a short period of time. The elder then put the cup down on the table and said that he had no idea that Havert was so crazy. After all, the Emperor bears a great responsibility for not suspecting him earlier. The sorcerer said to himself that he hadn't been able to sense it before either, because the owner of the tower had a good reputation and everyone's respect. After all, no one could know that behind that smiling face was a tyrant. So Ian said that he would tell the boss about the results of the black magic test and the subsequent investigation. Then the Emperor folded both hands over his chest and looked down and said that he would like to discuss one more question with John, if he did not mind. The sorcerer closed his eyes and replied that he was certainly ready to discuss anything the chief wanted, because that was why he was here. And then the gray-haired gentleman asked a rather uncomfortable question, namely, what does Ian think about the Crown Prince? What is his opinion? When the sorcerer heard this, he opened his eyes wide, because he clearly did not expect the interlocutor to ask a question of this kind.
The guy was well aware that right now, at this moment, every attack was important in order to properly concentrate, strike, and dodge without getting hit.
However, the older gentleman said in a serious tone that he could see that the young man had actually understood everything well. There was an awkward pause between them. After a few minutes, the blonde decided to answer honestly, so he said that he could not swear allegiance to the prince's successor. The gray-haired gentleman with wide eyes asked in surprise why the gentleman could not swear. What is the problem? What is wrong? The sorcerer did not give a definite answer, but instead said that he would do everything so that His Majesty could safely take his rightful place on the throne. He added that in the future, he would always help him to become a worthy ruler for his people.
And so, once again, the boy dodged and gave him a strong straight punch right in the nose. There was a crunch. Even a thick-skinned man like Scar could feel the pain. The kid's fists were pretty good.
But then the gentleman slowly leaned over to the table with a cup of his tea on it and said that was enough for now. As soon as the head brought the cup to his mouth, someone knocked softly on the door. The man took one sip and said that the visitor could come in, and then two young servants entered the room, carefully carrying a long wooden box. They were on their way to see John and the Emperor. Then the gray-haired gentleman looked at her and said that the sorcerer could take her away. After all, there is a stick in the middle after Havert. He added that the young man probably knows how difficult it is to choose a new owner of a tower. And even though it is clear to everyone who should take this place, there are still many different nuances. The owner of the tower is usually chosen by the imperial family. After these words, the Emperor waved to another aide who was standing outside the door.
Charles watched it all with great pleasure. The man was crunching popcorn, and his glasses reflected the battle. He had seen a lot in his life, but this was really something interesting. After all, in the long time he had spent in these underground fights, the man had realized one very important thing that defined the sport.
So the gentleman said with a serious expression and a rude tone that he was sure that Ragnar, his son, would not abandon his plans, even though he had lost a serious accomplice. He added that he knew better than anyone how much greed was in his heart, because if Rangar takes the throne, many innocent people will die. Ian listened in silence and at the same time thought about all the words he had heard. He had not expected to receive such information from his father. Then the chief began to rise to his feet and bowed low to his interlocutor, saying that he had made his son like this, and it is because of this that he will hate his father until his death, because he was not prepared to not become the emperor of the country. And in the end, the man asked Ian if he could try to stop the boy and guide him to the right path instead.
That question couldn't be. The unwavering Scar was on his knees. The man wiped his face and thought for a moment. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. For a second, respect for his opponent flashed in his eyes.
The chief said in a serious tone that he was hoping for him, who from this moment on is considered the owner of the Ivory Tower. Immediately after the meeting with the emperor, Ian went to the tower to learn more about his new workplace. When he opened the door to the office, a voice invited Ian Page to come inside. At the entrance, he stood there for a few minutes looking around, and the voice continued to say that he too had once wanted to become a hero and save their empire from the evil that had been spreading here for many years. The voice also wanted to be a sorcerer who could help many souls avoid running away. He could control many people with his powers, and he could give the empire and its people a happy life. And many would call it power. The last word stuck in Ian's memory, and he began to think carefully about its meaning. Next, I remember the last moment of the meeting with Ragnar. He was kneeling in front of his friend, and then the sorcerer realized that the prince wanted to protect everyone so badly that he just, actually, decided to kill his best assistant, the one who was always ready to help. But he doesn't want to become a hero anymore. After all, he has only one desire, and that is to kill Rangar Green River. Ian wants the prince to die a horrible and dishonorable death so that his name will be remembered by everyone who lives now and will live in the future, because he lives and works so hard for revenge.
Scar looked at him over his shoulder. How did he get out? He knew him in a corner, didn't he? The man was surprised, but realized that victory wasn't going to give him two.
After all, he can't act on the existing ones because he no longer has one element of it, and without it, he won't be able to do everything properly. The next morning, Ian met with the prince in charge, who, as soon as he saw him, began to smile broadly and addressed him as the owner of the tower. Chakloon emphasized that he had not yet been officially appointed. Therefore, such an appeal is now inappropriate. The prince held his hands out to the side and said that they could at least communicate with each other in this way. Then the blond man began to say that who would have known that the little boy he had first met 6 years ago, he will take such a big position. The guy said these words with a sincere smile on his face because he did not know how to be insincere about being happy for his friends. Then the young man put his right hand on his head and said that he was very pleased to see his personal growth. Ian looked down at the successive prince and said that he was busy conducting tests for black magic. He checked him first. So if there are no complaints, then he has to leave, because he has a lot to do. The prince said that he was very sorry that this happened, because he came here to meet with Ian. Then the blonde sat down in a chair and put his head on the back and asked if he was sure he was okay. After all, he had a headache and his eyes were going dark. The sorcerer looked at his interlocutor and said that the gentleman was actually fine, so there was no reason to worry.
The man looked in the direction where the champion was standing. What did he think? Who will win in this fight? The fight was beginning to heat up with renewed vigor. No one spared each other.
If you manipulate his main opponent by making him look stupid, someone who is not very good at important matters, although the naked eye can see that this guy is not far off, and if you use magic, you can make him look stupid. And then the prince asked whether Haley would be the next to be tested. Ian calmly replied that it would be in that order.
Charlie turned to him and smiled. He's right, isn't he? Wait a minute, it's not that simple. The man started laughing. He seemed to...
But a second later, he said that she had been thinking and talking about Ian a lot lately. The sorcerer asked in surprise, "About me?" The blonde began to smile broadly, answering that the young lady was interested in how he was doing, what he was interested in, and what his favorite food was. Ian could not understand what was going on, so he asked her why she was doing this, because this had never happened to him before. The prince sat down a little and said that even he did not know what to say, despite how close they were. After these words, the young man came to the door and asked Ian to tell the girl how they would meet. After all, She would be happy to have even a little information. When the prince left, the sorcerer stood in his seat for a few minutes, for this information had to be carefully considered. And then the thought flashed through his mind that everyone who is here now is growing very quickly, and he simply cannot keep up with their development. The prince is now an adult. His character has become better, and he is confidently moving forward to improve his knowledge and skills. So he thought he could make a decent... Before he could finish his thought, however, someone knocked loudly on the door, and he quickly said that the visitor could come in. It turns out that it was a cute, blonde girl. She folded her arms in front of me and smiled sweetly and sincerely, saying that they hadn't seen Mr. Ian for a long time. The man immediately turned to His Majesty and asked her how she had been doing all this time. The lady replied that everything was going great thanks to Ian. The man smiled sweetly and said that he was glad to hear it. Then he moved his hand to the right side and invited his guest to sit down. The girl approached the chair opposite the sorcerer with slow steps and sat down comfortably and waited for what would happen next. Suddenly, she decided to use magic as well and spoke a single word quietly: Silas. A turquoise light began to appear around her. Ian froze in his tracks and began to carefully consider what was happening in the room. He hadn't expected the young lady to do such a thing. He went on to emphasize, with wide-eyed amazement, that it was a second-class magic that blocks various sounds. He immediately asked the young lady if she had already reached the 2nd grade. The girl began to look around nervously and say uncertainly that, to be honest, so she has already reached the 3rd grade, and she was informed about this by her teacher, who has been working with her for quite a long time. Ian decided that the young lady should be congratulated on this achievement and emphasized that she was a great person to have achieved this. After that, the man put his right hand on his side and smiled a little and asked what she wanted to tell him since she had used silence magic. The girl folded her hands in her lap and turned to Mr. Ian and asked him what she should do. What should she do? After all, soon she would not be able to hide her abilities.
His opponent wasn't going to stop there. He clenched his fist and aimed all of its power right at the boy. If he didn't dodge now, it would definitely...
The guest looked down and began to move her eyes from side to side, as she did not know where to start her story. When the sorcerer saw this confusion, he decided to help her, and said that he could just ask her questions to make it easier for her. And without getting her consent, Ian immediately asked why she was hiding the fact that she was a witch from everyone, and that she has certain abilities.
Now there was no doubt in everyone's mind that Scar would take his victory tonight. The man stood there looking like a raging bull with steam coming out of his mouth.
At the age of 12, Kevin conducted a mana test. It went pretty quickly because he was already experienced in this field. And when he realized that I was a witch, he immediately turned to her father to tell him the news. After all, it was up to him to decide what to do about it. So he first told the emperor before telling the owner of the tower. The young lady was present during this conversation. The gentleman who conducted the test said that whoever becomes a sorcerer must renounce all titles and desires and become a servant of the Ivory Tower. And this rule also applies to princesses and princes. Unfortunately, there are no exceptions. So the emperor had to make a drastic decision, because he wanted his daughter to remain a princess, not to become a sorceress who had to obey everyone and help, because she would have no other right.
It's like he's got a second wind. He's as easy as he looks. Don't take him for a weakling. Victory today belongs to him. He clenched his fists again and lunged at his opponent.
However, one day she realized that the magic inside her was breaking out, and she couldn't figure out what to do with it. And then Ian emphasized that it was as if she had been studying it all along, and now she came to him for some advice. Kevin is one of the many followers of the crown prince from the sorcerer's past life, so the young lady was lucky in this case. These memories were interrupted by a young lady who said that she had just wanted to help her brother because he did not have proper support. But these are different times now. Her brother has support in the form of Sir Oliver and Mr. Ian, who are very helpful in his future business, and the prince finally got on the right track. This monologue was interrupted by the sorcerer, who decided to ask her what was going on, as if she simply had no goal. The interlocutor lowered her head and began to pick through her dress again, saying that she was afraid of becoming an obstacle for her brother because she had been studying magic in secret. The man began to slowly walk closer to the princess, and as soon as he got closer, he emphasized that everything was simple. Ian then got down on one knee and advised the young lady to just live her life the way she wanted to live it, and that would be enough. After all, she needs to live for herself, not for the sake of the imperial estate and her brother, because she might miss a lot of interesting things in this life. The girl looked down at her hands and sadly replied that she didn't know how to do it. How to live for oneself? What do they need to do for this? And then the sorcerer emphasized that no one is born with this knowledge. It is acquired throughout their lives through various experiences. But if one lives only for the sake of others, it turns out that one will live their life, not one's own, which should be filled with its own colors. After all, over time, a young lady can simply lose herself and get stuck in emptiness and constant worry. Therefore, she must make a choice for herself and decide what is important to her. He added that he was simply confident that she would be able to find her own way of life. After listening carefully, the interlocutor turned her gaze to the sorcerer and addressed him by name, asking if he had found his way of life. This question put the man in an uncomfortable position, because he clearly did not expect to hear this in his address. This could be seen in his expression, which was wide-eyed. He even froze for a few minutes because he knew what to say, but he decided to tell the truth, so he said he didn't know. He went on to say that he may have crossed the line in his statements. He apologized for that. The young lady said that she did not notice anything wrong with their conversation. She added that he was just the first person who dared to tell her that. After all, no one thinks about their own lives. Everyone lives someone else's. And she constantly lived with the idea that her life was the life of a princess of an empire. That's why she didn't even consider other options. She then smiled broadly and thanked Mr. Ian for giving her a little confidence. From now on, she will think more carefully about her life. The sorcerer liked these words, so he smiled sincerely in response, because he was pleased to hear this in his direction. After that, he began to rise to his feet, saying that if she continued to study magic, whatever path she chose, she would definitely be useful. If she was able to improve herself in such a short period of time, then she has a great future ahead of her. Finally, the young lady said that she would like to ask him for something. The man stood silently in his seat, because he no longer knew what to expect from this interlocutor. So he was a little nervous. The young lady began to nervously look over her dress again, and speaking Mr. Ian's name quietly, asked if he could teach her magic. This question really surprised the man, because he clearly did not expect such a request. So he froze in place without even blinking. Having regained control of her feelings, the sorcerer emphasized that Mr. Kevin was her mentor now. The girl added that Kevin told her that he could no longer teach her anything new. Ian decided to refuse, so he began to apologize to the princess. However, the girl understood it from the first words, so she folded her hands as if in prayer and closed her eyes and asked the man to become her mentor once again. It took the sorcerer a few minutes to think it over. After all, he doesn't have time for this by choice. But now he had to weigh the pros and cons, because she definitely has a certain talent. After all, not everyone manages to reach the 3rd grade with such little opportunity. The last witch of the imperial blood was Michelle Greenriver, and she was in the 5th grade. Another advantage is that very few people know that she is a sorceress. If she becomes a higher-level sorceress, he will definitely need it in the future. So Ian decided to accept the offer. Hearing his words of agreement, the girl asked him with wide eyes if it was true. However, the wizard lowered his head a little and added that he had one condition that they both had to fulfill. And then the sorcerer said that if he needed her help, she would have to help him at any time and with anything. The princess smiled broadly and replied that since he agreed to help her, she would be happy to help him with whatever he asked. Ian emphasized that this was a very serious statement, and he does not understand how he deserved such an attitude from the imperial princess herself. The young lady's face changed a lot. She became joyful and smiled often. She said that she just believed him, because she has no grounds that could destroy her trust in him, as it was with many of her comrades in the past. So she thanked him for the fact that they were able to talk about such important matters in such a calm way, and no one will know about it. Ian went on to say that they would discuss the time and place of the lessons a little later. Then he asked if he could give her a test. The young lady said yes. A few minutes later, the sorcerer said that there were no traces of black magic. Therefore, the young lady could get up. He went on to warn her that she might feel dizzy, so she should be careful. As soon as she got to her feet, she felt strange symptoms. She almost fell, but Ian managed to catch her with one hand. After a few seconds, he asked if the princess was okay, or maybe she needed to call her assistant for help. Holding tightly to the hand of her rescuer, the young lady began to smile sincerely, saying that she did not need to call anyone because she was fine. So after a little bit of control over her feelings, she began to walk slowly to the exit. She couldn't stay here too long without anyone getting suspicious. And then the man remembered something and decided to finally inform His Majesty, who had not yet left. And he began to say that usually after working in the tower, he goes home and reads books, studying magic in the lab. Recently, alchemy has attracted his attention thanks to Douglas, who lives with him. He went on to say that he didn't have a favorite dish, but he couldn't eat anything too spicy. The young lady froze in place, listening to all this information. After all, she did not understand what he had just said, and why she needed it at all.
He had trained with the same teacher who had beaten Jung back in the day. This time, they had fought as equals.
When the girl heard the last sentence, she was very nervous, because she did not expect her brother to be able to say such things. The young lady did not know how to react. Tears appeared in her eyes from frustration and awkwardness of the situation. The princess quickly turned to face the door and grabbed her dress in front of her, and began to walk to the exit, wishing Mr. Ian a good day. When the girl was going out into the corridor, she closed the door to her room too loudly. Seeing this reaction, the sorcerer began to wonder if he had said something wrong. The news of what happened to the fifth-class wizard and tower owner, Havert Leon, quickly spread throughout the empire. The ruler, Terry Greenriver, personally warned everyone about the dangers of using black magic and asked them to report all suspicious cases. The newly appointed young owner of the tower, Ian Page, investigated the events, which were linked to black magic, to calm the population, which was furious. In the history of the empire, the name of Zavert Leon will be associated only with the terrible deeds that were committed against people. Many aristocrats support Ian and the successive prince. Many people stopped communicating with Ragnar and sided with the tower owner and his people. One morning, as usual, Ian was drinking tea in the living room when he noticed a tray with a large number of envelopes on the table in front of him. He asked what they were.
The champion stood in the rest of the crowd and watched the fight in amazement. Even he wasn't sure this guy could win. It was the first time in a long time that he had seen a rookie fight so hard.
The interlocutor asked if the gentleman would not read them. The sorcerer replied that he was not going to go there anyway, so there was no point in reading them. The alchemist unwrapped a few and asked Ian if he could look at a few of them. The guy asked what could be in them. Nothing important. However, I decided to take one, and it contained a proposal for a pause. This surprised him so much that the entire contents of the tea flew out of his mouth. Count Gerard offers Ian to marry his eldest daughter, who is 12 years old. The alchemist began to laugh, saying that the sorcerer was now an adult. So it is not surprising that such proposals come. The alchemist went on to say that he thinks there will be even more such offers, because Ian is the youngest owner of the tower. The sorcerer held his head and said that the aristocrats just wanted to use him to elevate themselves in society. But what is even more surprising to him is that they are willing to give up their young daughters for this. The young man can hardly believe it. The other man looked down and agreed with the sorcerer's words. After all, a young man must find the most worthy companion for life. The alchemist collected all the letters from the table and said that he would reply to all of them with a rejection. Ian thanked him for his service, and then the young man realized that he had been busy for such a long period of time and had not been able to thank his assistant properly. The alchemist smiled sweetly, but he did not understand why Ian was so grateful to him. So he sat quietly and waited for the conversation to continue. Then the boy lowered his head and gazed down and turned to Lydian and thanked him for protecting his mother. After that, there was a pause between them. The man did not know how to react to such words, because he had never heard them from Ian before. Then he began to run his hand over his head and smiled broadly, and said that if you think about it like that, it was the mana traps that saved them. He added that he did not promise to protect his mother at the cost of his life. After all, he has someone to live for and someone to raise. However, John decided to help the savior anyway. He asked who the sorcerer was who had put mana in his body, and who had poisoned him. The man did not answer anything yet, so the sorcerer decided to clarify whether the gentleman could remember his name or appearance. Perhaps there were some distinctive features that caught his eye. A second later, the sorcerer added that he promised to find the offender and punish him to the fullest extent for what he had done, because this situation could not be ignored. And then the alchemist replied that he didn't remember anything, because it was late at night. And he began to tell me that in his youth, he had studied alchemy in the capital, which meant that there were many sorcerers who could hate him. The man went on to say that he really felt disgusted with the perpetrator and wanted to just kill him at that moment. He was also very scared at the thought of leaving Douglas alone. After all, he is already growing up without a mother, and now he may be left without another loved one. Then the man looked down and added that he had been on the verge of death many times because of mana poisoning. But now that he has met Ian, he is confident that his life is not in danger. He emphasized that he wants to focus on his son's future, not on hatred and revenge. And finally he added that he would remember the sorcerer's words. Ian thought for a few seconds, because he hadn't expected to receive such an answer either. Then the young man began to slowly get to his feet and said Ledian's name and said that he had never seen his father's face.
Charles smiled. Yes, this was a very interesting game. However, it was starting to drag on and was starting to get tiresome. Something had to be done to make it finally end.
And if his father had been around, his life would have been the same. The alchemist was surprised to hear this in his direction, so he just sat silently on the couch. And the guy kept saying that it was no wonder why Douglas had such an active and cheerful character. And his mother was able to recover only thanks to the alchemist's elixirs. Then he closed his eyes and added that he would be away for a long time in the future. And turning to face the other person, he smiled sweetly and said that he hoped the gentleman would continue to take care of her. The man smiled and replied that he would certainly continue to do so. After all, this is his home now. Suddenly, the sorcerer folded his arms across his chest and said some strange phrase like, "I think he will appear soon." The interlocutor did not understand what the man meant, but just a second later, the door behind him opened sharply, and Douglas burst into the room, loudly addressing Ian and calling him Captain. Then he stopped on the spot, took a small flask out of his pocket, and said that he had finally finished the elixir for mana poisoning from Landiora flowers.
Young Tu also prepared his hand, his fist clenched to a crunch. The boy decided to put all his strength into this punch. After all, he was tired of this. He wanted to be the winner. He had trained so hard for this.
The man was quite surprised by what he had just heard from his son. After all, he did not know that he was working on such a drug. So with his mouth wide open, he asked about the treatment for mana poisoning. Then he turned to Ian and asked what was going on here. The sorcerer folded his arms across his chest and began to explain that he had found the recipe in the tower owner's library. To create an antidote from the flowers of Landiora, you need to use a higher level of time-stopping magic. It is good that it also works on plants. Hearing these words, the father began to walk toward his son. When he came closer, he could not hold back his tears, and wiping them away, he could barely thank the guy for what he had done. After that, the son decided to hug his father to calm him down a bit. After all, he needed it. Because all the events that have been happening lately have shaken everyone's nervous system a little bit. Douglas then turned to the captain, saying that he would become an alchemist who would create elixirs against serious diseases. I want no one else in their immediate family to suffer. Ian was very happy to hear these words, because this is not just a dream that the young man will need to pursue with determination. After that, the guy turned to face the sorcerer and smiled broadly, thanking him for the opportunity to live in good conditions and still have the opportunity to develop. Then Ian has memories from his past life, where he once found himself in a dark dungeon, and a voice whispered to him that he was the only one left. The world in which humans and draconians exist will soon close its doors. The man was told this information by a guy who held a magic wand in his right hand and had short, wavy blonde hair. The young man then emphasized that the Draconians had brought chaos and destruction to the world, and the price for this act will be very high, and he will have to pay for the sins of his race for the rest of his life, because at least one person has to go through this, because there is no other way. Then the blond man cut his arm and stretched it forward, so that the blood would flow to the ground. At this point he said that the gentleman was forbidden to leave this place until his death.
Scar was still on his knees. He was also incredibly exhausted from this fight, but the man's stamina was much greater than this kid's.
Late in the evening, something strange happened at Ragnar's estate. He was dressed in a festive outfit, and looking around the room he said, "Indeed, it looks like this. The letter he received yesterday said he would be expected, but he didn't think he would see it." Walking around his guest, he put his hands behind his back and asked in a serious tone how to get out of here, because he didn't understand anything yet. The wizards that Ian Page has put here are watching this place from the outside. So the question is, will they be able to get in unnoticed? The young man who came to the prince, with his eyes closed, replied that there was no need to worry, because the clan leader was much stronger than the owner of the tower. Ragnar asked in surprise, "Clan leader?" This did not help him at all, but rather made him think even more carefully. The guest, holding the book in his hands, turned his head to the prince and said that it was better for him to see everything with his own eyes. He opened the book and began to turn the pages quickly, and he began to form a portal with a blue bright light. Rangar, watching everything that was happening, asked in fright, "What is this, and why did it appear here now?" The blond man held his hand to the new formation and said in a serious tone that it was a portal leading outside the capital. The prince clarified, "A portal?" However, the guest did not answer, but instead went inside and stretched out his hand to invite the prince to come with him.
He moved his eyes over Scar's face and noticed a new mark. He called out to him and asked, what was that on his face? Indeed, there was a new deep scratch on Scar's cheek with blood.
When Ragnar saw who was inside, he was equally surprised, for it was Sir Domfil, whom he had known for a long time. It was only because of him that he decided to try to move using this portal. So in a few minutes, they found themselves in some kind of forest. After taking a few steps, the prince turned his head to the other man and asked him how this was possible. The gray-haired gentleman told the boy not to be so surprised. Then the young man asked a clarifying question about whether Javert did not know such magic. The man answered this question with a question, saying that he really thought that Javert Léon was able to achieve the position of tower owner on his own. Then the gentleman started pacing around, saying that despite the power he had gained, Haver was only thinking about benefiting himself. He added that it was even good that this weak link was eliminated without their participation.
They approached each other and began to talk amongst themselves. The champion spoke in a calm, quiet voice. He saw how the kid took this fight without a single doubt.
After that, the gray-haired gentleman began to say that many things belong to the elect, and Ragnar was one of them. However, he could make a choice that even the ruler could not make. The young man asked again in surprise, "Choice?" It was all new to him. The older man lowered his head and looked down, saying that their leader believed that Ragnar could make a good emperor of this country, a person who will easily get rid of old laws and destroy confused, stupid people. This person will bring new rules to this country, and he emphasized that the prince has blood that is suitable for opening new paths, and their leader has been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Ragnar still didn't understand what the hell was going on. After all, how could anyone be stronger than Ian Page and Havert Leon? As he walked behind his companion, he reflected on the fact that he had heard that there was a sect that did not obey the imperial religion. But he hadn't realized that the owner of the tower and the captain of the imperial tower were members of it. And they probably want to change the state religion and need a representative of the governing authorities. And then the thought flashed through his mind that this was a good chance for him. Therefore, he needs to use it and become stronger. And for this, he is ready to go to any lengths to get the throne that is rightfully his. After a few meters, they stopped, and the gray-haired man said that they had arrived. They stood there for a few minutes, and the prince looked at the mansion they had reached. He had never seen anything like it before. Then the conductor pointed to the right and said with a slight smile that the guy could go inside. When they entered, Ragnar was still walking behind. Looking around, he asked what kind of place was this. The man replied that the Dragonians used to live here. 300 years ago, the owner of the tower sealed this place and made it disappear, because back then, it was causing a lot of trouble for the locals. It was only recently that people managed to find him again. Suddenly, the prince stopped in his tracks and asked in a serious tone what he was doing here. For a couple of minutes, the interlocutor stood silently with his back to him. He needed this time to think of a good answer. However, he never gave it, because in an instant, several people in Burgundy, long cloaks appeared in front of them. They had hoods on their heads that covered their faces.
Suddenly, the girl stopped waving her hands and shifted her stern gaze to the side. She heard someone's quick, heavy footsteps.
They stood there for several minutes. Another interesting sign was that they all stood with their eyes closed and their right hand was placed over their hearts. Ragnar looked around and was surprised to see so many people in this place. He thought there would be much fewer people here. When the boy looked closely, he saw aristocrats whom he had known personally for years. This made him smile slightly. A gray-haired gentleman with his head bowed down said that he was there to create a new world. He called the best representatives of this country. The prince turned his head to his interlocutor and emphasized that he had forgotten the main thing. After all, no one had explained to him why all this was necessary and why he was here. The guide said in a calm tone that everything would soon become clear. Then they came to a large wooden door, and the gray-haired man said that their leader was inside. After these words, the door began to slowly open, and Ragnar was trying to imagine this unknown leader of a strange country. And when he saw him, he was quite surprised. You could see it in his expression, namely his eyes and mouth were wide open. As it turned out, there was a man with long blonde hair standing in the middle of the room, but his main distinguishing feature was that he had wings. The gentleman stood with his hands behind his back and his chin raised high. You could also see that there were many different orange characters on the ground around him. When the rest of the people present saw him, they quickly fell to their knees, folded their hands as if in prayer, and greeted the last descendant of the dragon. Hearing these words, the prince began to look at the people, who made some strange gestures when they saw this gentleman. It was only now that he realized that this was the local leader whom everyone respected so much. However, it is not yet clear why. Ragnar decided to bow down as well. At the same time, the chief turned to him and said that he probably knew who he was and why he was called here. So the blond man decided to tell his name. He said that he was Avantis, the last Draconian on Earth. Upon hearing this information, the prince froze, for the thought flashed through his mind that these creatures had not died out more than 300 years ago. After all, these Dragonians have strong black magic. He does look like them from the stories. But I wonder why he is called the last descendant. The leader looked at the expression on his guest's face and smiled sweetly, and said that the young man looked quite confused. So I decided to clarify the situation a bit, and he confirmed that they really did die out more than 300 years ago because of humans, and no one survived except him. Then, the gentleman said that Ragnar's ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, had used his magic and sealed him in this place for many years, and ever since then, he had been waiting to meet a normal government official. After all, the blood of Mitchell Greenriver's descendant, which flows in the prince's veins, is needed for the leader to break this terrible magic. Ragnar listened carefully and asked if it would be easier to kill him, because he still doesn't understand why it is necessary to make a deal with him. The leader said that the guy was thinking too narrowly. After all, if he is made a ruler, he will benefit more.
Already he thought it was just the beginning. Guy Iset had come at him so violently. He thought that he would succeed this time. However, it had to be said the fighter's technique had grown a lot during this time.
And all for the sake of human peace and the Dragonians. The blond man said this with a wide smile, for the idea gave him pleasure. The prince began to slowly get to his feet and said that it looked like they were just trying to use him. And if he refuses, will they just kill him? After all, they must have options for replacing him. The leader emphasized that he was not going to kill him. If he refused, they would simply erase his memory and he would not remember anything. But he chose him precisely because he would definitely not turn down the opportunity. The young man listened attentively because he had to make a decision. He then clenched his hand tightly into a fist and asked the interlocutor to promise that he would be made emperor and not be betrayed in the future. The blond man smiled broadly and promised to fulfill this agreement. Then the gentleman who had brought him here approached the prince. The boy took a small dagger from his hand and cut his palm with it. As the blood dripped to the ground, he loudly said that he agreed to the deal. When a few drops fell on the magic circle that was located around the leader, he began to glow brightly. It took several minutes for something to happen. All those present stood and waited in silence. Then this pause was broken by a blond man who opened his mouth wide and began to laugh loudly throughout the room. The man simply could not stop. Then he calmed down a bit and thanked the prince. The latter, in turn, was not very pleased with this reaction. A red cape appeared next to the leader. Putting it on, he emphasized that it was better to dress in modern fashion. After that, the man quickly approached his new friend and, looking at him, said that he saw his face was full of fear. The leader leaned down to the prince's right ear and told him again that there was no point in worrying so much, because he was not going to kill him. A few seconds later, he added that he was even thinking about them becoming good friends, who will help each other. Then the man turned to the exit and continued to smile, saying that it was finally time for him to leave the room. It was time to go outside for the first time in such a long time. Ragnar remained standing silently in the same place. He did not even turn to look in the wake. At that time, the princess was sitting in her mansion, wondering with a sad expression why the one she was waiting for did not come to her. She even assumed that maybe he had already forgotten. She was speaking to the assistant who was combing her hair, and the lady decided to calm him down. So she turned to Her Majesty and said that the gentleman was probably busy looking for black magic, that's all. These words made the princess think about what her husband could really be doing, because he had so many responsibilities in the empire. Suddenly these thoughts were interrupted by two maids who simply burst into the room, loudly opening the door and simultaneously addressing Her Majesty. The princess and her assistant did not understand what was happening, so they asked what had happened and why the ladies were screaming so loudly. The maids clenched their hands into fists and joyfully announced that the time had finally come, and the one whom everyone, especially the princess, had been waiting for, had arrived. They kept saying nervously that he was finally here, and he came in a suit, not a raincoat, and finally they said that Ian Page had arrived. While the princess was trying to digest all the information she had received, and almost without moving, she repeated, "Mr. Ian has come?" After that, there was a pause in the room. Everyone was trying to understand the girl's reaction, and she, in turn, did not understand what to do. And when she finally realized what was happening, the princess began to ask the girls, frightened, to help her clean up. Just a few minutes later, the young lady was standing in front of a large, beautiful door. She was dressed smartly. Before entering the room, the girl had to close her eyes and take a deep breath, because she was very nervous.
The guy leaned on the fence. All he could do was whimper, and the man in the coat continued to mock him. He knew it.
One of them replied in a serious tone that the young lady shouldn't worry so much, because she looked very charming today. Hearing these words, the girl gathered her thoughts and said that she was leaving. The assistants all wished her good luck. When the princess entered the room, Ian began to rise from his chair to his feet, because that is how one should meet the honorable people of the empire, especially girls.
The man handed the phone to the girl and demanded confirmation. She took it in her hands and accordingly nodded. Her name was Seo Yan.
When she saw this picture, the young lady just froze in her tracks, because she was quite surprised by what was happening. Then the princess turned her gaze to the left and sadly said that she had already thought he had forgotten about her. The sorcerer bowed a little and smiled sincerely and apologized to the princess. He explained that he had a lot of work to do and needed to do it immediately. The girl folded her arms in front of her and said that it was nothing. Then she thanked him for taking the time to come. When the girl saw her interlocutor, she said that the suit looked great on him. The man thanked her in return, and immediately after that, he said that first they needed to move to a place that was suitable for training. After all, there are a lot of prying eyes in the estate. Therefore, rumors about their meetings can spread, because it's a public place. The guy smiled sweetly and said he would help her move with him, but for that, she needed to take his hand. The princess immediately agreed to this proposal, because she had been waiting for them to meet for so long, so she could not miss this opportunity.
His friends replied that the boy was still holding them back. The boy pleadingly said that it looked very cute. His voice sounded so cloying that it made you want to throw up.
Immediately afterward, the princess came closer to take her interlocutor's hand. Before applying the magic, the sorcerer warned that the girl might feel a little dizzy, but that was normal in this situation. So as soon as they held hands, the gentleman asked her not to let go until he said so. A few seconds later, a gentle blue light began to appear around them. It took them only 2 minutes to find themselves in a very beautiful meadow with bright green, thick grass. When the young lady looked around, she was surprised that she was familiar with the area, but she had never come here on her own, because the imperial family was not allowed to do so. Seeing the surprise on the girl's face, Ian smilingly confirmed that these are the mountains that are located around the capital, and people don't come here often. Looking off into the distance, he began to explain that he had chosen it because a 6th-class sorcerer's teleportation has a limited range, and here it is free and quiet, and it's perfect for a wizard to practice. The girl continued in silence, standing in one place looking into the distance. Therefore, it is not clear whether she was listening to the words spoken. Noticing this, the sorcerer stopped and turned to the princess with a serious expression. He didn't understand what had attracted her attention so much, and then, when the man began to walk toward her, the girl told him that today was the first time she had ever left the castle. Then she turned her head to her mentor and said with a big smile that she thought she could only visit the outside in her dreams. But when she took Ian's hand, her dream became a reality in a second. After these words, they stood silently and looked at each other, because they were very touching words. Suddenly, the guy wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. Instead, he continued to stand there with his mouth slightly open. At that moment, he remembered a woman sitting alone in a large armchair, looking out the window, looking at something. You could tell by her expression that she was not happy with her situation and was generally unhappy with everything. However, Ian did not upset himself with such nonsense and began to smile broadly so that the young lady would not suspect anything.
The boy had already lost all his clothes. Is it really that hard to repair this thing? What's the big deal? It's almost...
The wizard finally broke this strange pause and said that magic is indeed very amazing, especially if you use it correctly. Then the princess folded her arms in front of her and said something that sounded like he had seen her practicing in the Temple of Borrowing. The guy replied that he was looking around at the time and decided to go inside, and when he saw her coming, he decided to hide.
A picture of Jong popped up on the girl's screen, and now she realized where she had seen him. That's right. There was his player profile. The guy continued to walk down the street at a brisk pace and didn't even pay attention to the fact that he was already being followed.
Then the young lady moved her hands back and said that she would try to turn a blind eye to this illegal entry and the temple territory, given that he had turned a blind eye to her study of magic. And, at the end of her sentence, she clarified that they now had something in common. Ian closed his eyes, smiled, and answered with a short yes. After that, the lady said that in 10 days there would be a reception in honor of her brother's birthday. So she asked if the sorcerer would come to it. The guy looked away and said that he had already received an invitation, but he didn't know whether he would go. Suddenly, the princess stopped and asked why, because her brother would be very upset. Ian began to say that only the noblest people should be present at the prince's birthday party. Even though he is now the owner of the tower, he is still considered a commoner. Therefore, his appearance there could cause a stir. In addition, he is well aware that the connections that the previous owner of the tower has built up over the years of his service are not easy to break. Until the successive prince consolidates his position in the eyes of society, until he successfully assumes the right to the throne, he needs to go about his business. The girl was very upset by these words, so she put her head down and looked at something on the ground and said, "I see." Then she clenched her hands into fists and said that she should also try harder as a princess so that no one could say a word against her brother. And of course, she would continue to study magic. She thanked him for his help and asked if she could call Ian teacher when they were alone. The guy smiled sweetly and said that of course he could call her that if she was comfortable with it. For the evening, in a secret place, Ragnar met with the leader of the people who would make him emperor. At the end of his story, he said that this was the plan he had developed. The Dragonian listened attentively, and with a serious expression clarified that before dealing with Ian, it was necessary to remove the consistent prince. Ragnar said that this is exactly how it should be, because many aristocrats and influential people are now watching Page's actions closely. And although he is a powerful sorcerer, he is still quite young. He has neither experience nor title, so in the eyes of the aristocrats he is now a nobody, and many are already unhappy that he was appointed to this position. However, if the consistent prince falls away, no one will support Ian Page and they will easily get rid of him. After listening to everything, the gray-haired assistant suggested inviting someone to his office to help implement the plan. The prince looked at the person who spoke to him and replied that he had not yet decided who it could be. The older gentleman put his hand on his heart and asked if Ragnar would like to confide in him in this case, because he knew someone who could solve this issue. The prince agreed to this proposal, and he entrusted Mr. Domfils with the task of resolving this issue. The man decided not to delay, and instead quickly went out to the room to go fulfill the task he had been assigned. Holding on to his chair, the leader said in a calm tone that it was time for him to act. However, this sentence was interrupted by the prince, who addressed Mr. Evantus. He said that he was, although he wanted to ask him one question. Ragnar was even a little worried because he didn't know how the other man would react.
Jung was going about his business and whistling some kind of tune to himself. The guy ran after him and swung the computer to knock out the bastard who dared to hit him. The boy didn't turn to face him. He was just immersed.
And he asked why he had chosen him as the leader. The blonde looked down and said that he needed to find someone. The prince raised his eyebrows in anger and asked, "Who exactly?" After all, he still did not understand the end. What was happening here? The leader put his foot down and said that this someone was the last creature of his kind, and it is a golden dragon that controls time. For the Dragonians, this is a very important ally. When he heard this, the guy asked with a wide-open mouth that this was not a fairy tale. The blond man began to explain that no matter what people think, dragons still exist, but they can't see them because they live in places inaccessible to people. However, when the new truth and chaos begin to come into this world, the dragon will definitely show itself. The word chaos was very much in Ragnar's ears, so he decided to clarify what the meaning of this word was in this situation. The leader closed his eyes and said one single word, war. The prince expressed his assumption that the Dragonian war that happened 300 years ago was done to summon the golden dragon. The blonde answered with just one word, "That's right."
The guy started to swivel his head and watch the freaks run away. He wanted to catch up to those worms, to flatten them. The guy was unbelievably golden. Today was a day of punishment.
The prince continued to speak his mind, namely that there is no mention of them across the continent, and he added that they were taught because Mitchell Greenriver was able to deal with them, thanks to the magic he developed in the tower. Then the leader put his foot down and said that this person was constantly wiping his tracks and disappearing as if nothing had happened. However, the Dragonians, who have dragon blood in you, clearly feel that dragons are alive. Ragnar summarized that the blond man wanted to make him emperor and then start a war. The man smiled broadly and confirmed that this was the plan for now. He assured the prince that it would not bring any trouble. And the prince immediately asked the question, wasn't it the unification of the 3 continents that his dead relatives wanted? And if the war starts, he will appear here and bring chaos. Therefore, it is imperative to find him, and it must be done as soon as possible. Ragnar asked a perfectly logical question, namely, what would happen after they found him? However, the leader did not like it very much. So he closed his eyes and said that their conversation had dragged on a bit, and he had other tasks to perform. And immediately after saying that, he began to rise to his feet. However, in the end, he asked the prince to take care of himself, because they would face difficult times ahead. But when he looked up and looked directly into the eyes of his interlocutor, the leader said that he was confident that their plans would coincide. The next morning, a meeting was held in the room where the vice captain's office was located. He was quite surprised to be informed of the information from his superiors. The assistant put his hands behind his back and said that the vice captain was waiting in the office of the captain of the first detachment of the Imperial Knights. The boy got up from his desk and began to wonder why he had been called by this terrible Sir Domful. After all, he hadn't caused any problems. Walking past the assistant, the young man tapped him on the shoulder and, smiling sweetly, said that he would certainly go to the meeting and thanked him for passing on the request. After the gentleman left the room, the assistant continued to stand silently in the same place. He did not even turn to look after his boss. When the vice captain approached the door, he stopped. His excitement was overwhelming, and he could not think straight because of it. When he finally got ready, he knocked on the door, and Sir Domful, who was signing papers at the time, said that whoever came could go inside. Once inside, the young man stopped a few steps from the door and asked if the gentleman had called him to come in. The man confirmed and said that he was Sir Paul Rance. As the young man approached, the captain began to say that he had heard that Helena was under the influence of black magic when she attacked the prince, but after that incident, security was tightened, and no similar incidents occurred. The vice captain put his hands behind his back and replied in a serious tone that everything was under control. A second later, he added that they had tightened security and increased the personal guard of the imperial family. The captain looked down and emphasized that this should have been done earlier. After all, they are the future of their country. The chief then said that he had already spoken to Captain Oliver, but this was the first time he had spoken to Sir Paul, and he emphasized that the guy had been a vice captain for a very long time. Is that why the man is worried? And does the boyfriend hold a grudge against him? The guy was a little surprised to hear that it was out of the question, because he was happy with his position. The gray-haired gentleman closed his eyes and said that he was very happy to hear this. He had already imagined a much worse scenario. Then the boss put his hands behind his back and slowly walked toward the interlocutor and said that his colleagues said that he was the best after Captain Oliver in terms of skills. It is simply amazing, and such abilities should be recognized by the ruler and the crown prince and Captain Oliver himself. The guy turned out to be surprisingly smart, so he thought it over and said that he still had a lot to learn. The gray-haired gentleman said that there was no need to be so modest. After all, the young man had achieved this title thanks to his constant work on himself and his skills. The captain went on to say that when Sir Oliver offered him, a commoner and an orphan, to be made vice captain of the second night squad, the Lord thought that Oliver had gone mad, because he did not understand how such important matters as the protection of the imperial family could be entrusted to an ordinary person from the street, a man who had never even done this before. Also, appointing an ordinary Christian to such a high position is the biggest nonsense he could ever hear in his long life. He did not realize that this was happening at all. After all, he was living a quiet life and nothing heralded any changes in his life. Then the captain said that today it would be the end of it. And behind him appeared the leader, the last of the Dragonians. When the vice captain saw him, he quickly grabbed his sword and asked a frightened question to find out who he was and what was going on here. But then he realized that he could not make a single movement. This scared him, because he had never experienced anything like this before. It turns out that this guest used some kind of magic. It quickly spread through the room and affected the vice captain. So everything happened because of what the captain had planned. And while this nonsense was going on, the captain, with a serious expression on his face, said menacingly that the boy would become a victim in the name of the new empire. A few hours later, the consistent prince had sword training. This activity tires him out a bit, because he has to make a lot of effort. And one of his assistants was training him. He was very good at his job as a teacher. After the first approach, the black-haired young man said that the prince was almost doing everything right. But he needs to try to control his position and the speed of his attacks. The blond man simply did not have the strength to continue training. So he turned to the captain and asked him to stop, to rest and recuperate for at least a second. However, at this last minute, the teacher knocked the sword out of the prince's hands, and he was left without a weapon to defend himself. So the black-haired young man smiled sweetly and said that he was done for the day. His Majesty put his hands to his sides and thanked him for the training.
Their gazes crossed. The girls walked just a few centimeters away from each other. Nuna was still staring in front of her and pretended not to pay attention to anyone.
The captain came closer and said that this was not true. After all, the gentleman is more talented than any other person. However, to become skilled, you need to practice constantly. He added that the prince is picking up faster and faster than Ian, the owner of the tower. After all, he had been studying fencing with the captain for 5 years. Then the black-haired man added that Ian was a great sorcerer, and it was true, but he was no knight. Finally, the young man asked to keep this information a secret. The blonde began to laugh out loud, saying that it turns out Ian is not perfect in everything.
They went to some kind of stall, more like a restroom. The man opened the door and they fled in an unknown direction. The guy thought they were trying to fool them. Here we go, the doors are open, we have to run.
Then His Majesty raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and said that he would train even better. And he would do so until he was better than Oliver. Suddenly, the prince's attention was drawn to the figure of a man standing not far from him. He tried to see who was watching him. It turned out to be the vice captain. He was under a large tree that completely protected him from the sun. The man stood silently with his head down and looked at something. After the meeting with his boss, he changed his behavior a lot. He was not the same as before. The prince noticed the changes and turned to Oliver and asked him if he knew what had happened to the vice captain. After all, he was acting strangely. The blond man also noticed that he hasn't been talking to him lately. And in general, he walks around as if he's down in the dumps. The assistant said that he had noticed this as well, so he asked the guy if he was okay. He replied that nothing had happened. His Majesty continued to look in the direction of the vice captain and said that perhaps he should ask again. Perhaps this time he would want to tell us. So I told the captain not to be shy and not to be too harsh. After all, it was his job as a leader. After these words, the black-haired man went to the boy. The prince waited for some news, because you can't let a person destroy himself from the inside like that. We need to help as much as we can, and it can be important even for the empire. On the same day, the birthday of the successive prince was celebrated in the evening. Everyone had already gathered, and the servants were busy making the final preparations.
She asked, "So they think they are the best? Do they think they can get away with anything now?" The girl was starting to slowly become enraged. She stood, already mentally preparing herself for a fight.
The prince was also already dressed in his smart suit. Adjusting one of his gloves, he said that he already knew, and in a few minutes he would be ready to go. And he closed his eyes and said that he is constantly nervous at such events. After all, Ian's words about how he has to create a good reputation with his words come to mind, and he was sorry that the wizard would not be there because he was too busy. The captain decided to calm the prince down a bit and said that he was in charge today, so there is no need to worry so much. And he emphasized that it is the aristocrats who should be worried when they look at the prince, not vice versa. That's why they need to get ready immediately to show their best. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice, which joyfully addressed her brother. The men turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that it was Haley, the prince's sister. The young lady was dressed in a beautiful, long blue dress, and she had a simply gorgeous hairstyle on her head. You could see a joyful expression on her face. When she came closer, her brother said that the lady was just incredible today. Then Haley said that she had dressed up a little for the prince's birthday. The blond man put his hands to his sides and smiled broadly, saying that it was a pity that Ian could not be present today because he was too busy.
He'd realized these types were pretty dangerous. He'd realized it the first time he'd met them, when that psycho had brought a brick over his head. I don't think these people have any brains at all.
But then she came closer and asked him in her ear why he was telling everyone that she had asked about Ian. After all, it makes her a little uncomfortable. However, without waiting for an answer, she decided to wish her brother a happy birthday. And she added that she was really proud of the fact that he was trying so hard to do so much for himself and for the empire. And finally, making a bow, she told him not to worry if someone said something bad about him. She would just personally destroy him. These words made my brother laugh a little, but he thanked Hyla anyway. She was able to distract him a bit from what was coming in a few minutes.
Nuna looked down at him and came closer. Was he going somewhere? She had already realized that she just needed to squash these insects once and for all. They are just a regular gang of thugs who engage in petty robbery.
When they were at the door, one of the guards turned to the people in the room and told them to greet Crown Prince Hayton Green River and Princess Haley Green River. Immediately after these words were spoken, all those present put their hands to their hearts and bowed low. After all, this is how the charter requires that members of the imperial family be greeted. The brother and sister slowly entered the hall, smiling sincerely. They had no way to show their excitement, and the people would never suspect it. The orchestra, which was also present at the celebration, began to play calm, slow music, and everyone quietly watched what was happening in the hall. When the prince passed by certain groups of people, they said they were very happy to see him, and others wished him a happy birthday. The blonde smiled sweetly at everyone and thanked them, saying that he hoped everyone would enjoy this reception. Haley silently watched her brother, pleased with his behavior. At this time, the captain tried to observe the behavior of the vice captain because he was also present at the celebration. Again, he had a strange expression and behavior. Chornyavyi could not understand what could have caused such a drastic change. After all, no such events had occurred in the empire that could have had such an impact. Then one of the guards noticed that his superiors were paying close attention to him, but he didn't understand why, because he seemed to do everything because he had to. And then one of the chiefs angrily turned to him and asked why he was standing there silent, because it was time to announce the new member of the imperial family who was ready to come out. The young man began to worry that he had become so dumb, so he even stammered a little, telling everyone present that His Majesty had arrived. The people were shocked, to put it mildly. Therefore, everyone froze in their seats and began to cover their mouths with their hands to hide their surprise. The prince turned his head toward the running of another guest and said the word, "Father," with his mouth wide open, for he had not expected to see him either. After recovering from the shock, he began to walk toward him, saying that he did not know he was coming. The elder man, holding his hands out to the side, emphasized that this was a reception in honor of his son's birthday, and it is a father's duty to visit his child. Then the man smiled sincerely and said that he was very proud of his son and what he is doing for their family now. The guy was amused by these words. He smiled sweetly in return. It had been a long time since he had heard his father say such words, especially in public. Then His Majesty and the Crown Prince approached one of the tables, and the older man said that he could see that many people had gathered here today to welcome his son, and he began to say that after a heavy rain, the earth constantly becomes stronger, so he hopes that after all the troubles their empire will flourish. And as a father, he is very pleased to watch his child grow up, and he hopes that everyone present will appreciate the achievements of the consistent prince. Then His Majesty plunged into his memories and began to tell us that when the prince was about 5 years old, he ran after his father while walking in the garden. When the man asked why the boy was doing this, he replied, smiling broadly, that he would go wherever His Majesty told him to go. And even though these were just words, at that moment the man felt that he could provide his son with reliable support and show him the worthy path that the prince would have to take. But it was so long ago. But it feels like it all happened yesterday. The gentleman even closed his eyes for a few seconds. The emperor then turned his head to his son and emphasized that he had followed him patiently and persistently, and that deserves a lot of respect. The gentleman went on to thank him for his trust, and added that he really believed that the prince would be able to go through this journey, no matter how difficult it was. After that, His Majesty took up a vessel of wine and told everyone present to do the same, and they drank to their empire and to their prince.
He tried his best to get to his feet. Why the fuck should he give up? There was still no way the guy could accept that he had been beaten so badly.
The emperor took a drink himself. Tilting his glass, he once again congratulated his son on his birthday and smiled slightly. The prince began to smile sweetly in response. After all the words brought him great joy and comfort, and he needed them now more than ever. However, suddenly my father began to cough loudly after taking just one sip, and then he dropped the glass on the floor and began to cough up blood. My son was just dumbfounded by what he saw. He did not understand what had happened. The young man was shocked that his surprisingly healthy father was not looking so good. All the guests present were equally shocked. They all froze in their seats with their mouths wide open. They had never expected this to happen. The princess had the same reaction as her brother. She stood silently, holding her drink. However, her expression showed fright and incomprehension. At this time, Oliver was the only one who was able to react in any way. He quickly got up from his seat and began to walk toward His Majesty. I called out to him loudly. However, the man was already on both knees on the floor and continued to cough up blood. The son, watching all this, dropped his glass out of excitement. After that, the reception ended immediately, and the prince moved to his room and sat alone on the sofa, trying to think about everything carefully. He could remember all the details, all the little things that caught his attention at the time, but he didn't attach any importance to it. He still did not understand who could have done this. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. It said that the captain of the 2nd Detachment of the Imperial Knights, Oliver Raywood, was asking to see him. The boy immediately jumped to his feet and said that he agreed to do so. So without waiting for the door to be opened by the assistants, he began to move toward it. And just as he opened it, in front of his face, he saw the captain, who was about to enter on his own. When Oliver came into the room and closed the door behind him, the prince immediately asked how his father was feeling and what had happened to him. The black-haired captain looked down and sadly reported that a fatal outcome had been avoided, but the emperor was still in critical condition. Instead, all the doctors and alchemists are trying to... However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the prince, who angrily asked if they had found the person who tried to kill his father. The captain did not expect such a strong reaction. It took him a few seconds to think about it and formulate his answer. Because of this, he first looked down and said that they had caught the criminal at the scene of the crime, and he immediately confessed to what he had done. After these words, the prince grabbed the black-haired man's shirt and pulled on it, asking who did it. Who dared to attempt the life of the emperor himself? The captain was trying to figure out whether he should tell the guy this information, or whether it was better to keep it secret for his own safety. However, he decided it was better to report it and be honest with his boss. When the prince heard the name, he was too shocked to believe it. So he asked, "What? Why?" A few days later, at one of the meetings, one of the men stood up and spoke angrily about how the vice captain of the 2nd Night Squad could have done this. After all, he had been considered one of the captain's closest associates and the most consistent prince for several years. So he asked how His Majesty and Sir Oliver Raywood could not recognize such a dangerous criminal. Another gentleman said more calmly that he was sure the boy had not acted alone. That's why we need to find everyone who could have been involved immediately. A man in a green jacket folded his arms across his chest and said that Paul Rance was known to have bitten off his tongue during interrogation, so now he would not tell them anything. Another member of the assembly spoke next, and he emphasized that this criminal was an orphan from the northern regions, and this is very close to the Colwood Empire. So the man said that no one should forget that 6 years ago there was an explosion on the estate.
The psycho came closer and lifted the cap the girl was wearing. He looked at the clothes as if they were food. There was definitely something wrong with this man's head. He looked like some kind of rabid animal.
A few seconds later, the young man added that even if this rascal could earn a title and rank at such a young age. However, we should not forget his ambiguous background and dismiss the possibility that he could also be a spy for the Colwoods. The gentleman sitting opposite emphasized that they had not found a seal on the criminal during the search. The angry man asked, "What are they talking about a seal now?" After all, he was trying to poison His Majesty, and he told them nothing about his accomplices or motives, and based on everything, they needed to better understand his background. Therefore, he should be immediately removed from the position of vice captain of the 2nd Imperial Detachment, and to execute him for trying to take the Emperor's life. The other members of the meeting began to agree with this proposal, and Ian, who at that time was sitting in the most honorable place, tried to think everything over carefully and weigh the pros and cons, and then make a final and irrevocable verdict. However, the meeting ended without anyone solving anything. The wizard was so tired of all these problems that he decided to take a short walk in the forest. However, he didn't manage to do so very well, because someone called him from behind. When he turned to face the person who was addressing him, he noticed a captain in front of him, who was wearing a long brown cloak. Coming a little closer to Ian, the captain took off his hood and, holding onto his cloak with both hands, asked how Paul was feeling. The sorcerer closed his eyes and said that during one of the meetings, all the people present mistook him for a spy of the Colewoods. The captain was furious at this conclusion. He raised his eyebrows and began to shout angrily that this was nonsense and that Paul could not possibly be a spy. Ian reacted more calmly. He said in a normal tone that he thought so too. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that the vice captain was ready to give his life for the prince's loyalty. The young man did his job very well despite his background. He was also a wonderful and loyal knight. Therefore, he could not have come to this decision on his own.
The guy sitting next to her didn't know what to say. He blushed even more. He was terribly embarrassed in front of the girl. He wanted to watch it alone, but it didn't go according to plan.
However, he went on to emphasize that the members of the assembly had already passed a verdict, and even he himself could not justify him for what had happened.
On the screen was Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee. It was their legendary fight. The karate fighters were swinging their legs and hitting each other with swift kicks. It was a legendary fight that was imprinted for centuries.
After that, Ian asked the captain a question to find out how His Majesty was feeling, and if he needed any help.
The girl clenched her teeth and asked herself, "This uncle is crazy?" The guy sat next to her and did not say a word.
After hearing the news, the sorcerer could only reply with the word, "I see." Instead, many different thoughts were raging in his head about the situation. The captain went on to say that Ian probably already knew that all the knights of the second squad were banned from leaving the capital, and they will all soon be interrogated one by one. As a squad captain, he cannot take any liberties. However, in this situation, he can only ask Ian for help. So he asked the sorcerer to finally tell the truth, because everyone should know about it, and it is also difficult for him to solve these problems now. The blond man said that they had found no lies in the vice-captain's words, nor had they found any traces of influence. He was going to jail tonight, and Ian would try to visit him there. And immediately after this meeting, he will visit Sir Oliver to tell him all the details and information he has received. The black-haired young man with a sad expression replied that he understood. He turned around and started walking back home to wait for his guest. At the end of that day, a very heavy downpour began. It created a kind of depressed mood. Therefore, one of the prison guards sat down on the floor and dozed off at his post, and did not keep watch normally. Because of this, Ian managed to get into the cell where Paul was being held unnoticed. When he approached the bars, he stood silently for several minutes, looking at the man inside. It was painful for him to see how he was mocked, because this situation is quite ambiguous, and everyone has already made a rather radical decision. The vice-captain was stripped to the waist. He was sitting on the cold cement floor with his head down. His hands were tied at the top, and traces of beatings could be seen on his body. When he felt that someone was approaching him, he lifted his head up a little, and could only half open his right eye. The other was just so swollen that it would not open. Then Ian asked if the man recognized him. After that, there was a pause in the room. It took a lot of effort for the man to answer. However, not a single word was spoken. So the sorcerer began to say himself that he would never have believed that Paul would dare to attack His Majesty. Then he added that the vice-captain himself knew very well that he was not a spy. So why did all this happen? What was the benefit of this act, and for whom? After all, he had sworn to defend His Majesty to the end, so it is not yet clear why the boy did this. So Ian came closer to the prisoner and put his right hand on his head and said that he would now try to revise the man's memories with the help of magic. But first, he has to allow it, because without the permission of failure, it is impossible to see everything completely as it was. And, just a few minutes later, the sorcerer saw Paul standing in elegant clothes in a not-so-familiar room, and he has a dialogue with the captain, who, with his hands behind his back, was explaining something very intently to the young man. Then a gentleman appears behind the main man, But Ian had never seen him before in this world. The man had long blonde hair and a serious expression. However, then magic was used. It directly affected the vice captain himself, who stood calmly and did not resist. At the same time, the captain's expression showed that he understood everything perfectly well, and that he was clearly not under the influence of magic. And then Ian realized that Paul did not move of his own free will. Certain people made him do it, and for this purpose, someone put dark magic on him. And it turns out that Sir Oliver was right, that this guy could not perform such a task of his own free will. Then, in these memoirs, a clear reflection of Paul appeared, and he said with his head down that he was too naive and too trusting, because all the people around him seemed so sincere that it was simply impossible to recognize who could do evil. Because of this, you had to be a little careful, because the most terrible enemies are closest, and you can simply ignore them. Ian was very shocked that the vice captain was speaking to him so freely. This had never happened before when he had used this magic.
Also, Bruce Lee had his grueling physical strength training. The guy repeated them with precision, even though his body was at its limit. But he never...
The sorcerer turned his gaze to the side and began to fuss a little, and nervously asked the boy to wait a little while until he removed the spell. However, Paul came up to him and grabbed him by the arm and asked him how His Majesty was feeling. However, Ian did not answer the question, but instead said that thanks to the vice captain's memories, he would be able to prove his innocence. But to do so, they need to find the person who decided to do it. And then Paul gritted his teeth, put his head down sadly, and said quietly that it would simply not be possible to do so. But even if he succeeds, he will still not be innocent. After all, it was he who poisoned the emperor's wine. And because of that, he will have to be punished.
And also, the steps of boxing and fencing were used to build up speed and quick attacks. It was as if he was dancing. The guy learned to control his movements and to navigate perfectly in space.
The boy shook his head from side to side and replied that he did not care. After all, he had sworn to protect the imperial family. Therefore, it was impossible to simply forget about what had happened. Paul went on to suggest that if a criminal goes against His Majesty, it means that he is also going against the successive prince, and the situation with the vice captain may be just the beginning. And to his great regret, it may not be the end. That's why he doesn't want to be a danger to the crown anymore. After listening carefully, Ian asked the next question. What is this young man trying to do now? However, the vice captain did not answer the question, but instead asked if Ian could tell His Majesty and Captain Oliver his apologies and gratitude. Immediately after these words, Paul smiled broadly, and finally, he added that it was the last thing he could do to protect His Majesty. Then the boy began to walk directly toward the sorcerer, asking him to protect the prince, and as he got closer, Paul stretched his arms forward, and he pushed Ian back hard. The sorcerer was, to put it mildly, shocked by what had happened. At the same time, the young man was standing in the same place, smiling sweetly to himself. He knew that a consistent prince would definitely be able to bring light to this empire. When Ian returned to the prison, it took him a few seconds to come to his senses. Then he turned his gaze to Paul's body, which still didn't look good, and he was still hung by his arms. In order not to waste precious time, the sorcerer decided to use the magic of undo, and he waited a few seconds for something to change. However, after nothing happened, the man realized that the magic had not worked, and this made him very worried and nervous. He frantically asked the vice captain to hold on a little longer, because he was about to break the spell, and the guy will not need to suffer like this anymore, because he is really not guilty of anything. However, the vice captain showed no signs. He did not respond to Ian's voice. He just stayed in the same position and did not make any movements. The sorcerer noticed this and knelt down in front of the boy. At that time, Sir Oliver lit a lamp in his mansion and waited anxiously for Ian. A black-haired guy was sitting on a small sofa in front of a desk with a light on it, and next to him was his sword. In his mind, he was running through various solutions to the problem that was now looming over their empire. However, these thoughts were interrupted by a strange knocking sound he heard from the courtyard. So he quickly jumped to his feet, picked up his sword, and began to look around. However, a voice that sounded through the door at that time calmed the guy down, telling him that it was Ian Page who had come to see him. The captain quickly went to the front door and opened it, He saw Mr. Ian, dressed in a long blue cloak, standing in the rain, waiting for someone to open the door. However, he did not put a hood over his head, and all the water ran down his face. You could see the sadness and disappointment in his expression. When he entered the room, he stopped near the door. The sorcerer put his head down and stood silently. Instead, the captain began to ask if the man had been able to meet with Paul, and asked him to tell him how he was feeling. The captain just didn't stop for a second. He went on and on asking questions. However, Ian, with his head bowed, began to say sadly that Sir Paul Rance, he died today in a prison cell. Upon hearing this information, the black-haired gentleman froze in place with a shocked expression and a wide open mouth. After all, the man did not expect this to be the outcome of this situation, because in his mind, everything was different. Then he sadly drew his eyebrows together and asked, "What?" When Oliver finally came to fully understand what had happened, he almost fainted from the fact that he could not do anything in this situation. In order to somehow stay on his feet, he had to go to the table and lean on it with one hand. At that time, his head began to hurt too much. A few minutes later, the captain began to recall that he and Paul had met in the north at an orphanage run by the Raywood family. He was always a good child who looked out for others. Since he was very young, he liked to take care of others, and he also had a very good heart. That is why Oliver's father immediately recognized the boy's talent for fencing, and it was from that very moment that they both trained. And that's how their childhood was spent. Then the captain leaned his head on his hand and said that this young man was his best friend, who constantly supported him and confidently went forward. Because of this, he did not deserve to die like this. At this point, Ian decided to announce that he had managed to see the vice captain's memories before he died, because they have certain facts that can help them. These words caught the attention of the black-haired boy. He broke away from his memories. He looked at the sorcerer carefully to get a detailed answer. Then he came a few steps closer and asked if the man had learned anything. Ian began to tell him that a couple of days ago he had been found by the captain of the first night squad, Sir Domphil. Someone together with this man used black magic on the vice captain. It is not yet known why they did it, and who the man was, because the sorcerer had never seen him before.
A few seconds, and the boy's foot was already a few centimeters from the face of his opponent. The man stood and looked at this one in horror. He had not expected such great speed.
Then the black-haired boy asked the question about finding out who it was. The sorcerer said that he did not know, but all he remembered was a man with long hair and a pale face. The thought flashed through my mind that even in his past life, the sorcerer had never met this gentleman. Therefore, I had to work hard to find out everything about him and what he was up to. But what they do know for sure is that Sir Domphil is involved in this case, as is an unknown high-class sorcerer. Did the captain specify how high-class?
Then we'll have to try a different scheme. The guy put his arm forward and then ran into the attack again. Then that's it. We need to attack the vital point.
And, a second later, he added that the sorcerer was higher than Ian in level, and this could bring them a lot of trouble, because it is not yet known how to deal with him. However, the sorcerer has one guess who the gentleman might be, but he is not sure, and it is not known whether someone else is helping them or not. Therefore, a more detailed investigation is needed. The captain was very nervous about this, so he began to shout loudly that how dangerous was this unknown person if his magic was greater than Ian's, and if he falls under the influence of his black magic, then this empire will definitely come to an end. The sorcerer did not react to the words and reaction of his interlocutor, because he realized that these were just emotions that needed to be released outside. So he began to slowly take something out of his inner pocket.
The man didn't expect this and flew to the side. The boy had to concentrate to deliver a quick and accurate punch.
Seeing him, the captain calmed down a bit and said in a more or less calm tone that he had given this chain to Ian 6 years ago after one of his training sessions.
There was a slamming sound. The guy went to the ground. His whole face was a mess. Looks like he swallowed some teeth. What's the matter? The opponent moves as if he's moving ahead of him.
After all, there is a very expensive and valuable stone in this chain called the Eye of the Dragon, and it can protect against the effects of black magic, which goes beyond the 8th grade, Sir Oliver said, smiling. that it was clear that this thing was very amazing, and if the sorcerer keeps it to himself, it's black magic. However, he did not have time to finish, because the interlocutor began to shake his head from side to side, without confirming these words. The man was still upset by what he had seen today. The black-haired gentleman froze in place, his mouth wide open, not understanding what this gesture meant, and what they should do next to prevent things from getting even worse. Ian went on to say that not many people know about such ancient magic, and now it's just the two of them. For others, it's just an ordinary piece of jewelry that everyone wears now. The sorcerer took a few steps toward the interlocutor and asked him if he could promise not to tell anyone what Ian would tell him next. The black-haired man did not yet understand what they would be talking about, but he still promised to fulfill this agreement because they had no other option at the moment. And then Ian began to tell in detail what had come to his mind, and the captain listened attentively, because from now on they were allies who would fight this evil, because no one else can do it. And if someone does find out, it could be life-threatening, because the Empire is facing quite difficult times. Some of the facts surprised the black-haired gentleman. They had to think carefully about all their steps, so as not to make a mistake and suffer any further losses. That evening, the downpour simply did not stop. Everything around was turned into a bath of water and mud. In one of the mansions, a few windows still had lights on at this late hour. It turns out that this was the mansion where Ragnar lived. He was sitting on one of his sofas in his room, reading the news that Paul Rance had died in prison.
He would have to try very hard to get out of this predicament. The opponent first threw a lot of powerful punches directly at his face. The guy didn't have time to react to them and was getting more and more punches.
The prince turned his head in the opposite direction and replied that he understood. After all, they are just starting their business, and this does not affect the course of their plan. After a few minutes of silence, Sir Domfil said that he had managed to find out that one mouse had been in the deceased's cell, and it could have sniffed out something for itself. That's why the captain of the first squad of knights thinks that the gentleman managed to find out that black magic had been cast on the fields. Rengar replied that this was definitely the case. That's why they can't do anything about it. After all, Ian Page doesn't know about the Draconian yet. Then he can only suspect and try not to fall under the influence of black magic.
The crowd went quiet. What? What happened? They hadn't expected this. The commentator didn't even know what to say. He was shocked at this turn of events. What had just happened?
Of course, his powers have not yet been restored, but even in this state he is stronger than Ian. The sorcerer must have realized this by now, that there is someone stronger than him.
From his opponent's mouth he sighed as he tried to regain consciousness, but he couldn't get up again. His whole body was shaking with pain and tension.
The prince put his foot on his leg and took one sip of tea and began to smile broadly, saying that this gentleman was not such a man. After all, his path was too difficult to retreat. However, a minute later, the blond man said that he did not know what the man might really be thinking, because he always looks quite mysterious, and it is simply impossible to understand his intentions. And 6 years ago, as soon as he came to the estate, he sided with the prince's crown, but he said that he does not serve him, so it is not yet known what his plans are for the future. Looking at his reflection in the cup of tea, Ragnar said that he felt that this sorcerer was hiding a lot, and that he knows much more about him than he can imagine. The guy went on to add that he sometimes has the feeling that they have known each other for a long time, but one of them remembers it well, while the other has no memories left in his head.
The man was frowning. He was now looking forward to the final match so he could at least look at a good spectacle like that. He called his ward by the wrong name again. He didn't seem to care.
The next morning, the sorcerer was already at his workplace, giving orders to his subordinates. He asked one of them to send a letter to Lord Pyrrhic in the west, and he had to do it as soon as possible. He asked the other about the letter to Lord Mogrian. The subordinate, bowing slightly, replied that he had received a report that it would arrive soon, because he had sent a reliable messenger who could be trusted. After listening carefully to this answer, Ian said that at this point he understood everything. However, his mind was racing with different thoughts about what he needed to do next to investigate. Then Ian handed the same piece of paper to the same assistant and asked him to take it. It turned out that it was a pass issued in the name of a member of the Merchants' Guild. He added that the gentleman could disguise himself as a merchant and leave the capital. Finally, he asked if the gentleman understood what the sorcerer meant. When all the things are packed, at sunset, they will have to gather all the maids and his mother, and go to Mogrian's estate in the north. By this time, the Lord would have received a message from Ian, and he would be happy to receive them for a while. The assistant listened to everything and replied that he understood all the instructions. After that, the mother entered the room with slow steps, very upset and confused by the decision her son had made, and that they would have to part again. The sorcerer did not like this decision himself, but for the moment, it was the best one, because he wouldn't have to worry about his family being so close to the enemy. However, the woman wanted to find out more about what was going on and why they all had to leave their home so suddenly and go to an unknown place, and for what purpose. The sorcerer was already upset that he had to make such a decision, and now his mother was asking such questions. However, he decided to clarify the situation a little and said that the capital was in danger. He said that he had already sent a letter to the province of Mogriana and that the Lord would help them. The woman would not like this decision, so she drew her eyebrows together and angrily began to say that how could she leave without him? Because if he stays, then she will also stay. The sorcerer had to come closer to his mother, take her by both hands, and looking her in the eye said that she shouldn't worry so much because he was an adult. And besides, he is a sorcerer who can protect himself from any enemy, so there is no point in worrying so much. You need to calmly fulfill the request of your son, who will be worried about his family.
Seo Yan lowered her eyes. She understood it all too well. It's a high school for girls. Did she really have female solidarity? That's funny. Why did she decide not to expose this girl?
Then she asked why the boyfriend was always doing something strange. After all, she simply can't stand to watch him put himself in danger anymore. Ian simply could not stand the pressure. So he shouted loudly to his mother. He already had a lot of problems in his head that needed to be solved, and now she was pushing him around instead of silently fulfilling his request. Only then did the lady calm down. She stopped talking incessantly and just stood there with her eyes and mouth wide open, because her son had never raised his voice to her. After that, he controlled his emotions and in a calmer voice asked his mother to trust him, because he was doing all this for a reason.
At this moment, the girl made a final decision for herself. No matter how legendary this girl was, she would not get in their way. The girl frowned, and steel became even.
Tears began to form in the woman's eyes, because somewhere deep inside, she knew what she had to do, because of what her son was asking her to do. But her mind said that she could not leave him alone. After this conversation, the alchemist entered the room, and Ian addressed him by name and said that he would rely on him. Therefore, he should protect his mother as best he could. And then he added that if he suddenly asked where his mother was, she should never answer, because it could do them all a lot of harm.
Because this man is just crazy, because of his cum personality. If he can't find this girl, he will go to another neighborhood. But it would be a mess, and he would stay. No moral rules existed for him at all.
Suddenly, the alchemist's son interrupted the conversation, and putting his hand on his heart, turned to the captain, as he called Ian, and said that he would stay with him. Then the young man smiled sweetly and said that he did not know what was really going on, but he might be useful at some point, and he asked the sorcerer how his right hand was. Ian smiled back and thanked Douglas for his bravery and for offering his help, but it was more dangerous than he thought, so he should leave. Finally, he added that he did not want the boy to fall into the hands of this stranger. After all, it is not yet known what he might be capable of. When everyone finally gathered in the hall, the sorcerer came to the center and said that when everyone left the estate, he would erase part of his memory so that he would forget where he was sending them. He went on to say that they should remember what he asked them to do and where he sent them. He hopes for their cooperation, because if things don't go according to plan, there could be very bad consequences. All of them bowed to their master as a sign of their obedience. But at the same time, they did not understand what would happen to them and whether they would ever be able to return. At that time, Ian's mother was also very upset and confused about what was coming, but there was an alchemist standing next to her who gently put his arm around her shoulders. When everyone finally left the room and began to go to the places the sorcerer told them to go, Ian was left alone in the room and stood in one place for several minutes. He himself was very sad that this is how things were going to turn out, that he would again be forced to live a certain period of his life without his family. So in order not to make himself even more sad, he turned his gaze to the small brown box on his desk. It turned out that inside it was a chain. He carefully picked it up and put it in his right pants pocket, because it could be useful, and in his left pocket he had a drink in a small flask. A few hours later, when the estate was completely empty, a servant came to the prince and said that the crown prince was spending all his time in the castle, and according to his personal maids, he was not feeling well. His Majesty received proper treatment and is now in stable condition, but still unconscious.
Seo Young was just around the corner when suddenly a firm hand appeared above her head. She didn't even realize it, but of course it was a rabid dog. This degenerate was always watching everyone. He quickly grabbed her and dragged her into an alley. The girl only had time for a squelchy scream. The man held tight. He had been watching her, and now would definitely not leave her alone.
After all, in this situation, they need to take certain measures, because if they don't, the consequences can be very dire, and then they will have to deal with it even more. And many aristocrats doubt Prince Hayden. They believe that in such critical situations as this, he will not be able to adequately take over the reins of government. The second night squad is now being interrogated. Sir Oliver Raywood is personally overseeing this. The leader, hearing this news, said that everything is going smoothly, so they can just wait until the throne comes to Ragnar.
Mad Dog picked up a large boulder from the ground and prepared to kill. He laughed and asked, "It was easy with him, right? Anyway, he's going to kill her now."
Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by a voice addressing His Majesty, or rather, Ragnar. Everyone turned their heads sharply in the direction of the voice. After all, they did not expect anyone to appear here now. Domfil was a little angry, because he had warned everyone before the meeting not to be disturbed. But anyway, in order not to waste any more time on the showdown, he asked what news he had brought. And then the young man, without taking off the hood of his burgundy cloak, said that Ian Page was now heading towards the imperial estate. Everyone present was very surprised by this news. They did not expect this man to act so quickly, and they need to immediately take certain actions that they will need to take. Ragnar stood with his eyes closed for a few minutes, thinking about everything, and then said that it was better to end the discussion for today, and for everyone to go to their hiding places, because it would be better if he did not see them together. Then the prince turned to Mr. Avantis and asked him to erase the traces of his presence here and leave as soon as possible, because it would be better at this moment. The blond man, holding the chair rail with both hands, calmly agreed to do it, because they really didn't need any new problems right now. At this time, Ian was approaching the door of the room with slow but steady steps. He needed to get as much information as possible during this meeting. One of the guards standing at the entrance addressed His Majesty and informed him that Ian Page had arrived. Ragnar replied that the man could go inside. As soon as the guest entered, the prince looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. However, he wondered why the gentleman decided to visit him without any warning. After all, such a respectable person as the owner of the tower, Ian Page, always gave advance notice of his visits. You could see by the sorcerer's face that he was very irritated and could barely keep it together. Ragnar went on to emphasize that they met today for the first time since Havert's execution, as there was no occasion for it. So the guy continued his speech and added that he was sure the gentleman knew that a lot of terrible things had happened during that time. Then the prince closed his eyes, made a grimace, and said that he couldn't even believe that his father had to go through such a thing. He was also very annoyed that they found the culprit too late. A second later, the mood changed, and the guy said that he was very curious why Ian came to him in such a difficult time. The sorcerer raised his eyebrows and replied that he was very interested in what Ragnar was going to do next. After all, it might coincide with his plans. The prince replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. Ian walked over to the other man and said that Paul Rance had fallen under the influence of dark magic, and it was all because of Ragnar's meeting with the captain of the first detachment of the Royal Knights, Domfil. The sorcerer went on to say that he knew that the leader of the Order of the Dragons was involved in this case, and all this time, Ragnar was personally with them. As the sorcerer approached him, he said that he understood what the fifth prince was planning to do, something very terrible to the Empire and the imperial family. Having listened attentively, the young man put his hands to his sides and said with a wide smile that it was all nonsense. And Ian doesn't even have any proof. After all, if Paul Rance was under the influence of black magic, doesn't the sorcerer need to find out who cast it and deal with them? When he received no answer, the young man said that he had never heard of this Order of the Dragon. Therefore the sorcerer had nothing to do here. He had just wasted his time. Then the prince said that how could he unite with them if all his premises were controlled by the Ivory Tower? And because of his father's condition, he never left the castle at all. And as the owner of the tower, he should know this better than anyone. Because of this, Ian immediately turned to the prince and asked if he could use magic to detect lies. Without waiting for an answer, the sorcerer began to walk toward the interlocutor again, saying that it was already clear that the boy's words were not true, for he knew exactly about the Order of the Dragon, and he personally knows the sorcerer who wields black magic, and he is the leader of the Order. Hearing this assumption, the prince clarified that the sorcerer had really come to this conclusion. Ian did not understand what the boy meant, so he stood silently and waited for him to continue. Ragnar folded his arms across his chest and began to laugh loudly throughout the room, saying that the sorcerer was dumber than he thought. Then the prince approached the sorcerer's eyes and asked him a question about what the man would do next. Did he think that the prince would be afraid and run away? The next question was whether Ian Page had any proof of what he was saying, or is it just empty talk? Then the young man smiled slyly and said that the culprit of his father's poisoning was dead, and the sorcerer was even able to assure himself of this involvement. Paul Rance is dead, and this is how he paid for his sins, and it looks very strange that Ian came to the prince with his accusations. And at the end of his speech, the guy addressed Ian Page by name and said that he had lost, but he still had a choice. Therefore, the boy then turned to Mr. Ivantis, who very quickly appeared in the room after his name was called. Feeling the presence of another gentleman, Ian quickly turned his head back to see who had joined them. And when the sorcerer managed to see him properly, he realized that this was the man he had seen in Paul's memories. While Ian was looking at him, the leader began to smile broadly because he was really enjoying it. That this is how everyone looks at him who sees him for the first time. However, not everything will end as smoothly as it began. The Dragonian had already used black magic on Ian to catch him, and he spoke to the boy, telling him that his coming here had made their task 100 times easier. Then the gentleman began to move towards the sorcerer, saying that he had noticed that the man had been wearing this cloak for a long time, and as he approached him, he said that he never thought he would see it again. And then Ian realized that this man was a follower of dragons, a Dragonian. He wanted something from the Empire. Then the leader turned to the prince and asked if he wanted to make this gentleman his pawn. Ragnar did not hesitate to answer, so he said that they might need this sorcerer. The blond man said he understood, so he used a little stronger magic to tie up the prisoner as best he could. And just a second later, the black spell dissolved into thin air, and Ian stood silently with his head down. Looking at the sorcerer, the prince asked the leader if everything was over, or if there was still something to happen. The man replied that it was over. Ragnar emphasized that nothing had changed outwardly. The leader smilingly said that the ally looks like someone who suspects something. Therefore, to demonstrate his point, the Dragonian addressed Ian Page in a very serious tone and with a stony expression. He asked the man to kill himself. When the prince heard these words, he was surprised and asked why. And why should the prince obey such an order? And when he saw that the sorcerer had gotten a thin, sharp ice cube from somewhere and was already pointing it at his throat, he began to shout loudly for everyone to stop and wait. After these words, nothing changed. So the prince shouted the word "stop" loudly. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. And only after this word did Ian stop and stand still, and everyone in the room did the same. However, the sorcerer had already managed to pierce his neck with the thin, sharp tip of the ice pick, and blood began to flow. Ragnar's face began to drip with excitement, and when he saw that his words had worked, he smiled a little and said that it was enough. Therefore, the leader closed his eyes and said that the prince could now use Ian as he pleased and when he pleased. Immediately after saying these words, the man turned to the front door and, stepping toward it, told Ragnar that he was going to rest. And in 1 second he disappeared, and the prince and the sorcerer were left alone. After all, a young man needs to get used to such a companion. There was an awkward pause of several minutes between them. Ian stood in one place, and Ragnar looked at him, because he was very curious to see how it worked. So then he addressed Ian by name, while the man stood with his eyes down and head down, and he asked the man who the real owner was. This question was of great concern to the young man. The sorcerer began to slowly kneel down on his right knee, saying that the highest son of the empire was the 5th prince, Ragnar Greenriver. Hearing these words, the guy began to smile broadly with joy that simply overwhelmed him. After all, everything happened because he wanted it to.